1. Austin Romero. Small towns were always my shit. I loved them. I wore an easy smile as I walked up to the brick-faced and ivy-covered building that would be the home for Stonewall's new offices. The spring sun shone brightly on the pavement, drying it up from the sprinkling a couple of lazy gray clouds had dumped. Squirrels clattered up a nearby tree as I walked past, carrying a box labeled office supplies. There was a kind of magic to tiny places, with the same handful of faces waving good morning and good evening, and I was happy to be back in it. I would have likely stayed in Blue Creek, New Hampshire my entire life, finding the rhythm of this town as comforting as being back in the womb. It wasn't the place I was born and raised, but it was the town that had formed me into the man I was today. And at one point, I had found myself thinking I'd stay here forever. Things didn't work out that way, though. After a tumultuous time in my early 20s, I ended up leaving this picturesque town for a different kind of city beat. NYC. Not many people waved at you in the city, and if they did, it was because you either dropped your wallet or they had a petition that needed to be signed. Still, I loved the city just as much as I loved Blue Creek. I found a special kind of magic in both. I also found a special kind of soul in the city. It made every day special, every day even more magical than the last. I fell in love, feeling like I had finally found my other half after losing one once before. I didn't ever want to let Dean go. That thought had been the driving force behind me buying a ring. I wanted to tie us together for the rest of our lives. Unfortunately, only a part of my wish came true. Dean had been with me for his entire life. But only because his life had been cut tragically short, a hit and run. From one minute to the next, my world had collapsed in on itself. The call had implanted a black hole directly inside my chest. My days had become as dark as my midnights, darker, even. I couldn't laugh at even the funniest joke, and my conversations had all been clipped down to 3-word replies. Grief consumed me, ate me alive, sucked away all the magic I had thought was permanently mine. So, I ran. Same way I ran from Blue Creek, I ran from New York. I couldn't get on a train or walk past a park or down any city street without conjuring up a memory of Dean and me. The ghosts followed me everywhere I went. When Zane Holden, the founder of Stonewall Investigations, told me he wanted to expand into smaller towns, I jumped at the chance, offering my childhood home as an option. Zane didn't take longer than a few hours to agree, and by the next week, I had my bags packed and my apartment keys turned in. Which was how I ended up back in Blue Creek, standing in front of Barks, Birds, and Booze with the Stonewall Investigations sign added just above it. The pet store had been here since I was a kid, but the addition of an alcohol section must have been new. Need help, Austin? Darian Bay popped up next to me, smiling and holding a box of his own. He'd worked at the New York offices as Zane's assistant before Zane gave him the offer to come and manage the new office. He was hesitant about moving away from the city. He'd been born and raised in the Bronx, but after a short visit and plenty of reassurances from me, he decided to take the lead. I completely understood his concern as a black gay guy moving into a town that had a similar population as 6 city blocks, but I promised him that he'd find no trouble with the people in Blue Creek. The town prided itself in how welcoming it was, even being reflected in the town's slogan, Blue Creek, a town for everyone, by everyone. And if anyone did give Darian shit, then they'd be answering to my fist. I'm good, I said, nodding toward the building. Little different than the Stonewall on 11th and Waverly, huh? Our offices were located on the 2nd floor of the pet store. There were stairs on the outside of the building that led up to an entrance, but I enjoyed walking through the pet store, where another set of stairs could be found. I'd already made friends with the spicy manager Shelley and her even spicier cockatoo Houston. Just a little bit, Darian said with a laugh. I'm loving it, though. Honestly, more than I thought I would. I've already hiked about 10 different trails. We've only been here 2 days. Yeah, I might have a problem. He laughed again and started toward the sliding glass doors. Darian looked like he had just come from a hike, too, with scuffed hiking boots crunching over gravel. His long-sleeved green shirt was rolled up and his jeans were tucked into his boots. I couldn't remember ever seeing Darian dressed like this, considering the only trails in NYC were the ones shared by pizza rats in Central Park, but he pulled it off like he'd been born hiking. A couple of days with fresh New England air and all of a sudden you're a granola-crunching trail guide, I said, smiling. I wouldn't go that far. Give me a week and then we'll talk. We entered the brightly lit and neatly arranged pet store, walking past the colorful display of leashes and through the aisle of organic dog food. We walked under the oversized sign with a boozy-looking parrot pointing toward the freezer wall lined with local craft beers and wines. Up the stairs we went, entering into our barely furnished new office space. Darian already set up the front office where his desk and chair sat, surrounded by stacks of boxes we had to unpack. There was a skylight above his desk that bathed the room in soft white light, leaving little need for any actual lights. I dumped my box off in my office. It was much larger than the one I had in New York, with a window that had a stellar view of the mountain range, something else that I never would have gotten in my old office. I slid the window open and let the fresh breeze drift in. As I was admiring the view, movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I darted my gaze downward, toward a person I could have sworn felt familiar. But that would be impossible. I came back to Blue Creek because I had heard Charlie left. Granted, I could have done a more thorough job making sure that fact was actually a fact, but no, it wasn't him. He always talked about leaving, about going to open up an animal sanctuary somewhere, or work with a zoo, or a conservation program. All of those things requiring him to leave this town, same way I had, when he had pushed me out. I left my office, deciding to stop thinking about him and focus on the move. I thought I had been okay with my past and the way shit unraveled between me and the boy who shattered my heart. I figured I'd suffered the worst pain I could ever imagine after losing Dean, so what did it matter if I had to experience a little discomfort moving back to the place I had my heart broken? As long as Charlie wasn't around, then I'd be fine. I walked down the stairs, feeling good about today and this move, and the direction my life was headed in. This felt like the exact place I needed to be. No questions and zero doubt. Maybe I'd take the afternoon to walk around and really soak it all in. I wondered if people would remember me, or if I'd changed enough in the past 7 years that I wouldn't earn a second glance. I wonder if Charlie would even recognize me. I had changed from the lanky kid I'd been at 21 when I left town. Getting my heart smashed into 1,000 pieces ended up being a great motivator for getting my ass in the gym and eating right. I turned down an aisle of cat supplies, lost in my own thoughts. Houston called a hello from somewhere near the front of the store as someone walked in, the bell jingling and Shelley also greeting her. I was so deep in my head, I didn't realize the voice that answered them was an extremely familiar one. Only when I turned a corner and saw him did it hit me. And when I say hit me, I mean ran directly into me, as in the friendly and familiar voice carried directly into my chest as his face pressed into me. He stumbled back and quickly apologized, cheeks flushing pink in that way I always loved to see. Bright blue eyes, beaming white smile, a lone dimple, a strong chin and jaw, a soul that could light up the darkest cave. The first man I'd opened myself up to and closed myself off from. "Hi," he said. I blinked, shock scrambling my brain. I spoke the only words I could pull together. "Charlie? Are you fucking kidding me?" 2. Charlie Marsh. Wednesdays were my Mondays, which meant they were my hell. My bubbling, frothing, hellishly torturous day that marked the end of a weekend and the start of a work week. I gave my face an exhausted rub. My watch buzzed against my wrist, reminding me that I had less than 10 minutes before I had to clock in. Fuck. I knew I shouldn't have stayed up late playing the newest Ultimate Fantasy game. I opened the bathroom door and let all the steam float out into the hall. Upbeat chatter from the kitchen drifted toward me. My roommates, all of them obnoxiously cheery morning people, were having the usual meet-up, where they'd gossip over the previous night's events over sunny-side-up eggs and greasy bacon. Normally I joined them, even if I stayed quiet through most of the breakfast until my body was warmed up enough to function properly. Today was not one of those days. I tossed on my pastel green work shirt and my lightly stained khaki pants, falling back on my unmade bed in the process. An unmatched pair of gray and black socks were next. My shoes were by the door, underneath a whiteboard that reminded me of any crucial thing I might be forgetting. Check for wallet, don't forget keys, call mom. You know, all the important shit. I pulled on my scuffed Vans and went for the uniform's crowning touch, a navy blue cap with a paw print on the front and the name of the pet store, Barks, Birds and Booze, written across it in a font that was one tiny swirl away from being swiftly attacked by a mouse-eared copyright lawyer. With the look complete, I ran out of my bedroom, going down the stairs 3 steps at a time, hurrying through the hall before barreling into the messy living room. I tossed a wave over my shoulder at the gang congregated around the long dining table. "Whoa, Shar, you're not even having coffee?" Amira said with an exaggerated gasp. Amira Torres, the spunky, curly-haired, tattooed bisexual of the group, who threw compliments out like dots. She also had the biggest damn heart, offering to drive me to therapy every single day when it was clear I kept getting lost on my own. She was the fucking tits. Also, for the record, getting lost in our small town with its 3 main roads and 7 offshoots really was an impressive feat, but, well, no one else saw it that way. "I'm already 3 minutes late," I said, hand on the doorknob. Eli stood and bolted toward the kitchen. A clatter of cups and a refrigerator door slammed later. He was back, travel mug of iced coffee in his hand, and a smile on his damn morning person face. How could anyone be that happy before 11? Elijah Remy Jones Roberts was a childhood friend who lived next door to me until his parents split and moved to opposite ends of town, hopping that perfect little bubble of childhood innocence we had formed through years of playing video games and exploring the town together. We had grown apart, from what he told me, during our first few years at the community college nearby, but had drawn back together after graduation. He was a great friend, and made the best iced coffees, which made this one extra appreciated. He was also one of Blue Creek's premier drag queens, which meant constantly being entertained while finding an unhealthy amount of tuck tape and glitter around the house. "Thanks, Eli," I said. He gave me a nod and a bright smile that matched his bright blue eyes, which were shaded with a deep purple eyeshadow. I'll just never understand morning people. 1 foot out the door, and I was stopped by Alex shouting "Don't forget your keys!" I patted my empty pocket. Fuck. I ran back inside and grabbed my keys from Alex's outstretched hand. Alex Madison, the last of the trio, a resident straight guy who handled the stereotypical and very useful things like changing out my tire after I had driven over what appeared to be an orgy of nails. He was also down to watch campy movie marathons, going as far as dressing up for the events and learning all the call-outs so that he could throw plastic spoons at the TV screen like the pros. Plus, he was great at remembering things, something that I clearly wasn't. "Thank you." I offered him a smile I'd given about 1,000 times before. The purse-lipped smile that said, "Sorry, it won't happen again, except it probably will, so let's just move on for now." He offered me a matching smile and lifted his steaming coffee mug in a cheers. His bedhead mop of brown hair fell across his forehead, framing the still-tired brown eyes. "Have a good one, Char." Alex was one of the good ones. One of the morning averse people. "I'm sure I will," I said, hurrying back toward the door. "There's someone moving into the space above the pet store, so at least there'll be some excitement." Amira pulled her seat out. She was still wearing her oversized Tweety Bird shirt, the yellow bird appearing edgier than usual with full wing? Tattoos and a leather jacket. "If you want some extra excitement," she said as she sat, "I can send over the guy who kept me up all last week. He's got one of those anteater—" "All right, I'm out." I slammed the door shut, leaving the gang to discuss whatever Amira was about to say next. Judging by Eli's howl, it was exactly what I expected. Our house was located in a tucked-away and hilly neighborhood called Ivy Rose Grove, with an eclectic mix of old and new. It was a 3-story house that had been flipped about 15 different times, keeping some of the trends from each flip while molding its own interest and charm. The outside was half clean lines and concrete, the other half was black wooden slats. I made sure the front yard and gardens were always taken care of. No matter how much of a sieve my brain decided to be on any given day, I always remembered to take care of the plants. From the front of the house, I could see the mountains framing the distance, making a permanent and picturesque backdrop for our tiny town. Behind our neighborhood was a large lake that was great for those summer days that begged for some beer and sun. Aside from the beauty, another huge bonus to living in Blue Creek, the complete and utter lack of traffic. It took me a total of 5 minutes to get to the pet store, driving down the tree-lined road that held a few other shops that had been here since I was a kid. I still had all those memories. But if I were asked about anything from age 20 and up, I'd have to shake my head and say, I don't know. Retrograde amnesia. It fucking sucked. It happened after a near-death accident 2.5 years ago. I was working as a landscaper at the time, and I had the cherry picker out so I could clear up some rogue tree limbs. I couldn't remember anything from that day, or the 3,650 days before that, but thankfully I was found only minutes after the accident. Doctor said if I hadn't made it to the hospital when I did, then I would have been a goner. It still wasn't an easy road to recovery. I'd fallen a massive distance and had broken plenty of bones, along with the crack in my skull that required a medically induced coma to keep under control, after the week-long coma I had naturally slipped into. Therapy was long and painful and fucking sucked massive sweaty donkey balls, but I made it through, for the most part. I could walk, although running for long distances still made me ache like I'd been steamrolled. I still had the ability to form new memories while holding on to the ones I didn't lose after the accident, so that was a huge plus. There was a 10-year gap in my head, but at least I still remembered things like my 13th birthday with my family and friends at the lake, and my high school prom, where I took Amira as my date, and she ended up leaving me for Tina Camaro about 5 minutes in. I never held it against her, since it let me spend prom with Paul, another in-the-closet gay kid who played footsie with me the entire night. So, yeah, I remembered all that shit. But the 7 years before my accident was a completely blank slate. It frustrated me to no fucking end. I hated it. There were days I'd just stare at old photos for hours and hours, hoping I'd unlock my memories like some climactic movie moment. A door surrounded by clouds slowly unlocking its lock and swinging open. That never happened, and I ended up with a headache on those days without fail. The people who were moving into the vacant office above us were just finished up. I watched a pink-haired kid hop out of the moving truck and carry a cardboard box labeled office shit on the side. Apparently it was some kind of progressive detective agency that was moving into the building, which I was all for. Our town had its fair share of open-minded residents, but there was still a handful of people who didn't understand and didn't have big enough hearts to even try. Those few people were some of the reasons why I had stayed in the closet for so long. Too bad I couldn't remember ever coming out. I parked my car in the usual spot in the gravelly lot next to the red brick building. There weren't many places where you could find a pet store with a liquor license, but Blue Creek was special. And now that liquor-selling pet store was about to have a detective agency right upstairs. Inside the bright green and blue store, Shelley Ming, our manager, was already cleaning up a mess made by the cutest Australian Shepherd puppy I'd ever seen. The owner was apologizing profusely while Shelley reassured her that it was nothing and asked if she wanted a screwdriver to start her day. I chuckled, walking through the leash and collar aisle toward the back room. Someone turned the corner and I walked directly into them, having to step back and apologize. He wasn't the same bubbly guy I'd just seen with a cardboard box. This guy was different. He was fucking breathtaking. I had to crane my head a little so I could see all of him. He was tall, with a machete-sharp jawline and big lips that fit perfectly underneath a strong nose, all crowned by a thick set of dark bushy brows, sitting over a pair of hazel green eyes that seemed like the absolute rarest bloomin' flora someone could find. Like the type of green only found in the fucking Amazonian jungle. "Hi," I said, managing to get my brain working again. "Charlie? Are you fucking kidding me?" Oh, shit. Turned out that this handsome, drool-inducing, and absolutely climbable slab of hazel-eyed man-meat wasn't only breathtakingly boner-inducing. It was also someone from my past. And I had no idea who he was. Great. Just fucking great. I sighed, unsure of how this would all play out. God, I really hate mornings. 3. Austin Romero. This had to be a fucking joke. Charlie probably had cameras set up around the pet store so that he could catch my reaction. He always loved doing that stupid shit back when we were in college, no matter how much it annoyed me. You seriously don't remember me? I asked again when Charlie's confused expression didn't clear. His blonde brows drew up as something clicked in his head. Shit. Have we really not talked in that long? At least he remembered me. Now we could go back to acting like dicks to each other, and then everything would be completely back to normal. Sir, I think we have to talk. Sir? Since when did Charlie ever call me sir? Well, besides that one time we had both drank an entire bottle of Everclear together and decided to drunkenly role-play some fantasies together. That was a great night. And morning. And afternoon. Sorry, you said your name was Tristan? Austin, I said, short and clipped and confused as all fuck. If this was a joke, it was legitimately terrible. As much as I hated Charlie and everything that had happened between us, I found myself wishing he'd just drop the facade and get back to the regularly scheduled programming. The two of us shooting daggers at each other and avoiding ever being in the same room together for longer than 5 minutes. And this was already pushing into 4. Austin. Right. Listen, I'm assuming we met at some point in the past. I've been through a... you know what, maybe we should talk after my shift? I cocked my head. This was beyond bizarre. I certainly wasn't expecting to meet Charlie within the first day of me being back in Blue Creek. I only had a few connections left in the town, and hadn't used any of them to figure out if Charlie was still around, or if he'd taken his sunshine blonde head and matching golden smile somewhere else. I hadn't cared. I told myself I wouldn't give a fuck. What happened between us was enough for me to cross him off my list with bold, red pen. Done and dead to me. Sure, I answered, crossing my arms. Charlie nodded and turned to start working, his manager already looming over some unorganized bags of bird food. I watched him walk away, 1,000 different memories slamming into me all at once. He still looked the same to me, still had that same bounce in his step, the same fucking glow that drew me in like a moth to a bonfire, the flames burning so hot that I floated away with what felt like first-degree burns. What happened between us was a visceral slash to the gut that I still wasn't sure I had recovered from. So, how in the fuck could Charlie have forgotten about me? If this wasn't a joke, then... Shit. What the hell happened to Charlie after I left? The wait for Charlie's shift to finish didn't feel long. I still had tons of shit to move up into our office, and then, once that was all done, I had to start unpacking everything. Thankfully, I had Darian's help for most of it, until we got to the desk building portion of the evening, when Darian opened up about his potent allergy to any terribly illustrated instruction manual. Seriously, he said, taking a few steps backward, away from the box of desk parts as if the screws were about to leap up and bite him. I once built a bed upside down, and somehow attached it to the wall. Can you even imagine that Frankenstein of a creature I made? No, ma'am. I'm going to have to go and file papers or something. That got me laughing. It's fine, I replied, trying to ease Darian's wide-eyed fear. I'll save this for tomorrow. I've got a meeting to make in 15. Darian's thin brows rose a couple of inches. I didn't have anything in the books. It's not for work. Oh, okay, all right. Some after-work fun, then. He cocked a hip, matching the slant of his grin. With the toothy blonde cover girl downstairs? I looked up from the instructions, narrowing my gaze. I'm just meeting him to talk about something. No fun involved. How'd you know my meeting was with him? I saw you two bumping into each other. I don't need to be a drag queen named Clairvoyant to see there was something between you two." I laughed again. Darian had that gift, and could make an entire auditorium crack up with the smallest and most sarcastic quip anyone had ever heard. Well, maybe we need that drag queen mediating us. I stood up, rubbing the dirt off the knees of my dark jeans. Charlie and I do have history, and it isn't the good kind. Not all of it, at least. "Did you break his heart?" Darian asked. From my silence, he figured out the answer to this question. "He broke yours. That's putting it lightly," I said. Talking about my past with Charlie was enough to get my anger bubbling up. It was a warm sensation that bloomed out from my chest, made my breathing feel tighter. He broke my heart, and then rammed it through a paper shredder. It felt like there was nothing left of me when he was done. It's a big reason why I moved to New York in the first place. Darian's brows pushed together. "Well, shit." I checked my wristwatch. It was 3 minutes past Charlie's shift being over. "Yeah," I said. I put a hand on Darian's shoulder, the two of us appearing like Jack and the giant beanstalk with our size difference. "Don't fuck with the boys in this town. They're all heartless doucheheads." "Sounds just like my type." Darian offered a wide grin. "All right, go take your haunting trip down memory lane. I'll clean up a bit up here." I grabbed my keys and looked around my office. Surprisingly spacious for being above a pet store/liquor store hybrid. "Don't stay in for too long. Go explore." I left Darian behind, happy that he'd be the one I'd be working with on a daily basis. Leaving the city was a choice I knew I had to make, but I wasn't happy about leaving behind the friends I had made over the 7 years I'd been there. Darian helped bridge that, and for that I was grateful. Downstairs, the pet store was closing up shop, one of the employees shuffling a large broom through the aisles while another organized the fridge of beer and wine. I looked around and spotted Charlie outside, waiting with his phone in hand, blonde hair catching some of the setting sun. He was taller than I remember, and more solid, too. He filled in his t-shirt and khaki pants, especially the rear of those khaki pants. I pried my eyes off his perky bubble butt and looked back up to that face. A face I wanted to never see again. I thought I'd be able to handle it. Seeing Charlie, I had expected it, so I mentally prepared for it. But the uncontrolled anger that started to claw its way up my chest told me that all the preparation was for nothing. All I could see was the betrayal and heart-wrenching pain Charlie inflicted on me, and that made my blood boil. He looked up from his phone and through the glass doors. He smiled and waved and seemed completely oblivious, as if our history didn't weigh him down the same way it did me. As I walked toward him, I felt as if an anchor had been tied around my neck, and it was working overtime to try and drag me back into the dark depths that Charlie had dumped me in all those years ago. I opened the door, greeted by a swoosh of fresh air, carrying with it some of Charlie's cologne. A leather and pine scent that went straight to my brain, reminding me of the way Charlie would smell after we got cleaned up from soccer practice. On the days we'd work extra hard to just get dirty all over again. Charlie put a hand out, another formal greeting that felt so wrong with the past that linked us. I took it and shook, trying to find a bead of recognition inside those bright blue eyes. Nothing. "Thanks for waiting for my shift to finish," he said. "Want to go to Juno Pine's Diner? They've got some bomb-ass cheeseburgers. Plus, I've got a booth practically reserved for me. The one all the way at the end, next to the karaoke machine." Charlie's brows drew up. "That's the one. How'd you know?" I fought the urge to grab him by the shoulders and shake him, telling him to stop this facade, to just open up and talk about the shit that went down between us. It was starting to make me feel like I was losing it, as if I had somehow imagined everything that happened between us. "Charlie," I said, controlling my tone. "What's going on? That spot used to be your favorite since we were in college, and you'd always order the vanilla milkshake the second we sat down." I still do, Charlie replied, dropping his head, tone shifting toward gray. A loud instinct roared inside me. I wanted to reach across the distance between us, put my fingers under his chin, lift his head back up and tell him everything was going to be okay. That everything would be smooth sailing, or sculpting, depending on who you asked, even though I had no idea what was wrong in the first place. Then I wanted to push him into the bushes nearby and tell him he deserved that after the shit he put me through. I did neither of those things. Come on, Charlie said, head still dropped. We've got a lot to catch up on, I think. And he started to walk down the street, a trail of questions following behind us as we headed to the diner in heavy silence. 4. Charlie Marsh. This felt equal parts weird and exciting and sad, all jumbled together in a bottle labeled super fucking confusing and fucked up. Austin and I walked down a quiet street lined with magnolias, neither of us saying anything. We strolled past a row of red brick-faced homes, one of them my own, the front yard looking extra colorful with the bright red roses in bloom next to the purple peonies. Ever since my accident, I found that gardening helped on the days I struggled the hardest. I considered asking if he wanted to stop and check it out, but we kept walking and I didn't say a word. Why would I? Austin was a stranger to me. There might have been something that tied us together in the past, but I had zero memory of it at all. Nothing in this handsome guy's face rang any bells, so I figured I should get to the bottom of our history before I invited him in for a house tour. So you're not originally from Blue Creek, right? I asked. I already knew the answer was no, or I would have remembered him. I only had a chunk of 7 years missing from my memory, so Austin must have been in Blue Creek around that time and not earlier, or I would have noticed him. How could you not? He was 6 foot something of solid and charming man. I'm not, no. Austin looked at me. I could feel his eyes digging through me. I could almost hear his thoughts shouting past my own. What's going on? Why are you acting like this? Austin didn't say whatever was on his mind and just stuck to answering my question. I was born and raised in Granada, Spain. I moved to Blue Creek when my parents split at 19. My mom's originally from here, so we moved in with my grandma. Fuck, Charlie, what's going on? You know all this shit about me. What happened? I rubbed a hand against my face. We turned a corner and found ourselves on the main street that cut through town. Come on, I said. Let's go sit and I'll explain everything. Juno Pine's diner was filling up for the dinner hour rush, and filling up by Blue Creek standards meant there were still plenty of tables open. We walked across the red and white checkered floor, my heart pounding harder with every step. The rear of the building had wide windows that looked out toward the tree-lined mountain range, serene clouds dipping over the tall peaks. It was a sight that usually filled me with peace, but that wasn't happening today. My anxiety already bubbled up toward the surface with every step we took toward my booth. I hated talking about my accident. Fucking hated it. The topic never failed to ruin my day, putting me back in a headspace that left me feeling scarred and permanently damaged. We sat in the booth, next to the green and blue karaoke machine. Before we even opened the menus, Sanjay Weaver hopped over to our table with a notepad in hand, her bright blue nails matching with the blue in her uniform. She already had my vanilla shake written down. All right, I said as Sanjay left the table. I settled into the red leather booth, suddenly very interested in the wrinkles of my shirt. I pressed them out with my hands. Charlie. Right. A deep breath, and then... I was in an accident. A really bad one. Like the kind of accident that makes all the doctors say, "Holy shit, I didn't think you were going to make it." Austin's eyebrows were almost lost in his hairline. Fuck me. What happened? Funny, I wouldn't mind doing Don't get distracted. I fell. From 15 feet in the air. I landed in a bush, but still hit my head against the ground. Thankfully, my shoulder hit first, absorbing most of the impact and cracking in 3 places. But my head wasn't spared. I had to be put into a medically induced coma to control the swelling, and then went through 4 different surgeries. I've got a metal plate in here as a souvenir, I said, pointing at the side of my head and lifting my hair so Austin could see the scar. Along with a 7-year gap in my memory. Meaning everything from 18 to 25 is just gone. Austin had a fist against his mouth. Shock was written clear as day across his face. Jesus, Shara. I didn't know. Fuck.
Shar. He called me Shar.
It shouldn't have made me feel as good as it did, but... well, it made me feel great. Like we had just taken the fast-pass lane toward whatever we had in the past. I wasn't naive, though, as much as my perma-wide smile seemed to say the opposite. This, whatever this even was between us, was going to take a lot more than just using a childhood nickname to bring things back. Thankfully, it's just those 7 years, I said, mindlessly, playing with the napkin on the table. It's called retrograde amnesia. I can still form new memories, although I forget random shit way more often now, and I didn't lose any of my important skills either.
Will your memory ever come back?
It can, but that's rare. Austin shook his head, slow, back and forth. Those piercing eyes scanned me as if seeing me in an entirely different light.
What were you doing so high up when you fell?
He asked just as Sanji arrived with the milkshake and a soda. Good question. I took a big gulp through the straw before answering. I have no fucking idea. I was in a cherry picker, which... why? I'd never been in one of those before. It was down near the lake and extended all the way up. There was a tree nearby, so maybe I was trying to get something out of it? I'm not sure. Austin cocked his head. The light from the window cut in clear and highlighted his strong cheekbones, those big lips. The single earring he wore, a tiny pearl on a tiny golden chain, glinted in the setting sun. Fucking gay stars and stripes, I'd never seen a man this attractive before. Except, apparently I had.
Fucking amnesia?
Huh? Austin asked. Oh, crap, I said that out loud. Fucking amnesia, I repeated myself. I hate it. I hate having such a huge chunk of my life just ripped away from me. It's a weird feeling to explain because there's nothing really physical I can compare it to. It's not like I lost a limb or an eye, but... fuck. I can't remember you, or what happened between us that's got you seeing red.
It's just...
Austin seemed at a loss for words. I can't remember my accident, I said, steering the conversation back in the intended direction. And that really sucked once the speculation started.
What were people speculating about?
Austin leaned forward on the table. I wondered if I should lean forward too, so that I could be close enough for a kiss. I resisted the urge, although it didn't disappear. You know how small towns are? People talk, and they talk fast. I probably hadn't even hit the ground yet, and rumors were already being spread. Some people said I was on drugs, although a simple look at my test results would show that's false. The one rumor that did pick up steam was that whatever happened wasn't an accident. That one, well, I can't really confirm or deny. I don't even know why I was up there in the first place. Austin's eyes narrowed into slits.
You think there's a possibility that someone hurt you on purpose?
I shrugged. My chest felt heavy and my palms grew clammy. It's something I've thought about. A lot. But there's no point. I can't fucking remember. And the more I try thinking about it, the angrier I get. Like, I want to punch at that dark spot in my brain and just get through to the other side. I took another huge drink of the shake. Fuck. Shara. If I had known. There it was again. My nickname.
I would have come back.
Austin said, leaning back in the chair. Behind him, the bar was filling up with regulars. A question popped into the forefront of my thoughts and burned its way to my lips. What made you leave? Austin looked down at his loosely fisted hands. I followed his gaze, admiring his hands for a moment, thinking that they'd fit so perfectly in mine. wondering if they ever had. We've been through some shit, Charlie. I don't even know where to begin. I never imagined this would be how we reunited. I thought I'd come back to Blue Creek and we'd avoid each other like the bubonic plague until we couldn't take it anymore and wind up in a shouting match that could only end in a kiss. My brows drew up at that. We've got that much of a past? Austin looked at me and nodded, his gaze holding a somberness that sparked with something else, the residual anger that he was talking about. It was beginning to upset me. I couldn't remember a sliver of what went down between us, no matter how hard I racked my brain. It was beyond frustrating. I clenched my hands tight underneath the table and felt my nails digging into my palm. Why? Why couldn't I just remember his face, his eyes, his touch, his kiss? Fuck. I stood up abruptly, the napkin on my lap drifting down to the tiled floor. Sorry, I apologized quickly before excusing myself for the bathroom. I hurried to the back of the diner, ignoring a few friendly hellos on the way. Everything sort of funneled into my frustration, and all I could think about was how fucking broken I felt. Something had to have happened between Austin and me, and there was nothing I could do about it except ask, as if I were a gossiping school kid and not one of the directly involved participants. When I got back to our table, the food was already there and waiting. Austin didn't touch his burger, only picking it up once I sat down and started picking at my fries. Sorry, I said again. I needed a minute. That's totally fine, Austin said. We can talk about our past later. Right now, we should talk about your case. I froze with a fry inches from my open mouth. Huh? I was thinking, while you were in the bathroom, about your accident. It may have been just that, an accident. But if there's even a chance that something else is going on, then I want to be the one to figure it out. Austin cocked his head, his hearing catching the light in the same way his pearly white teeth did. Looks like you'll be Stonewall Investigation's first case. I ate my fry, chewing through the smile, wondering if this was the restart of something magical, or if our seemingly fucked up history was about to repeat itself. 5. Austin Romero. Retrograde amnesia. I was fucking floored when he said it. A part of me really had thought this was all a joke. Some kind of fucked up coping mechanism that let Charlie move on after all the shit he said to me. I would never have thought he really forgot about me. It felt like such an impossibility. After everything we had been through together, after all the secret evenings we spent tangled up and sweaty with each other, after the fist fight we almost got into on the day I left Blue Creek, after all of our history. And it was all gone. I was looking across the table at a man who didn't remember a second of it. He couldn't remember all the ways I'd opened up to him and all the ways he opened to me. He couldn't remember the way he hurt me, even though I vividly remembered every shouted word and pained heartbeat I felt as I drove out of Blue Creek for what I thought would be the last time. Little did I know I'd end up back in this small town, staring at the man who once held my entire heart in his hands, after running away from the death of a man who owned my entire heart. Life. What a fucked up joke it could be sometimes. All right, so you really think you can figure out what happened? Charlie asked, setting his cheeseburger down on the plate and leaning back into the booth. He looked much different from how I remembered back when we were freshman kids in college. He was always a solid-built guy, standing a few inches shorter than me, but with shoulders that were broader than mine. We were never strangers to the gym, but it was clear he had been spending more time lifting weights and eating his macros than he ever had before. His work shirt hugged his muscular chest and biceps in a way that made it slightly harder for me to focus on his question. Instead, I dropped my attention to the Philly cheesesteak sitting on my plate. I took a bite of the familiar cheesy sandwich, throwing me back to all the times Charlie and I would come here after class and just talk shit until we got bored. Then we'd go off to Charlie's parents' house, where we'd go upstairs and lock ourselves in his bedroom, blasting the sound of video games to cover the sounds of other things. I drank a gulp of soda and tried clearing my head, focusing back on his question. Yes, I answered with confidence. If something's up, I'm going to figure it out. He smiled, so that a lone dimple appeared in his cheek. It made me want to shout and punch the table and jump over and tackle Charlie to the ground so I could kiss him until he remembered everything that happened between us. Were you always a sexy Sherlock Holmes, or is this a recent development? He asked. I always had a knack for solving problems. I double-majored in psychology and criminal justice in college, and I was usually the one people went to with problems.
Like that one time you came and asked me to figure out if anyone knew our secret?
When I moved to New York, I found a job as an assistant at Stonewall Investigations. I worked there for about 4 years before I got my license and my own office. Charlie nodded, smile still strong on his face. And what made you leave the city? That question almost barreled me over. Of course, I should have expected it, but that didn't mean I was ready for it. Dean's death felt like a fresh gash across my chest, still bleeding and raw with every broken glass-filled heartbeat. I wanted to come back home, I answered simply, somehow managing to keep my words from shaking. Back to you. I'm going to need details. Whatever you've gathered about the accident, through eyewitnesses or a paper trail or whatever else you've put together. Charlie narrowed his eyes. I could tell he wanted to dig deeper into his question. He always did that, even back when we first met. He had a question for everything, and expected an answer for every question. It felt like we had known everything about each other by the second day we were hanging out. He didn't chase after his question, thankfully. He looked around the diner, his light brown eyes almost golden in the sliver of fiery orange sunlight, settling on the stunning view of the mountainscape that surrounded Blue Creek. I have a folder at home I can give you, Charlie said, his tone taking on a distant quality. It's got a few things I was able to put together. One of the biggest is a retracted article from a local newspaper. The journalist, Annie Yoon, was a friend of mine from college. She heard what happened and instantly started asking questions. What was I doing in a cherry picker? Why was I a few houses away from an ex-girlfriend's house when I fell? Why was my house broken into the morning of the accident? There were lots of questions and zero answers. I made a mental note to track down the journalist, but right now I wanted to hone in on Charlie's thoughts on the accident, as shattered as they might be. Would anyone have wanted to hurt you? He shrugged. I probably could have answered it for him with a resounding no. Who in their right mind would want to hurt the smiley, jokey, handsome, heart-filled Charlie Marsh? Well, besides me, I guess, if you included the fight we had before I moved away. He hurt me, so I hurt him back. Not physically, but fuck, it felt like it. And for years after, I pictured myself getting even with the guy who crushed my heart under the heel of his mountain boot by throwing a punch at him. Of course, I'd never do that, but after all the shit he said to me. I don't have any enemies, Charlie continued, affirming my thoughts. Maybe some frenemies, and a few exes who don't like me.
Yeah, I know.
But no one who would want to kill me. He finished up the last of his fries, lifting one in the air like a finger. At least that I can remember. Something could have happened in the 7 years that I'm missing. That got my gears spinning. It gave me a timeline to work with, something that was crucial for any good detective. It narrowed down my search, although 7 years was still a pretty large span to work with. Still, it was something. I'm going to need a list of those frenemies, just so I can chat with them. You got it, Charlie said. He dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, pulling my eyes toward a pair of lips I still found myself dreaming about. It'd been my first kiss with a guy, and I was his first, too. We were a lot of firsts for each other, and Charlie didn't remember any of them. Fuck. All right, let's get going. Charlie cracked his knuckles, something he always used to do whenever we were about to leave a restaurant. It was a tiny habit of his I always found endearing. We paid off our tab and got up from our booth. The diner had every table packed now, a couple of familiar faces popping out at me. Gladys, my college counselor, waved a bangled covered hand at me, recognizing me the second we locked eyes. Behind her was a booth with Alicia and Caleb Winterthorn, a couple who owned a winery and were consistently referred to as Blue Creek royalty. With them was Giles Pope, Blue Creek's sheriff and resident asshole, along with his twin daughters, both of whom stared daggers at Charlie's back as we passed. "What did you do to Michelle and Carrie?" I asked as we stepped outside, the night breeze whipping up a pile of leaves next to a trash bin. "Good question," Charlie answered, smile turned down into a frown for the first time since I bumped into him in the pet store. "I was told I dated Michelle before I came out and may have fucked things up somehow. The entire family hates me." I looked back through the rotating glass doors, noticing that Carrie had suddenly made herself extra busy with the ketchup bottle. We started walking down the street, the street lamps flicking on simultaneously and bathing the quiet sidewalk in soft white light. "So, when did you come out?" "My friends told me I came out when I was 24, a year before the accident. I'm 27 now." "I know. Birthday's July 14th, and you're a typical Cancer. Overly emotional, optimistic, and loyal, with an intense love for staying at home in nothing but a cute pair of underwear and a nice blanket." "Damn," Charlie said, looking at me. "We really did know each other. Inside and out." Emphasis on the inside, I thought to myself. A stab of regret hit me right in the chest. I had come to Blue Creek because I was trying to outrun my grief from losing Dean, only to fall into the lap of a man who filled me with grief after losing his memories of us. Maybe I shouldn't have come to Blue Creek at all. Or maybe I should have come sooner. Could I have prevented whatever happened to Charlie? "Come down this way." Charlie nudged me with his shoulder, a moment that briefly broke the invisible wall between us and almost crushed me under a tidal wave of memories. He steered us down a curving street lined with tiny pastel-colored cottages, their lights on in their living rooms and bedrooms. "You left Blue Creek when you were how old?" 21, I said. "Ah, good," Charlie said, practically hopping with every step. Excitement clearly played across that handsome face, both dimples appearing under the streetlights. "Then this is gonna blow your mind." "Huh?" I asked as we turned a corner, wondering what was making Charlie so excited. And then, my jaw dropped. 6. Charlie Marsh. I looked at Austin's expression and couldn't help but match his smile. I didn't even care too much about the lights and colors that had Austin mesmerized. I'd already been here more times than I could count, but Austin, his face was new to me. I wanted to stare at it every chance I could. Even at the diner, I had a difficult time keeping my eyes from settling on his lips, or his perfect nose, or his strong brows, or that sexy earring hanging close to a neck that I wanted to kiss. "This is incredible," Austin said, moving onto a cobblestone path that led into Pebbles Park, which was currently host to a beautiful art installation titled Silk Dreams. It had been a joint effort between the neighboring college and a famous artist from Spain who happened to have roots in Blue Creek. She had visited the park often and knew all about the history between the silk industry and the small town. So, Silk Dreams was born. It turned the huge park into perfectly planned spaces of flowing fabric and sparkling lights, shifting in color and appearing to dance in the gentle breeze. The silk was hung on invisible strings from pine tree to pine tree, and there were sculptures of marble spaced throughout. Each one of the stone men and women wore luxe garments of silk that appeared spotlighted from an unseen light source. Curving around the park was the flowing river that gave the town its name, Blue Creek. Water babbled up into the evergreen forest that covered the base of the mountain range, where lights were also twinkling. Firefly season added an extra touch of magic to the already magical scene. "It's my favorite spot in the entire town," I said, watching as Austin reached out and touched a wall of light pink silk. Somehow the artists managed to get lights shining from inside the fabric, enhanced by strategically placed gems. Even during the day, this place is great. I come here to take my lunch break sometimes. I pointed down a wide path of silk over a small green hill. There's a great place to sit down that way.
Let's go.
Austin said and started walking. I couldn't help myself, slowing my pace down by a tiny bit and dropping my eyes, not by a tiny bit. I quickly found myself drooling over Austin's firm ass, which looked insanely good in his jeans. It bothered me that I had zero clue what happened between us. Judging by context clues, Austin's insanely good-looking ass may have been a kiss away. Something had happened between us during the 7 years I couldn't recall, and that shit burned at my insides like acid poured down my throat. I hated it. I wondered what he was thinking. What memories he still kept of me. Ones I probably would never know.
We used to come here a lot.
He said, as if reading my thoughts.
It wasn't anything like this, obviously.
I caught up to his pace, walking side by side through a silky, soft blue alleyway, the silk rippling down into the rich green grass. What other things did we used to do? Austin chuckled. A lot. He looked up at the cloudy night sky.
Fuck, I don't even know where to start.
How about at the beginning? I said, just as we broke through the silk alley and into the clearing that held a few perfectly placed benches, looking out across the creek and toward the thick forest line. Fireflies twinkled over the water, floating past us, one landing on my shirt as we sat.
We met when we were both 18.
Right, when my memory loss starts, perfect.
We never did have good timing.
Clearly, I said, earning another chuckle from him. How'd we meet? Was it through an app? A friend? The circus?
Close with all three, actually.
My head snapped to the side. What? Really?
No, of course not.
Austin said, laughing louder this time. Damn. I really liked that sound.
We met at the Bear Lodge on their 18 and up nights. One of your friends was over 21 and kept sneaking us drinks in the bathrooms. We got trashed and ended up leaving the bar early, but we didn't get far. We could still hear the music and started dancing next to my car for like half an hour. It was nice.
It sounds nice. And it made me angry I couldn't remember it. The first time Austin and I met was this morning in the pet store. No bars or parking lot dances involved. Except, it wasn't. I couldn't let my reality become warped because of my accident. I closed my eyes and let the anger I was holding on to float away. With my mind blank, I asked Austin to describe the night. Everything about it, down to what we were wearing. And so he did. He painted a picture as vivid as any hanging up in my house right now, showing smiling moments with family and friends, Austin missing in all of them. Not this one. Austin described everything about the first night we met. How he was wearing a blue and white plaid shirt with khaki pants and had thought he put on too much Abercrombie & Fitch cologne, only to be complimented by me later on in the night for how good he smelled. He talked about my friends, two of them who were my roommates to this day.
They didn't know about us,
Austin explained.
No one did. We kept things secret.
I opened my eyes then. In Austin's, I could see a clear river of pain, and it wasn't the reflection from the creek. His lids were narrowed, brow furrowed, and back stiff. It was my decision to keep it secret, wasn't it? I already knew the answer to my question, but I still asked it.
Yeah,
Austin said. He rolled his head, and I could hear his neck pop. I doubt it did anything to ease the tension. Fuck, I said. I'm sorry, Well, I've been told that I was really deep in the closet. Apparently I was scared of making my dad upset. Terrified. He let out a deep breath.
Charlie, you don't have to apologize. What happened sucks major donkey dick, there's no denying that, but it happened. And whatever happens in the past is as unchangeable as the water flowing down that mountain and through that creek.
It was my turn to laugh. It came out uncontrolled and spread to Austin,
even though I could tell he wasn't exactly sure what we were laughing at. "You're a regular Pluto." "You mean Plato?" Austin gently corrected. "Plato." And then we both laughed some more, and I found myself liking that sound even more than just his laugh alone. "Whatever, man. You know what I mean." "Clearly," Austin said, smile still wide. "I always do." "Yeah, I'm starting to see that." The laughter died down, but the giddy feeling in my chest only got stronger. Our knees did that awkward thing where they kind of bumped, and we both left them together for 2 seconds before we snapped our legs shut. How weird was that? A man who I had been intimate with, at least I thought, hoped, prayed, and yet I was nervous about leaving my leg against his for too long. Life, man. It was fucking weird. A question rose to my lips. Was that night at the Bear Lodge the night we had our first kiss? Austin huffed another laugh, this one sounding a little self-deprecating. "Funny you asked. No, it wasn't. Our first kiss was here, actually." That made my eyebrows jerk up across my forehead. "Here, like in this park?" "Like on this bench." I turned to him, my knee against his and me not giving a fuck anymore. "You joking?" I said, jaw cracked. He shook his head, smile a half slant on his face, matching the half sliver of moon that popped through the clouds. He looked so damn good, a dream of a man. The way the moonlight briefly highlighted his cheekbones and grin and gem-like hazel eyes almost put me under a spell. I didn't particularly have a type when it came to guys. I liked them all. I could always find something I liked about a dick, and usually about the man attached to it. But things were different with Austin. He checked boxes I didn't even realize existed. And if there was a perfect man factory somewhere out there, they'd be shipping boxes of Austin Romero out to every corner of the globe. "We'd been talking for a month," Austin said. "Pretty much spent every day together for that month. Told our friends we were just working on a special project together for one of our classes, although they probably figured something out." He shot me a playful grin. "With the way you always looked at me, things were hard to hide." "Oh, how I was looking at you." I arched a brow. "I'll just say, for the record, you've been eye-fucking me since the moment we met." I quickly corrected myself. "The moment we saw each other. I'm pretty sure you know what underwear I'm wearing with how much you were all right. Austin looked out toward the creek. "I wouldn't say all that." He brought his gaze back to me. "I do like your Calvins, though." I playfully slapped his chest. "I knew it, perv." Instead of bringing my hand back between my lap, I let it fall, palm down on Austin's thigh. It was a stronger moment of connection than anything that had happened in the last 24 hours, and it practically blew me back over the bench. He didn't move his leg away, so I let my hand stay there. His smile didn't disappear either. "I kissed you first," Austin said, his tone shifting into dreamy. "It was the first time I ever kissed another guy, and it was awkward as fuck, and perfect, too. We didn't stop. For the next few months, we'd sneak off and make out every chance we could. We were addicted to each other's lips. Were. Past tense. And in a past I had zero access to. No matter how hard I tried, how big of a headache I gave myself, I felt like I'd never remember the kisses Austin was talking about. It didn't matter how good a storyteller Austin was, I'd never feel those moments again, even though they all happened to me. I sat up on the bench, pinning my shoulders to the wooden slats behind me. You know, I thought I had already found my peace with the time I lost. I worked on feeling grateful I still had time at all, and that my childhood memories still stayed whole. It took time, about 2 years worth of it, but I found myself accepting everything that happened. I winced, as if feeling a physical pain and not just a mental strain. I moved my hand back to my lap. Now I'm more pissed than ever.
I want to remember so fucking bad, Austin, so bad. Austin gave me a look that was equal parts pity and compassion. I'd seen the look before, from nurses and friends and my parents, but there was something else in Austin's look that stood out. There was a kind of hope in the way his lips curled into a smile and his eyes crinkled at the corners. I'll write a book, if you need me to, about all our memories. But you'll remember. I know you will. Austin sounded so confident. I couldn't tell him about the sleepless nights I spent with my laptop screen lighting up my bedroom, a dozen different articles and forums open, all of them basically saying the same thing. The chances of my memory coming back were slim to none. I nod, instead trying to siphon off some of that hope. I hope so. My gaze locked on Austin's and something else unlocked inside me. A treasure chest in between my ribs, opening and spreading its warmth through my bones. Maybe I couldn't remember anything that happened between us. But that didn't mean I couldn't make new memories. Before I could second-guess myself, I pushed in and found my lips against Austin's, and the world blossomed all around me. A blast of euphoria moved through me like the fallout from a nuclear bomb. Our lips felt natural together, perfect, made for each other. My body started to melt, the hard ridges and rises of my muscles turning into soft dough. Both of us opened our lips in sync and our tongues moved together in a dance that neither of us would ever forget, amnesia or not. And then, in the same way it had started, it ended. Austin pulled back. His eyes were wide, his lips wet. He looked happy and upset and as euphoric as me. But still, he looked upset. Why? Is everything all right? I asked, already feeling regret for moving in too fast.
Then again, isn't this years in the making?
Austin touched his lips with his thumb. It was his turn to apologize. I'm sorry. It took me by surprise, but before I could respond, Austin was already on his feet. Was it the kiss? I asked, standing to match him. No, I'm going through it, Char. I need some time. I need to sort through all my own shit before I let things go any further. Right. Yeah, of course. I understood, but it still didn't take away the sting of this. In the short time our lips were together, I'd already imagined an entire night ahead of us, all to make up for the blank spaces in my head. Guess those spaces were staying blank. I'm sorry, he said again, and I knew he meant it. I'm going to head home. I'll be in my office tomorrow starting on your case, all right? I nodded and hid my disappointment with one of my ever-permanent smiles. Sounds good, Austin. He turned to leave down the silk alleyway, now glittering under a shifting blue and white light that made it appear underwater. I stopped him with a hand on his wrist. And thank you for filling in the dark spots in my memory. He smiled, genuine and warm, and fuck me, I wanted to kiss him so fucking bad. If I could bring back all your memories, I would. In a heartbeat. I know, I said, hands in my pockets so I couldn't reach out and grab him again. Night, Sean. See ya. And Austin left, swallowed by the soft fabric dancing in the wind. I sat back down on the bench and tried my damnedest to remember something, anything from the time Austin and I were together. All I could remember was the feel of his soft lips on mine from 5 minutes ago. A memory that left me smiling for the rest of the night. 7. Austin Romero. I sighed and leaned back in my crappy desk chair, the thin white legs bending underneath my weight. Jamie had bought them off some online marketplace, which I had assumed to be for second-hand doll furniture. Replacement chairs were already on the way. A few days passed since Charlie and I kissed at the park, and it had been on my mind non-stop since. Like a permanent brand across my brain. Whenever I closed my eyes, I could still feel his lips against mine, in the same way they had all those years ago. Our first kiss was such a vivid memory, along with all the other kisses after. and having a taste of it again after 7 years made it all feel like it happened yesterday. Which was exactly why it could never happen again. I was catching feelings, and that made me feel both guilty and like a fool. I had been down this road with Charlie before, and even though he was a much different person than he had been when we were only 18, I still held the strong belief that history was cyclical. It repeated itself, and I never wanted to re-inflict the pain of what Charlie had put me through on the day I had left Blue Creek. And then there was the guilt. A strong, toxic, malignant guilt that chewed through me every time I thought of Dean. I didn't even need to look at a calendar to know it was only 4 months and 3 days since I lost him. The light of my life. The one who helped me put my heart back together again and teach me how to hope and love all out in the open. He was gone. From one second to the next. My life hadn't even tilted on its axis. It was blown off. Blown up. Destroyed. I rubbed at the ghost of metal on my ring finger. It was always wild to me how quickly an engagement ring felt like it had become a physical piece of me. When Dean had first slid it onto my finger on the dewy morning in the New Zealand winery we had visited, it felt odd. Not being engaged, just the ring. That feeling lasted for about a day before I couldn't imagine myself without it. I'd randomly turn it throughout the day, never taking it off unless I was going to the gym, and even then, I'd keep it on sometimes. I took it off a month after he died. Still kept it in my nightstand, though, next to his. And that was why I couldn't keep kissing Charlie. I was positive Dean would want me to be happy, but this just felt like it was too soon. And with Charlie, the man who had pushed me away so hard that I landed in another state? I sighed and rubbed the back of my neck, looking down at the mess on my desk. I was able to cobble together a file on Charlie's accident, with police reports, news articles, and a flimsy eyewitness report from Sharina Mortimer, who really didn't witness shit but always wanted to be in everyone's business. With a preliminary scan, it really did seem like Charlie suffered a fucked up accident, and there wasn't any foul play involved. Except I wasn't in the business of doing preliminary scans. I went through every single page with a fine-tooth comb, searching for any random connection or red flag that might have been missed. That was when I discovered a single line in the police report that practically jumped off the paper. Machine was rented for the purpose of fixing a roof. Charlie might have been many things, but roofer wasn't one of them. Why would he have actually rented the cherry picker, and why did he lie on the original form? Another fact that jumped out at me? The accident happened on an abandoned road, with the closest house being the sheriff's. Normally that wouldn't mean much, but when one of the sheriff's daughters was Charlie's scorned ex, then my sketch alarm started to ring. Not that I thought Charlie was creeping on Michelle. I knew he'd never do something like that, but there had to be some kind of link there. Something caused Charlie to get up on that machine, and something caused him to come crashing down from it. Or someone. A knock on my door pulled my attention. Darian opened up and popped his head inside.
Hey, boss. I've got a Ms. Yun here to see you.
Perfect. Thanks, Darian. He stepped aside and let Annie Yun into my cramped office. Sorry for the mess, I said, standing up and moving around a couple of boxes that were still unpacked. We're still moving in.
Not a problem at all,
she said, smiling and offering a hand to shake.
You should see my garage. And I moved in 5 years ago, so I've got zero excuses.
Annie Yun, a woman with cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass and green eyes warm enough to melt in, was the reporter who worked on the article Charlie told me about. I was only able to find a few excerpts online since it had been retracted and seemingly scrubbed from every corner of the internet, which made this interview all the more important. Annie took a seat in a much more comfortable chair than mine. We kept the leather chairs for the clients and interviewees, leaving me and Darian with the doll furniture. Thankfully, my oak desk was human-sized.
I gathered all the loose papers into a pile and set them in a manila folder.
Cool place.
Annie commented, eyes darting around the bare, pale green walls.
Never heard of a detective agency in a pet store's attic.
I have to laugh. Blue Creek isn't exactly overflowing with new office space.
True. I like it, though. Plus, you get to go downstairs and hold a hamster, or grab a beer during your lunch break.
There's definitely perks to having barks, birds, and booze downstairs. Annie twisted in the chair, looking out the open door.
I think the bird followed me up here, though. Scared the tits off me.
She shivered, turning back to me.
I fucking hate birds.
Oh, you mean Houston? Yeah, that cockatoo is starting to like being up here more than downstairs. He's been hanging out with Darien these last few days. I could see Darien's desk from here, and sure enough, the white-feathered parrot was perched on a shelf, preening himself while keeping an eye on his new favorite friend.
Creepy things,
Annie said. I had to disagree with her, but kept that to myself, deciding to steer away from birds and back to the topic at hand. Thanks for coming in on such short notice, I said. This case is an interesting one, to say the least.
Not a problem. I'm here to help however I can.
I nodded, happy to hear she was so enthusiastic about helping. Great. I'm going to need that article you retracted, the one about Charlie's accident. Annie scrunched her face.
Oh no, can't help with that.
What? Why? You've got to have it on a flash drive somewhere. An email?
I have it.
She said, cracking her knuckles.
The issue is the ironclad gag order the paper put me under. I don't know who threatened who, but whatever happened had my bosses pissing in their khakis. They hired an outside company to scrub the internet and erase any mention of it. They made me sign a contract stating that I'd never share the article, and if I did, I would be liable for $1 million in damages. $1 million. I'm never seeing that amount of money in my life. No way I'm risking it over a 1,500-word article.
That was actually an interesting piece of information. Whoever was behind this, and I was strongly coming to the belief that there was someone behind this, then they clearly had a vested interest in burying the article, and they had the power to do it. Fine, I said, leaning back so that the chair almost tipped over. I recovered effortlessly. You don't have to give me the article, but you can describe it to me. Maybe how you wrote it, your inspiration for the article, who you interviewed for it. Annie cocked her head and smiled, tapping her dark blue nails against my desk.
Now we're playing ball. The article was inspired by a social media post, actually, about another bungled case by the Blue Creek Police Department. There was a kid, Billy Zambrano, who was found dead in his grandparents' yard. Cops called it a suicide from the second they showed up, but the parents insist it was a murder. Happened around 2 weeks before Charlie's case. I've known Shar for years now, so when I saw his bare-bones police report and the lack of any concrete answers from the investigators, I knew something was up.
She wasn't wrong about the police report. It had been one of the flimsiest ones I'd seen. They might as well have written down, Charlie Marsh was in an accident on a sticky note, and it would have been more than what was in the report. So you're saying the cops could be involved? She put her hands up.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I'm calling them incompetent, yes, but involved? I'm not sure.
Then who do you think was involved? I asked point blank. Annie mulled the question for a moment. No doubt she was going over that contract she signed. You have my word that you won't be implicated in anything by speaking to me. No one will ever even know you were here.
Is that a threat?
She joked, laughing a bit, the tension in her shoulders easing.
Fine, I can drop a name. Hank Trainer.
The owner of Honey and Wood? She nodded, affirming it was the one and only. Hank was well known around Blue Creek for owning the only strip club in a 100-mile radius, and for also having ties to some pretty fucked up people. He was never liked, although he was always respected. You think Hank tried to kill Charlie? Why, what's the link there?
I don't know, which is why I'm not saying Hank did it. What I do know is that a few days before the accident, Charlie was spotted at Hank's house. Neither of them are saying why. Charlie because he can't remember, and Hank because he isn't saying shit. Plus, the cherry picker that Charlie was on, it was rented by Hank.
That was new information, and huge at that. How did you find that out?
Looked at surveillance footage from the day. Hank showed up, but signed it out as Charlie for some reason.
Shit, I said, impressed. You did more than the cops.
Yeah, and I got paid a good chunk less. Fucked up world, huh?
Very, I agreed. Was it Hank who took the article down?
Can't really say. The legal department at the paper handled it all. They just came down on me with a hammer, making me delete it and any mention I made of it.
She sighed and ran a hand through her short-cropped hair.
If you want to talk to Hank, he's usually drinking at the library, hunting new dancers for his club.
There were more questions that followed, but nothing as illuminating as what I discovered during the beginning of our interview. By the time she had left Stonewall Investigations, I had a new list of people I wanted to interview, along with an almost concrete conclusion that this wasn't an accident. Someone had planned for this to happen. Someone in Blue Creek wanted Charlie dead, and they went to great lengths to make sure it happened. When it didn't, they went to equally great measures to keep the real story buried. But why? What was Charlie tangled up in? I was determined to dig up the truth and bring some peace back into Charlie's life. I just had to be quick about it. Whoever had done this to him was still out there, and there was always the possibility that they'd want to finish the job. As long as this case was open, Charlie's life was still in danger. 8. Charlie Marsh. "He tried to kill me!" I shouted, pointing at the mess of broken ceramic on the floor. I was standing in the back room of the pet store with Shelley, who was going over the day's receipts and closing us out. She gave a seconds-long glance at the murderous cockatoo perched on his stand and shrugged, going back to her work. The back room was pretty cramped, with stacks of pet supplies and other random shit going up toward the ceiling, making the tiny space feel borderline claustrophobic. One of those stacks happened to have a few ceramic dog bowls sitting on the top, like lethal little Christmas tree stars. And it seemed like Houston had been waiting up there for someone, I assumed me, to walk underneath it, when he then proceeded to make it rain dog bowls. Yeah, I was almost positive the feathered fucker tried to kill me. Shelley didn't seem to mind, though, which didn't surprise me. She'd already mentioned how great her insurance was. I grabbed the broom and picked up the mess. "I should be taking photos of this. It's evidence." I gave a cold glare to a smug-looking Houston.
"Oh, Charlie? Your time-off request for next week is fine. Gina's back from her vacation, so she can cover you."
"All right, awesome."
"Doing anything special?"
Shelley asked. I shook my head, grabbing my wallet and keys from the cubby before clocking out. "Just staying at my parents' cabin for a few days. I've been wanting to clear my head."
"You have been a little distant these past few days. Everything okay?"
Shelley put down the binder and turned to me. She always had her tough-as-nails exterior and biting sarcasm wielded almost like a whip. But when Shelley cared, she cared. I could tell in her warm honey-gold eyes that she really meant it when she asked if I was okay. She'd been one of the first people to offer me a job in the months after my accident, when even my short-term memory was shot, and the constant pain in my shoulder had me taking multiple breaks. I didn't want to stop working, though, and Shelley made sure I was taken care of. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said, dodging the truth. I didn't want to unload all my crap on Shelley, especially not after a long and stressful workday. She didn't need to hear about how I hadn't been able to sleep much, tossing and turning until the sheets fell to the floor, racking my brain and trying to dig up any kind of memory between Austin and me. Shelley shot me a skeptical look before turning back to the computer and binder on the cramped desk.
"Okay. If you need more time off, just let me know."
"Thanks, Shelley, I will."
"I can't guarantee it'll be approved, but I'll see what strings I can pull with upper management."
"Aren't you upper management?" I asked. Houston cawed from his perch as if agreeing with me.
Guess he doesn't want to kill me after all.
Shelley pointed over her shoulder toward Houston, not even moving in her chair. He gave another caw and lifted his yellow crest, bobbing his head up and down.
I take that back.
I laughed and finished clocking out, grabbing my stuff and telling Shelley not to stay too late. She promised she'd only be here for 6 more hours, earning another caw from Houston. At this point, I fully expected him to start speaking full sentences and helping out at the store. I gave him a little head scratch on my way out and left the back room, walking through the empty store. I glanced at the stairs that led up to Stonewall Investigations, wondering if Austin was working late today too. We were supposed to meet tomorrow for an update on my case. I had actively been trying to avoid him before then, feeling bad about the way I'd practically jumped him with my lips at the park. As much as I loved kissing him, I realized that I might have overstepped. In my world, I was kissing one of the most attractive men I'd ever laid eyes on, someone I'd never spoken a word to. In Austin's world, he was kissing a man who couldn't remember the last thing they ever spoke about together. Outside, the sun was still up, and the sky was a cloudless blue. I was so busy admiring how beautiful the evening was that I almost didn't see the man of the missing hour across the street, shielding his eyes from the sun and looking up at something behind me. I briefly considered pretending like I never saw him and walking home where I could lie in bed and give myself a headache trying to dig up any old memories of us. Austin waved, and I waved back, forgetting all about that dumbass plan and instead crossing the street to where he stood. Darian was there too, both of them smiling up at something. I turned and followed their gaze, earning an impressed, "Oh wow," from me when I spotted what they were looking at. The pet store was a 2-story building, with a stone front and large windows looking into the display of pet supplies and alcohol. The landscaping in the front was pleasant and inviting, with ferns and poppies lining a red-bricked path leading up to the store. Next to the entrance was a stone sculpture of a dog with its paw over a cat, a parrot sitting on top of the cat's head. The color of the sculpture faded over time from the sun and all the people who needed selfies next to it, pressing their hands over the now extra smooth stone. Austin and Darian weren't admiring any of that. Instead, they had been looking up at the signage that hung above the door. It used to be a large, almost cartoonish sign that read Box, Birds, and Booze across the center, with a tiny space for the tax office that used to be above us. There wasn't any tiny font anymore. Instead, directly above the Box, Birds, and Booze sign was another sign, Stonewall Investigations. The white font was elegant and clean, with a bright rainbow cutting through the middle of the text, reaching through the treated birch sign and then coming out of the sign. A rainbow now seeming to be permanently attached to the front of the store. Underlining the Stonewall Investigations was a blue river, glittering like real water whenever the sun hit it just right. "Wow," I said. "I love it." "Pretty sick, huh?" Darian said, snapping shots with a professional-looking camera. "We got a local queer designer to make it for us." "It's perfect." I couldn't help it. I took out my phone and started snapping my own pics. It was a beautiful sign, but more than that, it was a stamp of big old gay support in a town that sometimes lacked it. Not to say Blue Creek was anything like the horror stories some people have about other small towns, but we still had our fair share of shitty people. This bold and permanent rainbow on the town's main street would be a constant reminder that Blue Creek welcomed all kinds of people. "Stonewall's here to stay," Austin said proudly, hands on his hips. He wore a dark gray shirt and light jeans that were rolled up at the cuff, showing off a thin red ankle bracelet sitting above his perfectly clean white Vans. His pearl earring glittered almost as much as the sign did.
And that means Austin is staying.
The thought made my heart feel as if it had tripped over a crack. I couldn't even tamp down my smile if I wanted to. "I'm gonna work on getting some more shots, boss. Need anything special?" Darian asked, scrolling through the photos he had already taken. "I think Zane wanted one where it was all lit up, but you don't have to wait here for that. You can always come back whenever you've got a chance." "Gotcha. I'll probably walk down to the cafe and wait until it gets dark then." Darian gave a friendly wave and started down the street, his pink shorts matching the exact shade of roses he walked past. "Think Shelley's going to be pissed we're overshadowing her sign?" Austin asked. I shook my head. "No, I doubt it. The one you have to be worried about is Houston. He's the vindictive one." Austin laughed, a sound as intoxicating as any shot of alcohol would be. "He's been hanging around in our offices a lot." "Yeah, I know. He's probably scoping you guys out, trying to figure out weaknesses he can exploit." "I'll make sure to keep an eye on him," Austin said, turning to me. The breeze whipped up and I was hit with a blast of his cologne, almost causing me to drop to my knees right there and then. I managed to stay on my feet, though, thank you very much. Austin's eyes locked mine in place, his gaze as powerful as if he had a head of snakes. "You know, I was going to head home and work some more, but this moment feels a little too big not to celebrate." Want to go to the library and grab a couple of drinks? Then, as if Austin caught himself in something, he amended, we can just talk about your case. I've got some updates for you. I wanted to say that it was fine. We didn't have to talk about my case, and we didn't have to turn drinks into business. We could just be. Instead, I kept my mouth shut and shook my head. Every bone and cell and organ and molecule in my body shouted at me to say yes and go get drinks with him, but for some ungodly reason, I still shook my head. It's been a long day, I said, not wanting to tell him I was running on a total of 5 hours of sleep between the last 3 days. I should probably head home. Austin's smirk slanted and his eyes lidded. A dash of sun hit him just right, fading his strong features as if with a brush, strokes of gold light making his tan skin shimmer and his hazel eyes glow. Disappointment creased the space between his well-maintained eyebrows, framing his eyes even more. And then, something happened. A memory cracked through, brief and as flimsy as a wet napkin, but it was also undeniable and sent a rippling wave of emotion through me. I remembered those eyes. I couldn't pull up anything past the eyes, but in that moment, I didn't need to. I had all I needed in front of me. You know what? Forget it. The giddiness was difficult to keep from bubbling over in my tongue. Let's go grab drinks. This is a moment that needs to be celebrated. Austin's smile returned and the creases disappeared and his hazel eyes glowed bright. As bright as when we first met, all those years ago. 9. Austin Romero. Charlie looked great, even for someone just getting off a 6-hour shift working with animals and their sometimes wild owners. His light green polo shirt made his eyes shine, and his khakis were snug, not leaving a whole lot to the imagination. Not that I needed to use my imagination with Charlie. Everything about him was so vivid, even though I hadn't seen him naked for years now. I felt pretty positive I could still trace an outline of his exact shape, lying down and ready for me. It was a sight I never forgot, and one I had been thinking about more and more frequently. When he agreed to grabbing a drink, I almost let out a relieved breath. For a second, it almost seemed like he was sticking to his no, and I would have understood. The way I walked off after our kiss wasn't cool. I shouldn't have shut down like that, and I wanted to make it up to him. Buying him a Moscow mule was the least I could do. We started down the main street, filling the air with idle chatter about the day as we walked. It felt equal parts familiar and new. Charlie and I used to walk down Bay Road almost every weekend, having our usual haunts we would stop at. Jilly Bean, the coffee shop that had now been turned into a clothing boutique. Himalayan Scoops, one of the best ice cream shops this side of the globe, and one that had survived the test of time. And of course Neon Playroom, a 3-story arcade that had the best laser tag course known to man. Charlie and I gave each other our first blowjobs in that arcade. But I figured that would be a story for another day. You know, Charlie said, drawing my attention away from the bright blue and green arcade sign and toward his similarly bright gaze. I got a flash of something. I remembered your eyes. Really? My eyes? Yup. It's like there's a flashlight and it's only shining on the part of my brain that filed away how beautiful your eyes are. I couldn't help but grin. Beautiful, huh? You never told me you think my eyes are beautiful. Because you're already cocky enough. I don't want to create a monster. But yes, I think your eyes are beautiful. And lips, and nose, and chest, and... well, yeah, you get the picture. Charlie chuckled, slipping his hands into his pockets. That's incredible, I said. Not you finding me devastatingly handsome, but that your memory's coming back. This could mean it's all coming back, right? Charlie shrugged. I hope so. The doctors warned me that the brain is basically like the universe of the body. They know jack shit about it. I could get all my memories in a flood, or a trickle, or never at all. Let's stick to the positive, then. Let's, Charlie said, throwing me a smile that almost stopped my heart. He had one of the most charming smiles in the world. No comparing, no denying. I was about to tell him, after he had opened up to me about his passionate obsession with my eyes, but we reached the entrance to the library just then. The bar used to be what its namesake represented, a domed-ceiling library that had been caught up in a money laundering scheme by corrupt management and a few librarians moonlighting as mini Walter Whites, minus the meth. The scandal dominated the news and gossip cycles for a few months until the library was shut down and the property was sold by the owner, sometime around the time I left Blue Creek. And so the library was born. Charlie and I showed our IDs to the bouncer and opened the doors, stepping into a dimly lit entrance room where one would typically check out books. Instead, there was a small bar, packed with people sitting on low-back leather chairs, chatting and laughing. Straight ahead, the floor dipped into a circular lounge area with oversized plush gray couches surrounded by stacks of colorful books. There's a few different sections, Charlie explained, having to lean in so I could hear him over the music and conversation. There's an entire dance floor to the left and an outside area to the right. It's usually more chill outside. We both agreed that the quieter outdoor section was what we wanted. I let Charlie lead the way. We walked underneath an archway that I vividly remembered from the old library, then through a row of tables that used to be the fantasy books section. Charlie was right on the vibe being calmer outside. It was a covered terrace with scattered round tables and comfortable benches, orange trees spreading their branches over the tables. A bar was set against the brick wall of the library, a line of happy hour regulars already beginning to form. We snagged a table tucked in the corner of the terrace next to a trickling pebble fountain. Cool, huh? Charlie asked, sitting down, leaning forward on the table and looking around. His eyes darted back down to his hands on the table. Shit, he said. I looked over his shoulder, but I couldn't figure out what caused his reaction. It's Michelle, Charlie explained, going off my confused look. I don't want any drama today. That's when I spotted her, sitting a table away from us. She pretended to have her nose buried in her phone, but I could tell her attention had been fully honed in our direction. What's happened between you two? I wish I knew. All I'm sure of is that she hates my guts and probably wants to feed me to hyenas. I cocked my head, considering my options. Charlie wasn't exactly the picture of innocence, having already crushed my heart once before. I could easily see how he could do it again. But what if there was something deeper to Michelle's feelings? What if she were somehow attached to this case? At this point, I felt like anything could be possible. And that meant doing anything possible to solve this. I stood up. What are you doing? Charlie asked, following me with an increasingly panicked look in his eyes. I'm going to ask her what happened. Charlie didn't have any time to argue. I reached her table and placed a hand on the empty chair across from her. Mind if I sit for a few minutes? Michelle's eyes narrowed. When I lived in Blue Creek, Michelle and I probably shared a total of 5 words, but I had a feeling she remembered who I was, and she undoubtedly heard about why I was back. News spread faster than melted butter in this town. She looked like she was about to nod until Charlie showed up at my side, and then her eyes bulged before she started collecting her things.
No, I'm not doing this,
she said. I put a hand out. I didn't expect this reaction at all. I knew they were exes, but I didn't realize she couldn't even be a couple of feet away from him. Whoa. What's going on, Michelle? She pointed at Charlie with a shaky hand.
I've already had to deal with so much because of him. I told him never come near me again, and I meant it.
Michelle stood, grabbing her drink and fixing her teal jacket over her shoulders.
Jesus. If my dad saw us right now,
she said, almost under her breath. What happened between you two? I asked, not wanting to let this moment go.
Nothing.
Michelle's tone felt pointed, sharp.
Absolutely nothing. Charlie led me on for months, and then broke up with me when I wasn't useful.
Charlie made a sound, and I knew he was about to argue with her, but I put a hand on his arm. He swallowed whatever he was about to say.
It doesn't matter,
she continued.
What really surprised me was seeing you two together.
Michelle's painted red lips curved into a scythe.
With how things ended between you two, obviously. I didn't think anything could come back from that, amnesia or not.
I immediately tensed. Charlie and I hadn't gotten a chance to talk about how things ended between us. I still remembered all the venomous words we spat at each other and could practically feel the burn from my knuckles slamming into the wall. It was one of the darkest days of my life, only topped by the weeks that followed Dean's death. I fucking hate this. I hate you. I hate you for ever making me think this was real, I shouted. And I hate you for even coming into my life and fucking everything up, Charlie said, his face blood red. Charlie couldn't remember anything from that day. So did that mean he was absolved from the vile shit we threw at each other? He didn't waste a second before asking her. What happened? Michelle's razor-thin eyebrows inched up her forehead.
You guys haven't talked about it yet. I guess that explains why you're so close then.
It hasn't been the right time, I said, hoping to make it clear in my tone that tonight definitely wasn't the right time. Michelle smiled around her sip of her strawberry margarita.
Okay,
She said.
Well, I think it's the right time for me to find my sister and drag her off whatever frat boy she's attached herself to.
Before Charlie could keep digging, Michelle pushed through us and disappeared back into the bar, leaving a trail of questions in her wake. Charlie turned to me, confusion clear on his face. What happened between us? He asked, a stern set to his jaw. The dim orange glow from the lamps cast his jawline in perfect strokes of shadow and light. I sighed. There was no better time than the present. Charlie needed to know what went down between us. Maybe we should go somewhere quieter, I said, looking around at the crowded terrace. Why was I feeling nervous about this? Our history couldn't be rewritten or erased. I had to pop this little bubble that had formed around us since I came back to Blue Creek. Fine. Charlie crossed his arms, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that he was determined to figure out what happened on the day he shattered my heart into a million tiny pieces. 10. Charlie Marsh. The quieter place we decided on was Austin's house. He lived in a one-floor home on the outskirts of town, in a neighborhood that I used to ride my bike through as a kid since the streets were so wide and there was a crazy-ass hill toward the edge of the community. I sprained a bone or two from falls on that hill. It felt oddly intimate, stepping into Austin's home for the first time. Normally, one would have an idea of what to expect when they were visiting a friend they'd known for years, except I had no recollection of who Austin was, much less the kinds of furniture and decorations he'd like. Turns out Austin's taste was impeccable. His foyer was all treated birchwood and touches of navy blue and rich evergreens, with a shiplap wall that highlighted a sleepy little nook. Wow, this place is great, I said, walking into the living room and checking out the bold art on the walls. There were exposed beams running across the ceiling, drawing my eyes toward a dark stone fireplace, two cloud-like couches next to it facing a massive TV hanging on the wall. It's definitely a change from the apartment I was living at in the Bronx. I'm sure it is, I said, admiring a golden bar cart that held exotic-looking bottles of rum and whiskey. Want a drink? Austin came over to my side and grabbed a bottle of whiskey that appeared wrapped in gold foil. I picked this one up in Scotland, the motherland of whiskies. I'm usually more of a clear liquor guy myself, but I can't pass up a chance to try it. Austin seemed pleased with my answer. He took the bottle and told me to follow him, leading us through a hall with a skylight in the ceiling and into his spacious kitchen, all white marble and bronze fixtures with a white and gray stone backsplash tying it all in. He grabbed 2 whiskey glasses and set them on the island. I leaned on the counter and crossed my arms, trying not to get distracted by how good Austin smelled. Michelle wasn't too helpful, huh? He shook his head as he filled the glass with liquid amber. I wonder what you did to her. Nothing. I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything. Amira was there when we broke up. She said we were only dating for a few weeks when I had a mini breakdown at the lake one day. I came out 2 weeks later. I thought she would have understood.
Sounds like she doesn't.
Austin said, handing me a glass. I huffed. And why did she mention her dad? What's the sheriff got to do with me? That made Austin cock his head.
I took it as meaning he was overprotective, but maybe there's something else there? I should probably have a chat with him.
Is he still a massive dickhead? Everyone knew about Giles Pope, the sheriff of Blue Creek for the 21st year and counting. He had a habit of flashing his gun when he didn't need to, and had no trouble flaunting the power that had undoubtedly gone to his head over the years. Yep, I said. He gave Alex, my other roommate, a ticket the other day and almost arrested him for talking back. Is that even legal?
No, it's definitely not.
Austin's face reflected his disgust. Forget about what happened with me and Michelle, though. I want to know what happened between us. I wanted this over with. Austin had to fill in the gaps for me, or I was liable to lose my fucking mind. Austin sighed and ran a hand through his short dark hair.
Let's get comfortable then.
I followed Austin back into the living room. He set the lights to half brightness and took a seat in the middle of the couch, sinking in. I sat next to him and lifted my glass, clinking the edge with his. I drank, finding the whiskey to be the smoothest I'd ever had. Damn, I said, lifting my brows and taking another sip. This shit's good.
I told you that you wouldn't have better whiskey. Ever.
He leaned forward, setting his glass on a coaster with a smiling pug drawn in the center.
I'm not even sure where to start.
Start with how we ended, I said. My forearms became dotted with goose pimples, and my chest started to feel tight. I couldn't explain it, but things were feeling right once Austin came back into the picture, and I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize that. Except, what if I already had done something? What if talking about this dug up old emotions and screwed up the magic that was beginning to spark between us?
You didn't want me anymore,
Austin said with brutal honesty. What? Really? I turned to him, feeling as if he had slapped me. That was at the bottom of the list of things I thought happened between us. I had tossed around infidelity, dumb arguments that grew larger, a difference in where we saw our futures headed. But that I didn't want him? I just didn't see how that could be possible. So, Austin explained it for me.
That's what you said on the last day we were ever together. We'd been secretly hooking up for 3 years by then, almost every day. We started sleeping over, too. Things were getting really serious except for the fact that you didn't want anyone ever finding out about us. I was applying for jobs, most of them in Maine, so that I could be a drive away from you, except for one job I applied for in New York. So, I gave you a deadline. Tell your parents about us before I had to choose a job. I thought they were the biggest hurdle to get over, underestimating how much control you gave to your own self-hate. You blew up when I told you. You cut things off right then and there. Said you didn't want me anymore and that... Well, we don't have to get into specifics. My stomach twisted into a pretzel. I want the specifics, I said through a dry mouth. Seriously, we don't need to get into it. I've moved on since then, and it's obvious that you've changed immensely. I don't consider those the same people who are sitting here now. Austin looked at me with a small sparkle in his eyes. It allowed me to breathe a miniature sigh of relief. Bringing up our past didn't set us on a course toward disaster like I was scared it would. I wasn't in the right mindset back then. I shook my head, drinking more of the whiskey, wondering how much of this Scottish gold I was going to need to get over this shit. I honestly can't imagine saying something like that to anyone, much less you. It's really difficult to explain, considering that technically I just met you, but fuck, Austin, I feel really close to you. I don't need my memories to feel that there's something between us, and it's something I can't ever imagine throwing away like that. Austin seemed to digest my words for a moment. I needed him to know I meant every word I said.
I put a hand on his arm, as if the physical touch would be some kind of signature on the dotted line. "I'm sorry," I said earnestly. "For everything I said, I know I can't remember any of the actual things I said, but seriously, I'm so fucking sorry for hurting you." Maybe one day I'd remember everything I said to him, or maybe I wouldn't, and Austin would be the only one with the full history of us. But that didn't matter to me in this moment. All I cared about was making sure Austin knew I felt sorry down to my bone marrow. If it meant I had to get down on my knees and beg for forgiveness, then I would, in a heartbeat. Thankfully, no kneeling was required. Austin smiled and said, "Thank you. I accept your apology, Sean." The use of my nickname sent sparkles of glitter and gold through my veins, pushing away all the anxious threads. "I'll make it up to you," I said. "Not sure how, but I'm gonna try. What kind of cake do you like?" "You don't have to do anything," he answered with a laugh. "But I'd like German chocolate cake." I filed that away for later. A cake wouldn't magically make everything better, but I'd at least make sure it tasted bomb as fuck. And the cake wouldn't be the only thing I did for him either. It was just the start. This was all just the start. I drank another sip of the whiskey, letting it warm my throat on the way down. Austin stood and went over to a record player sharing a shelf with a pair of beautiful trailing plants, letting their Swiss cheese-like leaves fall down in a green waterfall. He put on an artist I didn't recognize, the soft jazz tones of the music instantly transporting me to a different place. He walked back to the couch and sat, kicking his bare feet up onto the coffee table. "Who's that?" I asked, pointing to a photo of Austin and another man, both of them smiling wide in front of an elephant at the zoo. Austin put his feet back down on the rug, fisting his hands and resting them on his legs as he leaned forward. It was as if my question struck a raw nerve, like I was a dentist drilling into a molar without any anesthesia. "Forget it. You don't, that's... Dean." Austin's jaw twitched. He was my fiancé. That picture was taken a week before he proposed to me. We never got to get married. He died before we could have the Malibu wedding he was always talking about. "Oh, Austin, I didn't know." It's been 4 months without him. It doesn't get easier, but it does get numb. Every day I feel the pain a little less. Still there, though, like someone has my heart in their hands and they just squeeze every now and then. It's why I had to leave the city. Every single street reminded me of him, every park, every bodega, everything. That left me speechless. It was like a flash grenade had been lobbed through the window and exploded in the center of the living room. How did he pass? A hit and run. He was on his way to get some last-minute ingredients for our date night. Just crossing the street over to a bodega we always went to. He died before I could get downstairs. Austin. My God, I'm so sorry. Fuck. I've made as much peace with it as I can. Some days are easier than others, but being back in Blue Creek seems to be helping. He looked to me, a smile growing, slowly, on his face. "I thought I'd be avoiding the shit out of you, but thankfully it seems like life had different plans for me. Can I ask you, why Blue Creek? Why come back home?" I felt like I needed it. Besides, everything lined up so perfectly. Zane, he's the guy who opened the original Stonewall. He told us his plans about expanding and how he wanted to reach smaller communities that could use our help. I figured if it was too much, then I'd just move again. Has it been? Too much? Not at all. Austin said, his smile only growing. I could recognize the heartbreak in his gaze now, an echo of the pain that thrummed through him on a daily basis. His smile, though, that showed me the hope he still held, and it drew me in like a semi-drunken moth to a bright-as-fuck flame. "Where would you move to?" I asked. "If it weren't Blue Creek, where would you go?" Austin crossed his arms and looked up at the ceiling, thinking. "Probably somewhere overseas.
My mom and stepdad moved back to Spain, so that would be up there on the list. London, possibly.
All right, all places that really resemble Blue Creek.
Austin laughed loud at that. You're right. Very similar.
He shrugged, putting his feet back on the table.
I don't know what it is about this town. Something just pulls me back to it.
Yeah, I said, leaning back and melting into the couch. I wonder what that could be.
I wonder.
Austin parroted me. The conversation shifted into smoother waters as we talked about Spain, particularly about Granada, which was the city his parents were from. He showed me pictures of the medieval castles that crowned tree-covered hilltops, which you could see from his parents' yard, and he told me stories of being a kid and visiting his grandparents, getting lost with his cousins through the streets of the historic city. It felt like an entire night passed us by, but when I checked the clock, it had only been a couple of hours, marked by only one refill of my whiskey. Austin got up to put a new record on. My eyes made a quick round trip up and down his body, admiring the hunk of a man who walked back to the couch, his jeans bunching around the crotch so that it made the perfect pillow for my head.
Yeah, this is good whiskey.
I set the glass down on the coffee table as Austin sat back down, moving closer to me on the couch than he had been last time. The alcohol was knocking down every single one of my walls, relaxing my muscles and flooding my veins with a delicious, hazy warmth. My focus was drawn to the growing heat between my thighs, pulsing and spreading, making my thoughts a jumbled mess of holy shit, I want to jump on him right fucking now and feel his body all against mine, and no, this is wrong, it's too fast, I shouldn't. Then again, what was considered too fast when we'd known each other for years? When I'd had his body against mine, his lips against mine, I just couldn't remember. The thoughts careened against each other in my skull. I tuned it all out and let the whiskey river carry me down. I put a hand on Austin's leg, testing the waters. Austin didn't move away or stand up or tell me to leave. He did the opposite. He opened his legs wider. He looked at me. The same smolder I felt in my chest reflected back in his gaze. Austin licked his lips and put his big hand over mine, bringing my hand up higher on his thigh, inviting me in. My eyes widened as my hand moved over Austin's hard length, tucked into his pant leg. I looked down, admiring the outline of it, rubbing up and down, tracing the line of his head with my thumb. Austin throbbed in his pants as I leaned in and kissed him, lips and tongues crashing together, my free hand going up to cup Austin's head. I loved how his 5 o'clock shadow felt against my palms as I cupped his face, loving how his hard cock felt in my other hand. Fucking heaven. This kiss, this moment, Austin. All of it. It was all almost too good to be true. Like this second chance at pure happiness was all some kind of mirage. I kissed Austin harder. I wanted to make sure this wasn't fake. I moved so I could straddle him on the couch, pressing my own hardness against his firm stomach. He wasn't fading into a puff of smoke or vanishing into thin air. He kept kissing me, his hands sliding under my shirt and trailing over my back, my favorite spot to ever be touched. He seemed to have known this, touching me in a way that threw me into a trance. My eyes shut and I moaned, every muscle in my body releasing tension. Endorphins flooded through me, filling me with a blissful rush. He pushed his hips up, rubbing himself against me, driving me even wilder. And then, a switch flipped in my head. This was too soon. Austin had just finished talking to me about his deceased fiancée, and the heartbreak was still very real. It must have been why he left so abruptly after our first kiss. Even though he definitely wasn't leaving anywhere now, I couldn't help thinking that it would be best if I cut this short tonight. It would suck major balls, which unfortunately didn't seem to be in the cards for me, but it would be the right thing to do. I broke from the kiss, looking down into a pair of eyes that were equal parts familiar and new. I should get going, I said, my voice a little husky. I glanced at the clock on the wall as I got off Austin's lap.
You sure?
Austin asked. He stayed sitting, legs open, the throb in his pants catching my attention. I managed to pry my eyes back up to his before I ended up drooling.
Yeah, I've got an early morning tomorrow, I said. Shelley wants me doing the morning intake on the inventory. It was bullshit, but I felt like it was necessary bullshit. I didn't want anything fucking this up, and if that meant having to ignore the pulsing between my legs, then fine. I'd do it.
All right,
Austin said, standing so he could walk me out. I had a good night, Sean. So did I. And I kissed him again, making this one short but oh so fucking sweet, reaching around and grabbing a handful of ass before I left. Austin's appreciative grunt told me this wouldn't be the last time this happened. No, tonight wasn't about endings or goodbyes or last times. Tonight was all about new beginnings and fresh starts. I left Austin's house with my head in the clouds. I might not have remembered what we used to have, but I sure as hell was going to look forward to the things we could have. 11. Austin Romero. Driving around Blue Creek felt a little like driving around behind the wheel of a time machine. My mom moved us here from Spain after the divorce, Blue Creek having been where she was born and raised before she met my dad. I didn't grow up in this town, but damn did it still feel familiar. I felt like I grew up here, exploring every corner, every park, every creek. Not much had changed since I left either, which made it that much trippier. A little past Pebbles Park was the now converted silk warehouse, turned into a shopping and dining center. I was surprised at how packed the parking lot seemed to be. The warehouse, now called The Works, seemed to be attractive to a lot of out-of-towners, which was likely the exact thing that the mayor wanted happening when she approved of this project. It looked like something Dean would have really liked. In fact, driving around Blue Creek made me think a lot about him. I wondered where he would have liked to stop and check out. He was a big foodie, and although Blue Creek wasn't exactly known for its five-star gourmet cuisine, I had a couple of spots in mind that would have blown his socks right off. There were a lot of things I wondered if Dean would like. I wished I had the chance to show him around my old stomping grounds. I could have shown him the places I'd sneak off to for a moment of peace, or the places I found myself getting in trouble. I would have taken him to the movie theater next to the town square, or the secret garden I found behind one of my favorite coffee shops. Dean was constantly on my mind, and I was glad I got to talk about him with Charlie a couple of nights ago. It was a cathartic moment. I thought it would be too difficult to speak about, too painful. I hadn't really talked about Dean or his death with anyone, and I hadn't realized just how much damage that was doing to me. Like I was being constricted by an anaconda without ever even realizing it, not understanding that my very bones were cracking under the weight. That pressure was gone. I could breathe easier now. I could feel things again. And I certainly felt things that night, with Charlie on top of me, kissing me, rubbing me. I was ready to carry him into the bedroom and tear his clothes off like a savage animal hungry for its prey. I was also grateful Charlie cut it short. My body may have been crying out for him, but I knew my heart needed a moment to process the night. Not only had we discussed Dean, but we also talked about what happened between us. It was another crucial piece to the healing process, and I felt like his apology was sincere. I didn't need to tell him everything that happened that night, either. It wouldn't change anything, so why do it? He knew the essence of what happened the night we split, and he apologized for it. It was time to move on. And that's exactly what I planned to do. I kept driving, going toward the outskirts of town where the homes were less taken care of and the people offered fewer smiles. This part of town was called the Blades, named after the three rocky hills that divided the west of Blue Creek from the east. Although locals liked to say it was called the Blades because of the number of blades you needed to carry with you to feel safe. It actually wasn't that bad. And the people who still liked to joke about that usually made my eyes roll. I had a few friends in college who lived in the Blades, and I'd ride my bike over to their houses almost every weekend, and never once did I feel unsafe. I never carried a blade, either. Today I wasn't planning on visiting anyone's house. I pulled into a nearly empty parking lot underneath a golden-brown sign that read, "Honey and Wood, Blue Creek's premier adult entertainment." There was a dripping honey pot on one side of the sign and a log of suspiciously phallic-shaped wood on the other. A muscular guy wearing white booty shorts and a neon-pink tank top came out of the red leather doors with a trash bag over his shoulder, his red high tops crunching over the gravel. I intercepted him on the way back from the trash cans. "Hey, you work here?" "No, I work at the pediatrician's office down the street." All right, so the guy had sass. He crossed his arms, making the muscles in his biceps pop, his dark skin shining under the late afternoon sun. "What do you want?" "My name's Austin. I'm a private detective, and I wanted to chat with the owner, Hank. Is he around?" He arched a brow. "Nice to meet you, Austin. I'm Domino, and no, he's not here. Evan is, though, the other owner."
Maybe he'll know something.
"I'd like to talk to him then," I said, pulling out my ID and showing it to Domino, who didn't even glance at it before he turned and started toward the strip club's entrance. "Not a lot of people say that," Domino said. "Let me go find him. He's got an anger thing, so just watch out for that." I followed Domino into a smoky room, where a woman behind a glass window was scrolling through her phone, only throwing a cursory look our way before letting us down the hall and into the main room. Here, 3 stages were set up, with 2 poles on each. Chairs and booths were arranged all around the room, the VIP tables closest to the runways. There were mirrors on the ceiling and walls, bouncing the rays of neon-colored lights that cut through the curling smoke in the air. The place wasn't completely empty, with a handful of men watching as a nimble little twink spun around the pole in a light blue thong and high heels. Today was a Thursday, which meant it was Wood Day. All the strippers were men. It meant the club was constantly attracting a wide mix of clientele and their wallets, drawing gay guys and women by the hundreds on almost every weekend Wood night, most of them driving from the nearby cities and college towns for a fun night out. "You can hang by the bar while I go get Evan," Domino said before disappearing behind a curtain of beads. The TVs were playing the news instead of music videos, which I assumed had to do with the earlier crowd. Every station was talking about the breaking news. Blue Creek's sheriff busts massive drug operation. Apparently, even small towns could attract large heroin dens. I didn't have to wait around for very long. Domino reappeared 5 minutes later with an annoyed-looking Evan on his tail. He was a bigger guy with a mustache and goatee that seemed to be meticulously cared for. Both his arms were covered in black and white ink, with a few tattoos going around his neck and under the hem of his black t-shirt. His handshake was as firm as I expected it to be. "Thanks, Dom," he said in a dismissive tone. Domino made a curtsy, attaching an eye roll to it that Evan missed, but I caught. He went back through the curtain of beads, leaving me and Evan alone at the bar. "What do you want?" Evan asked me, looking me up and down. "I'm not fond of police." "I'm not either," I said. "I'm a private detective. I don't work for the police." "Question still stands. What do you want?"
For you to take the fucking 10-inch stick out of your ass?
"Information," I answered. I figured I should keep my thoughts to myself in this instance. "Your partner Hank seems to be hard to get in touch with, so I'm hoping you might be able to help me with a case." Evan sighed like I had just asked him to clean the entire club with a toothbrush. "I don't like getting involved in Hank's shit." "So you open up an entire strip club with the guy?" I shot back. Evan didn't seem to like that. He had been halfway sitting on a bar stool and was now on both feet, chest out. "I just need some information," I repeated. Nothing in my tone or posture said I was backing down from this, even though I could tell that's what Evan wanted me to do. "Did you ever see Hank meeting with Charlie Marsh?" I showed Evan a picture of Charlie, in case he needed his memory jogged. "Yeah," he said after a few moments of grinding his teeth. "I remember that face." "And did Hank ever mention why he was meeting with Charlie? Was it a business thing? Friendship?" "I don't think it would be any of that. Hank runs all his business shit through me, and Hank doesn't have any friends." I rubbed the bridge of my nose and said, "All right, so did he say anything about why he was meeting Charlie?" Maybe it had to do with Hank's feud, I don't know. Feud? I asked, cocking my head. Music pounded out of a nearby speaker, but I could hear Evan's every word. He's got this thing with the popes. It all started when Hank dated Carrie for a few months. I told the idiot not to do it, but he didn't listen. The sheriff's tried shutting us down about 100 times now, and each time pissed Hank off more than the last. Evan paused and leaned on the bar, ordering a shot of vodka before turning his attention back to me. Why don't you ask him all this? I've been trying to, but Hank's harder to contact than the Pope. Do you know where he's at? Evan shook his head. Not a fucking clue. He shot back the vodka and slid the glass to the bartender. Are we done here? I've got shit to do. I've just got a few. Great, thanks for coming. Enjoy Twinkle Toes over there. Evan pushed off the bar and started walking away. Something about him giving his back to me made my blood boil. I got up from the stool and caught up to him in a few seconds. Hold up, hold up. He didn't stop walking, so I reached out and grabbed him by the shoulder. Big mistake. A guy like Evan didn't seem to like getting grabbed, almost as much as I didn't like being ignored. He turned around, but he turned around swinging. His fist cut through the air, and I almost caught it with my jaw, but thankfully, my reflexes had been quickened by years of jiu-jitsu. I snapped up and grabbed the fist in my palm, the impact sending a ray of burning pain through my hand, but nothing like the pain I would have felt if he knocked me across the jaw. I twisted his hand, bringing it down and using the momentum to turn him around. He pushed back with all the force he had, like a rhino barreling through a wall. I stumbled and lost my footing. We both fell down onto the ground, exactly the place you'd most want to avoid in a strip club. Evan had fallen on top of me, and he used it as an advantage, pinning both my hands down. People were yelling, but no one seemed to be listening. Evan looked pissed, his mustache and goatee popping against the maroon red of his face, veins bulging across his forehead. Evan wasn't a fighter, though. He might have been a big and intimidating guy, but he didn't know how to fight, how to make sure all his weaknesses were covered. His biggest weakness certainly wasn't. I drove my free leg up between us, slamming my knee into his nuts. Evan's eyes almost popped out of his skull. He gasped and mouthed a few unintelligible words before he collapsed to the side in a fetal position, clutching his stomach like I'd just ripped it out through his belly button. It wasn't exactly an elegant way to end the fight, but it did the trick. Domino was there helping me up. "You all right?" he asked. Yeah, I'm good." The bartender had run around the bar and was trying to help Evan, but she couldn't do anything besides rub his back. By then, 2 massive bouncers were running toward us. I put my hands up to prove I wasn't a threat. "Get him out!" Evan shouted through the tears that were streaming down his cheek, his voice sounding a pitch higher. The bouncers grabbed me by my elbows and practically dragged me to the exit, pushing me out into the bright sunlight and slamming the doors shut behind me.
12. Charlie Marsh. No, Charlie, no, not like that. You stack the cans like this. Liam pushed me aside and rearranged the shelf of cat food so that it looked even uglier than how I had them. I couldn't even tell what his original intention was, but I also didn't care all that much. Liam Hardy joined the team 2 weeks ago, a college graduate with a degree in philosophy who had to move back to Blue Creek and live with his parents. He was quick to tell me that we had a brief friendship a few years ago, although I couldn't remember a single inch of his face. I also wasn't sure how we were friends in the first place. Liam wasn't only shitty at stacking cat food, he was also a pretty shitty guy. He had a bad attitude, a terrible work ethic, and always had a shady comment to say. There, much better. Now it doesn't look like a rabid cat got into it. I started to walk away. That's exactly what it looks like, I said. On top of all that, I just didn't get any good vibes from him. There were moments I'd catch him staring, either at Shelley or at customers in a way that set off some red flags, and the muttering he constantly did under his breath definitely didn't help his case. "You done for the day?" Shelley asked, knowing very well that I was done for the day. "For the weekend," I said, grabbing my stuff from the cubby in the back room. "I'm heading upstairs to meet with Austin. He's got an update on my case, and then I'm going to the cabin." "Oh, is that why you're going upstairs?" "Why else would I go upstairs?" Shelley shrugged, sitting down in front of her computer and moving a stack of loose papers off her keyboard. So that someone else could go downstairs?
What's that?
Shelley!
She threw a stress ball at me.
Go,
She said, the two of us laughing. I left before she could clock the blush I felt spreading across my face. The Stonewall offices were coming along quick. They moved in about a week ago, and there was already furniture in the front room and art hanging up on the walls, although some of the furniture seemed a little tiny for the space. Darian smiled at me from behind his desk. On his shoulder was an inquisitive Houston, who appeared to be memorizing whatever Darian had pulled up on his computer.
Hey, man. Austin's waiting for you in his office.
Perfect, thank you. I gave a friendly knock on his desk and walked into the short hallway.
And don't let Houston bother you too much. Don't worry, he's not. We've got a good partnership going. I'm heading out, but he's taking over the night shift. Ain't that right, Houston?
Houston gave an agreeable caw. I laughed and knocked on Austin's door. His gruff voice answered, and I walked inside. He sat up in his chair and gave me a warm smile, the kind that reached his eyes. I hadn't seen him since I left his place and jumped into his lap the other night, so it was good to see the smile and not a frown. Meant I still had a chance.
The office is coming along great, I said, looking around Austin's cozy office.
He had a bookshelf in the corner next to the window, and although it was only half full, the books that were there all looked like books I had read and loved. A mix of high fantasy and some young adult books that crossed over into an older audience, along with some big nonfiction books. There were a couple of different trinkets and mementos placed throughout the shelf, one of them catching my attention.
Hey, I have that same figurine.
Not surprising. We bought it together on a trip to Canada. It was for a club we were both in, but we ditched the group and spent 2 days exploring Ontario alone. We had a blast, even though you almost got me arrested. I sat down for this, jaw open.
No fucking way. What did I do?
You wanted to get a picture of this really cool sculpture garden we found? You walked through a hole in the fence that happened to be getting fixed that same day, so we didn't realize we were trespassing. You got your pictures, but then security came and started being dicks, telling you that you had to delete your photos.
Did I?
No, but that's not what got us in trouble. One of the security guys ended up calling you a slur, and then I just see red. I punched him so hard that he passed out. All right, logically, I could see how the story wasn't supposed to turn me on, but physically, I couldn't help it. Then what happened? I asked, fully invested in the story. An odd thing considering I was one of the main subjects of said story. We ran. Met up with our group the next day and acted like nothing ever happened. The pictures came out great, though. I decided I'd have to look for those photos somewhere. I still had a few old phones. Maybe I could charge one up and find them. And it'd be nice to have the same memories Austin had, even if I had to color them in with forgotten photographs. It's what I did with my family when I first woke up from my coma, and it helped me reconnect with my friends, too. We'd watch dumb videos we filmed together, and even though I didn't remember, I could still feel the connections grow stronger. Do you have any photos of us together? Austin shook his head in answer. We were so secretive, you didn't even want to be around cameras if we were together. Really? I dropped my head, looking down at my fists in my lap. Fuck, Austin. I was really messed up back then, I'm sorry. You weren't messed up, you were just figuring things out. Sometimes it takes longer for some people. Nah, you don't have to be nice. I shouldn't have hurt you in the process. It's fucked up. Austin's eyes bounced between me. He seemed to be thinking about something, and I realized I'd give almost anything to know what it was. Did he really forgive me for the shit I put him through? And if he didn't, would I ever be able to make it up to him? Also, what shit did I even put him through? Let's get to the main agenda, Austin said after a short moment. He opened a folder on his desk and clicked his computer awake. I wanted to fall down the rabbit hole of our past together, but figuring out what was happening in the present did sound just as important. I've been able to gather a few big pieces of information. I have a list of people I want to look into a little further. Read it over and tell me if I should add anyone on there. He pushed the folder across the desk and into my hands. It was a small list, Which made sense, since I wasn't exactly one to make a lot of enemies. Hank Traynor, Michelle Pope, Carrie Pope. The girls, Carrie and Michelle, you don't think... Austin's lips slanted, chair creaking under him as he leaned back. We know you and Michelle don't have a great track record. And after my visit to Honey and Wood, I found out Hank had a thing with Carrie. All three of them, Austin circled the first three names with a red pen, are suspicious to me. Hank and Carrie? Is that why the Popes hate Hank then? I'm pretty sure. I ran a hand through my hair and pushed the folder back to Austin. But then, why come after me and not Hank? You two were working together on something. Maybe the attempt on your life was enough to scare Hank into permanent silence. Whoever's behind your fall might not want to risk anything else, so they're letting him slide for now. Austin let out a heavy breath. Or maybe Hank is the one behind it and wanted to get rid of you to tie up a loose end. I'm trying to track him down, but no one seems to have a rat's-assed clue on where he is. Even his dickhead business partner couldn't give me answers. Evan? Yeah, he's a douche. Always really angry, too. Yeah, Austin said, cracking a knuckle. I found that out. He seemed to consider something before he quickly jotted Evan's name down on the suspect list. Before I could ask what happened, Austin continued, I do need you to be extra vigilant, Sean. Now that Stonewall is here and I'm investigating it, I'm worried that things could heat up again. Whoever tried hurting you may want to finish what they started. The thought sent a cold shiver down my spine. I liked things better when I thought it was an accident. I rested my head on my hands, looking out the window at the cloudy gray skies. Maybe it's not a good idea for me to go spend a weekend alone in a secluded cabin, then? No, I don't think it is. I picked my head up, and a smile crept across my face. What if I don't go alone, then? That's probably better, yeah. I nodded and stood up, feeling a rush of endorphins that usually preceded a great idea, or a really shitty one. Sometimes it was a toss-up. Come with me. I turned to Austin, the smile growing on my face. We can get away from the bullshit and relax, just for the weekend. It'll be nice. Is this your parents' cabin? On Deer Lodge Road? Yes, I answered apprehensively. We've been there together, haven't we? A few times, Austin said. There seemed to be a spark growing in his eyes, his smile twitching wider, although I could have been projecting. It was somewhere we could be completely alone together. I crossed my arms and leaned against the wall, licking my lips. Let's go then. Let's be alone together all over again. Austin filled his lungs with a breath. He looked out the window, blocking me from the smile I could hear in his voice. Fine. Yeah, I'll go. I don't have anything scheduled for this weekend. If I hear anything about Hank, then I could always drive back real quick. Perfect, I said, pushing off the wall and clapping my hands. It'll be fun, just like old times. Just like old times. And even though I really had no idea what exactly happened in those old times, I felt myself getting more and more excited to relive them. Austin's gaze turned back my way. His square jaw and full lips caught a lone ray of sunshine that had dashed through a momentary break in the clouds. His skin seemed to glow gold for that fleeting moment before another heavy cloud drifted across the sky and cut off the spotlight. I tried not to think about how warm the room suddenly felt, or how hard my heart started to beat. My memory might have been complete dog shit, but I was positive I'd never felt like this for anyone before. Well, maybe except for Austin. Was that all for the update on the case? I asked, trying to get my thoughts back on track. Austin nodded and readjusted himself in his chair. That was when a loud crack sounded through the tiny office, and before I could even blink, Austin dropped and hit the floor with a surprised grunt, the broken pieces of his chair surrounding him like shrapnel. The shock hadn't worn off, but the laughter quickly started as I helped Austin up to his feet, kicking aside a snapped chair leg. You good? I asked. Some dust colored the side of his dark pants. Without thinking, I leaned in and rubbed it clean. Thank you, Austin said, still chuckling. Yeah, I'm fine. He looked down at the mess on the tiled floor. I knew that was going to happen.
You don't think it was someone trying to finish the job, right?
No, it's just Darian ordering us furniture from Toys R Us.
We were laughing again, and also standing close. Really close. The laughter died down, but the heat in the room didn't. I could practically feel his breath on my face, feel his body against mine. I looked up into his hazel eyes, which looked emerald green in the moment, and I felt myself falling, as surely as Austin had just fell. Except mine wasn't the fault of gravity or physics. I was falling for an entirely different reason. And that reason was moving closer and closer to me, his hands on my hips now, his chest pressing against mine. Underneath his shirt, his muscles moved and twitched as he pushed me back against the wall, his eyes growing with the flames of need. Those same flames grew wild inside me, making the room even hotter, making me even hungrier. "Kiss me, Austin," I said, breathless, running my hands through his thick, dark head of hair, steering his lips toward mine. I pushed my hips forward, not being shy about just how much I wanted Austin, and when he pressed back onto me, I could tell he wasn't being shy either. My mouth started to water, and I broke from the kiss, needing more. This moment had been years in the making, and I wanted to milk it for every last drop. Quite literally. I started working on the buttons of his shirt, revealing a clean and tanned chest with a muscular chest I immediately wanted to drown in. I leaned in and kissed him, his skin soft against my lips. He moaned as I licked around his pebbled nipple, taking it between my teeth and sucking. I looked up, smiling as I moved to his other nipple. I kissed and sucked and nibbled, running my hands up and down his chest, wrapping a hand around the back of his neck and coming back for a kiss. I fucking loved having his tongue swirling around mine. "No one's in the office, right?" I asked, shooting a glance at the closed door.
Darian left for the day. It's just us.
"Good," I said, kissing my way down Austin's chest, down his taut stomach, kissing the dark happy trail that led me toward my pot of gold. Judging by the twitching outline in Austin's pants, I had a few hefty handfuls of gold to look forward to playing with. But before I could even get my hands in the pot, the worst thing imaginable happened. The door handle turned. What happened next shocked us right back to Flaccid Town. 13. Austin Romero. Charlie's kiss brought me back to the days we'd sneak off to find a closet or bathroom stall we could stuff ourselves in. He always knew exactly how to move his tongue, where to put his hands, how much pressure to lay on me. He was made to kiss me, and I felt made to kiss him. There was less guilt, too, now that we had talked about Dean, and Charlie understood a piece of what I had been through. I didn't feel like I was cheating on Dean, which was a stretch to begin with, but death sometimes caused those illogical thoughts to take root and flourish. Charlie's kiss took a weed whacker to that garden of toxic thoughts. I wanted to dive right into him. I was seconds away from dramatically clearing my desk and sitting him on top of it so that we could test the sturdiness of the rest of the furniture, when suddenly the door swung open. Charlie and I jumped off each other. "Are you kidding me?" I asked. "Houston, go! Go!" Charlie said, shooing away the cockatoo perched on the door handle. Houston was making a sound very similar to a laugh as he bobbed his head up and down, waving his yellow crest and opening his white wings. "When did he learn how to open doors?" Charlie laughed as Houston flew over to his shoulder and started preening his hair. "A few months ago, when Shelley thought she could also teach him how to do basic chores around the store. All he learned was how to open doors and how to turn on the microwave." I gave the parrot a couple of chin scratches, earning a couple of gracious chirrups. Charlie glanced at the clock on the wall. "I need to get home and pack a bag for the cabin. You sure you want to come?" "Yeah, I'm sure. Just going to finish up some things here, and then I'll get home and do the same." Charlie smiled, his lips still shining wet from our kiss. Heat coursed through me, and my briefs felt tight, the pressure inside me only building instead of diminishing. If Charlie stayed in my office for 1 minute longer, we'd be sending Houston on whatever errand Shelley trained him for. They both left, and I went to sit back down at my desk, thinking I could take care of the throbbing issue Charlie's touch left me with. "Ah, fuck," I said, getting down on my hands and knees,
so I could pick up the mess of the broken chair. Charlie's cabin was tucked away in the White Mountain National Forest, a short drive away from our town in the always scenic state of New Hampshire. I remembered coming here during college on a couple of unforgettable weekends. We'd spend the day kayaking and fishing and sunning by the lake to come back to the cabin and get in the hot tub together, our clothes never staying on very long. We'd get out of the hot tub, still dripping wet and kissing and rubbing, and we'd move over to the outdoor lounge area, looking out over a sea of rolling trees. It was completely private, and the only way anyone would spot us was if they had a drone, which back then was unheard of. We'd hook up on that outdoor bed for hours, watching the sun slowly creep down the sky, talking about the stupidest shit and laughing until our faces were cherry red. Then we'd go at it all over again, making our faces red for entirely different reasons. Stunning, huh? Charlie asked, hand on his backpack strap. They renovated it last year, so there's no way you remember any of this. He was right. The cabin definitely looked different with its modernized facelift. A new screened-in porch, a new dark blue paint job, the sunroom that wasn't there before, a fire pit that looked perfect for s'mores and ghost stories. The landscaping, which had never been maintained when we were younger, now looked magazine-ready, with large pebbles, ferns, lavender, and more things I couldn't name, swirling together to create a beautiful painting. It still feels the same, I said, even with all the changes. I looked around, my sneakers crunching on the gravel driveway. We played cards for hours under that tree once, and we had a picnic over there, across the street and next to the river. And we would take naps together on those chairs on the porch. They look like the same exact chairs, actually. I walked onto the porch, wood creaking under my steps, and I touched the wicker chairs. Sorry. I turned back to Charlie, who had followed me onto the porch. I didn't think I'd get so sentimental about coming back here. Keep going, Charlie said. I want to hear about everything we used to do here. His gem-like blue eyes seemed genuinely interested in a lengthy trip down memory lane. The early afternoon sun hung bright in the cloudless sky, highlighting the golden head of freshly cut and styled blonde hair. Charlie looking like a damn model, good enough for a billboard in Times Square. One of those cologne billboards, with the sexiest and moodiest and most fuckable guys you'd ever laid eyes on, magnified to planet-sized proportions. Yeah. Charlie belonged up there with that magnetic smile and sunshine-bright gaze. The billboard model gave me a tour of the new cabin while I recounted stories that happened throughout, having one for pretty much every room. They didn't all end up with us taking our clothes off, like the one time I chased Charlie around the downstairs game room with a dead cockroach on a stick. Charlie deathly afraid of even the dead kind of bugs. Charlie and I had an abundance of memories, something I realized only now that I was going down the list. I had tried to bury this history after Charlie and I had our last fight, moving to the city and putting it all in the rearview, thinking I'd never come back to any of it. Damn, was I wrong. Set everything down in here and let's go hang out on the deck, Charlie said as we walked into the master bedroom. It felt like a spa, with dark walls and a huge four-post bed, white linens and fluffed white pillows looking like they were plucked from the clouds. I noticed he didn't tell me to get set up in one of the guest rooms, which I wasn't exactly mad about. So? Charlie asked as we entered the kitchen. Do you hate it or love it? I fucking love it. Are you kidding me? Your parents killed it with the upgrades. I opened up a bottle of red wine on the black and white granite counter. The kitchen was probably one of the rooms with the most changes, feeling way more open and airy since the last time I was here, with a direct line of sight into the living room and the stunning bay windows that looked out toward the mountain range. There were heavy copper pendulum lights and sleek copper hardware that made the navy blue cabinets pop. I didn't mention the story about the time we used an entire can of whipped cream and a container of cherries the last time we were in here. Thanks for coming with, Char said as he grabbed the glass I poured in. For a split second, I was about to lean in and offer him a kiss as a "you're welcome," but I managed to stop myself and offer him a verbal "not a problem" instead.
Being back in this cabin, even with all the changes, was throwing me right back to that mindset of me being a 19, 20-year-old kid, falling head over heels for someone who was building up walls against me at the exact same time. It had been a tragic past, but maybe we could work on building a brighter future. I followed Charlie onto the deck and took a seat on the couch next to him, looking out at the dipping and rising endless line of trees. A symphony of bird songs filled the air and added a relaxing soundtrack to this already serene moment. Cheers. Charlie lifted his glass, smiling wide. To making new memories. Cheers. Our glasses clinked, and I drank my wine and felt the same urge as I did before. The one that shouted at me to lean in and kiss him. To just press my lips against Charlie's, Charlie kissed me. Quick and soft and everything I wanted in that moment. He sat back on the couch, smile turning mischievous. Nice view, huh? He said, looking out at the skyline. The best I've ever seen, I said, unable to pry my eyes off him. We drank our wine and relaxed into the moment, chatting about random bullshit and moving closer and closer on the couch. Charlie brought out his phone and started to play some music as I poured us each another glass. With every sip, my muscles became more relaxed and my thoughts were more, well, horny, no way around it. This red wine was going straight to my crotch, and every time I looked to Charlie's handsome face and big arms and tree-trunk legs, I just got even more turned on.
Look,
Charlie said, sitting up and pointing.
it's a peregrine falcon. I haven't seen one of those out here in years.
He stood and walked slowly to the edge of the deck where he could get a better look at the hawk perched nearby. It was difficult for me to admire the hawk when all I wanted to do was drink Charlie up with my eyes. His khaki shorts fit tight around his bubble butt, and they hugged onto his thighs, showing off the tentacles of an octopus tattoo he had on his upper thigh. One of the sexiest goddamn tattoos I'd ever seen. I went with him to get it after he came back from a conservation trip, working with a rare breed of octopus. It was his first tattoo, and I almost got a similar one that same day, but backed out at the last second. His passion for animals had always been strong, and it clearly hadn't waned. Any more tattoos? I asked as Charlie came back, the falcon flying away on silent wings. One, he said, and lifted up his shirt. Underneath his belly button in a bold script was the word willpower. I got it after my accident. Well, accident, I guess. There were a few weeks after I woke up that I really felt like giving up. I was in constant pain on top of the shit I was dealing with, my memory loss, and I just wanted to give up. Then I remembered a saying. I'm not sure exactly where I got it from, but once I remembered it, it changed everything. What was the saying? It was, even if you're lacking power, you never lack will. Use the will, and you'll find the power, I said, completing the saying. Exactly. How do you know? I gave a gruff laugh. Because I'm the one who used to say it to you. Charlie's eyebrows jumped halfway up his face. He set his glass of wine down on the table and turned to me. Shit, so I remembered something then. I'm not a lost cause. You never were a lost cause, Shar. I gave him a dimple-forming smirk. Even when I thought you were. It was Charlie's time to give a gruff laugh. He picked his wine glass back up and drank, sinking back into the couch. His knee tapped against mine, and I thought he'd move his leg back, but he left it, his leg resting against mine, both of us man-spreading in a way that would be inappropriate for a subway, but perfect for right now. The mood began to shift. Wine and laughter were flowing, two of the world's biggest aphrodisiacs. Mix in a second chance at getting Charlie's naked body underneath mine, and consider me sprung. Oh, damn, I love this song, Charlie said, moving side to side on the couch. He lifted his glass and started to sing along. I turned the music up and shot a wink at Charlie as I stood. The mixture of top-shelf red wine and fresh mountain air made me feel playful, and this weekend trip was all about following my urges. I swung my hips and started dancing to the song, the sultry singer providing the perfect background to my swaying. Charlie clapped, eyes wide, as he smiled and said, "All right, okay. I didn't know Mr. Romero had all these moves in him." As if his words were gasoline to the fire, I started dancing even wilder, tossing my head back and grabbing my chest, rubbing my stomach while grinding my hips to the beat. Charlie spurred me on. Get it, that's it. Drop it. Lower, lower. Oh, shit. I couldn't get any lower, dropping to my hands and knees, grinning devilishly as I popped my ass up and down to the song. Charlie's eyes almost bulged right out of his skull. Speaking of bulges, Charlie clearly liked my dancing. Those tiny light blue shorts he wore looked even smaller now that his dick was fighting for space. I got back on my feet. As hot and lust-filled as this moment was, I also felt a heaviness creep into my chest. This was Charlie Marsh, the boy who broke my heart. Could he be the man to fix it? Only one way to find out.
14. Charlie Marsh. Austin had me hypnotized. It didn't matter that he moved a little offbeat or that the view behind him was straight out of a postcard. My eyes were glued to Austin and all of his 6'3" figure, his hips swaying side to side, his hands rubbing himself up and down, lifting his shirt and highlighting a washboard set of abs. "Take it off! Take it off!" I shouted so I could be heard over the music. Austin listened, grabbing the hem of his shirt and tugging it over his head. His pants hung low on his hips, showing off the V-muscles that dipped down toward a heavy-looking package. I licked my lips and sat back in my seat, grinning as Austin dipped down into a squat. He bounced to the song until the beat changed, and I started to cheer. He dropped onto his fours and pushed his ass out. Then he started to grind on the floor, his body moving in undulating and hypnotizing waves. I clapped loud and leaned in, cheering him on. "Get it, Austin, get it!" He dropped lower and rolled onto his back. His moves left my jaw on the floor and my underwear feeling way too tight. Austin opened his legs and rubbed, thrusting up to the sky. There was a mouth-watering bulge forming in his crotch, making my dick twitch against my thigh. I pressed my legs together, not bothering to cover how excited I was getting. My shorts were tight, and the light blue did nothing to hide my growing boner. Austin rolled back on his hands and knees and crawled to me, a devilish smirk on his face. The gold in his earring glinted with the sun sitting directly above us. His eyes shone too, the hazel kaleidoscope casting a spell on me. The song changed into something slower, and Austin didn't even blink, adjusting to the new beat as he climbed onto my lap, grinding and holding onto my neck. The feeling of his weight on me was heavenly. I pushed up, wanting more of him, the pressure between my thighs only growing, the flames growing with it. I couldn't resist reaching up and touching his bare chest, squeezing the solid pecs and rubbing his hard nipples. He had dark curly hair that felt so fucking good under my hands, and I couldn't stop rubbing him. Except I wanted more. I brought my hands down to his hips and leaned forward, kissing his chest. His intoxicating scent filled me as I took in a breath with my nose buried in his chest hair. Austin seemed to like it since he grabbed my head and pressed me in, holding me against his chest as he continued to grind on me. I could feel how hard Austin was, and it only made me even harder, my cock throbbing now. Austin leaned down and kissed me, grabbing my head in his hands as he did. I let him steer, his taste on my tongue making me a whole other kind of drunk. My world seemed to hone in on one thing and one thing only, getting us naked. "Stand up," I said through a ragged breath. Austin did, standing in all his muscular glory, the sun washing over him and making the shadows that highlighted his muscles even more dramatic. He looked like an exquisite painting, a flawless marble sculpture. He looked fucking perfect. I reached for his pants and undid the button, pulling the zipper down over his bulge. One tug was all they needed to drop in a puddle of fabric. He wore a pair of pink briefs with a thick white waistband. My eyes went straight to the growing wet spot at the tip of his length, the fabric straining around him as he gave a rogue throb. "Let me help with this," I said, rubbing him over his briefs and admiring the heat and feel of him.
He grinned as he looked down, opening his stance wider and hooking 2 thumbs on either side of his briefs. The next second, he had his briefs joining the puddle of clothes on the floor. It took everything in me to stop myself from saying, "Holy fuck, that's beautiful." Austin's dick was the reason I was born gay. I just knew it, down in my rainbow and eggplant emoji-filled bones. His cock was perfect. Girthy, lengthy, dripping, uncircumcised, crowned with a patch of trimmed dark hair, along with a pair of balls I immediately wanted to put in my mouth. Her fucking fection. I rubbed his thighs as I slowly moved in, admiring the twitching of his cock as I got closer, breathing softly on his head, holding his shaft and stroking the soft skin, pulling it back and revealing that sexy dripping head. The heat rolling off him traveled from my palm straight to my core, tightening it, widening it like a broken spring ready to burst. He moaned as I kissed the head of his cock, flicking my tongue over his slit and tasting even more of him. I looked up and had my breath stolen by the fiery gaze Austin served me. This was vastly different from the day at Austin's house when I could almost smell his apprehension to hooking up. Even though we had done it years ago, and I couldn't remember a fucking second of it, I still thought I needed to back off that night, having just learned about Dean and what he meant to Austin. There was zero apprehension today, obvious in how Austin rubbed his cock against my lips. He gripped himself by the base and painted my lips with his pre-cum. I licked it all up, grinning as Austin gave my cheeks a slap with his meaty tool. Electric shocks of pleasure coursed through me. He did it again to the same effect. I pushed in, burying my nose between his legs, inhaling and wanting every single inch of him. I took him in my mouth. I had to stretch my jaw to fit him, and I couldn't take all of him either, but what I did stuff in my mouth was more than enough. He let out another moan as I swirled my tongue around him, massaging his balls with my free hand. He pushed forward, trying to fit more of him down my throat. I accepted the challenge, gagging but working through it, grabbing his thighs and asking for more, pushing him in deeper, his cock playing tag with my tonsils. When I pulled off him for a breath, a string of saliva connected us. I used it as lube, stroking him with both hands, licking his slit and making him shiver again. "Let's go inside," Austin said. "But take your clothes off before we go." I looked down, surprised I still had clothes on and that I wasn't sitting in a pile of ashes. Austin helped pull my shirt over my head, and then I worked on my shorts, pulling my jockstrap down along with them. The two of us were butt-ass naked, standing on the deck, surrounded by nature for as far as the eye could see, and nothing could ever feel more right. We started to kiss, our bodies fitting together like puzzle pieces. I reached down and grabbed us both in my hand, rubbing our cocks together while we kissed and drank each other in, our bodies responding to the immense pleasure with involuntary moans and groans. My hand grew slick from all the pre-cum between us. The wet sound of me stroking us both mixed with the sound of our kissing. "Inside," Austin said, breathless. I nodded, unsure I even wanted to move, but figuring a bed wouldn't be too bad right now. Austin led me inside, his body looking even more heavenly now that he was completely naked. I could admire the way his ass jiggled with every step, and how his thick thighs twitched when he walked, along with those 2 dimples of muscles on his lower back that I promised myself I had to kiss. We went to my bedroom, which I realized Austin needed no help in finding. He opened the door and stepped inside, looking around with a wow under his breath. "It hasn't changed," he said, this time louder. I shook my head. "It's the one room in the cabin that my parents didn't touch. Apparently I was pretty loud about them not changing anything in here, but I don't remember why." I walked over to the bed and sat on the edge, the fluffy white comforter sinking underneath me. The room wasn't anything overly special, with wooden floors and light wooden walls. There was a shelf that still held books I would read as a kid, along with a couple of transforming toys I played with. The TV was even the same one I had as a teenager, a big silver brick of a thing that looked like it weighed more than the mountain we were currently on. "It's literally how I remember it," Austin said, looking around the room like he was at a museum. One that you could attend naked, wearing only a swinging erection. "Come over here and help me remember then." My eyes were glued on Austin's stiff cock, jutting out from him and practically begging to be stuffed between my lips. Austin seemed to have other plans, though. He came over and pushed me down onto the bed, dragging me up higher so that I was splayed out in the center like a horny starfish.
Fucking delicious.
Austin growled as he got onto the bed and grabbed my cock in his hands. I dropped my head back and closed my eyes, surrendering myself to the rush of pleasure that washed over me as Austin wrapped his lips around my dick. My toes curled, my heart pounded, skin flushed. I lifted my head, watching as Austin worked on swallowing me whole. He didn't have any inhibitions as he sucked me off, saliva dripping down my balls and onto the bed. That's it, just like that, baby. Suck it just like that.
You like that?
He asked, smiling as he licked down my shaft. All I could answer with was an the word getting trapped in my throat. My entire body tensed as Austin's wet and warm mouth pushed me closer and closer to the brink. I'm so fucking close, I announced, not sure how much longer I could last. Austin took that as a challenge. He climbed onto the bed between my legs and grabbed both our hard cocks in his hand. He used the slickness from mine to lube us both as he stroked, biting his bottom lip as he looked down at me. It was all I needed to bust. I dropped my head back and shouted out some words that didn't make sense together. Ropes of cum shot through the air, hitting my chin and pooling on my chest, each one bringing a fresh spasm of ecstasy. The sight of me drenched in my own cum must have been all Austin needed to get off. He gave an animalistic grunt and blew his seed, adding to the sticky mess that was beginning to drip down my sides. The primal sounds of our orgasms were replaced by the blissed-out heavy breathing from the two of us. Austin wore the sexiest, most relaxed smile as he caught his breath, his gaze seeming to drink me up. I smiled back at him. You, want to get me a towel before I'm permanently glued to the bed? Austin laughed at that.
I wouldn't mind that, actually.
Yeah, well, I think I would. More laughter. More bliss. Austin got up and walked to the bathroom, his ass giving me the perfect view as I lay like a glazed donut on the bed. I wondered just how many times we had done this before. And then I wondered if we could make up for all the lost time by not stopping until the sun came up. I guess I'm lucky. I got to have 2 first times with Austin. Austin came back, his swollen cock swinging between his legs, still dripping with some cum. I resisted the urge to lick him clean, grabbing the towel he handed me instead. My body was spent. I didn't even have enough energy to wipe off. My muscles were as useful as a bucket of soaking wet spaghetti, which happened to be what my dick looked like. I wiped it clean and stood, the towel dropping to the floor.
I got it,
Austin said, bending down. He grabbed the towel, but then froze.
That's odd.
What? What is it? Is it a spider? Fucking hell, man. I was very close to jumping up onto the bed and bouncing around on my tiptoes, but Austin assured me it wasn't any creepy crawly thing that grabbed his attention.
This piece of flooring, it's different from the rest.
He dropped the towel and gave the lighter slab of wood a shake. Sure enough, the panel seemed loose compared to the ones next to it. Does it come out? I asked. I had never noticed it before, but then again, I wasn't the detective in this situation. Austin gave it another wiggle, and then another. He dug his nails into the side and pulled. The floor lifted, which resulted in my jaw dropping. Holy shit, I said, looking down at what was revealed underneath. 15. Austin Romero. Holy shit, Charlie said as I moved aside the loose floorboard. What the hell are those? I grabbed the stack of dusty papers that had been crammed into their hiding place. They weren't extremely yellow or dusty, so they must not have been that old. Wait a second, that's my handwriting. Charlie grabbed the first page and started to read it out loud. Instructions on how to set up a surveillance hut are below. Covert and necessary. If we do this, then we can get what we need to take the head off the snake. Hank will help with whatever I need. Charlie put the paper down and looked at me, mouth quirked to the side and head shaking left and right. What in the actual fuck? It looks like you wanted to keep track of things but didn't feel safe doing it electronically. And good thing you did. I waved the rest of the papers in my hand. The answer to this case could be somewhere in these pages. It better be.
Charlie messed with his already messy head of blonde hair. A surveillance hut? Why the hell would I need to make a covert surveillance hut? The piece clicked right into place. You wanted to spy on someone. That's why you were in that cherry picker. You might have been scouting out the location or just using it instead of the surveillance hut. Charlie's forehead and eyebrows scrunched together and he said, "No, that can't be it." Could it? "Come on," I said. "Let's put some clothes on and head out on the deck. We can go through them there." Charlie agreed, standing, still flushed from hooking up, matching the same pink hue that lingered on my chest. This was good, though. This could be the break we needed. If Charlie left enough in these papers, we could know what happened leading up to the day he fell and who could be behind it. I was far past the point of thinking it was an accident. After we got dressed, me in just a pair of green shorts and Charlie in even less with his black briefs and nothing else, we moved outside to the fire pit on the private deck. I threw some of the wood already stacked around the stone pit, and then Charlie lit it, the fire crackling up into the night sky. The orange glow reflected in Charlie's blue eyes, which weren't as relaxed as they were before we found the secret papers. Worry played clear on his face as he chewed on his bottom lip. His shoulder sported a thick scar around the side, and a few more across the top from all the surgeries he'd needed after the fall. I hated the reminder of what he went through, but it also made me determined to get to the bottom of it. "Ready?" I asked him, placing the stack of yellowed and dusty pages on my lap. "Let's see what's in there." And we did. After the first page, which were the notes Charlie had written on how to set up a surveillance hut, along with a line about Hank and him cracking Operation Rome, we found more notes written in different handwriting. The first couple of pages were a written schedule with names, and most of them all seemed to be dancers at Honey and Wood. A few I recognized as having gone missing over the years from a couple of news articles I had dug up. The next pages were notes on the laws behind sex trafficking, and the ways prominent criminals were caught and jailed for it, which further added to the confusion spreading between us like an oil spill. Sex trafficking? What the fuck? Charlie said, grabbing the pages. I wrote these, but why? What the hell were Hank and I doing? There's one variable in this equation who would know. Hank. We said his name at the same time. If only anyone knew how to reach him. Charlie slumped back in his seat. You'd think the guy's fled the country or something. Watch him be dead. Charlie's dark comment was followed with an even darker laugh. I'll find him, I assured Sharp. I made a contact at Honey and Wood. His name's Domino. I'll see if I can meet with him when we get back. Having eyes at the club could help track him down. Charlie nodded and got back to flipping through the pages. Check this out, he said, drawing my attention away from the schedule I was looking over. More names. He pointed to a bulleted section on a torn-up paper, the heading of the page having been ripped off, leaving the list without any clear meaning. Sure enough, over 15 names were written down, but only one of them was circled in bold red with the word warning above it. Evan Martinez. Michelle and Carrie's names were there, but left unmarked. There was a location written down and circled too, the only one. Hillsman Farm. It was an abandoned cattle farm only a few steps away from the beach. After the Hillsman family realized they couldn't live out their dreams of owning a farm and having beachfront property at the same time, they left it high and dry. The property turned into a popular ghost tour destination after dark rumors about what the family was really doing on the farm started to spread, twisting and morphing as it traveled from ear to ear. Charlie huffed, rubbing his face before saying, This just keeps getting weirder and weirder. The fire crackled, one of the logs breaking in half and sending a rain of embers up toward the starry sky. Welcome to my job. He looked at me, the glow of the fire catching in his blue eyes. Who would want to kill me? He asked, the dancing flames shining a spotlight on the fear in Charlie's face. Out of everyone named in these papers, Evan I've never once spoken to or been told I've spoken to. Carrie, also someone I never really interacted with from what I know. Michelle, well, she's the one I have a past with, but murder?
I don't think Michelle is capable of something like that.
The ones who seem least capable are usually the ones that are most likely. I rubbed my chin and put my arm around Charlie's shoulders. Whoever it is, I'm going to figure it out, I promised him, hoping it would give him a semblance of peace. There weren't many more pages left to look over, the rest of them having random places written down along with a few sketches of a police van with our town's name written on the side, so small that I almost missed them. Charlie said he couldn't draw for shit, so that had to have been Hank's work. But why draw a Blue Creek police van? Were they close to figuring out something? Possibly sending someone to jail? And what was with Michelle, Carrie, and Evan being mentioned? Was Evan going after the girls? Was he the reason for the warning, or did he need to be warned? I couldn't see a world where Evan and the girls would be working together, which made me think they could potentially be targets.
This really fucking sucks, Charlie said, exhaustion and frustration in his tone. I'm trying to remember something, anything, but I can't. I just can't. Even though this is my fucking handwriting, it's all just blank in my head. I hate it.
I squeezed my arm around him a little tighter, rubbing his shoulder. It pained me, hearing the hurt in his voice. All I wanted to do was flip a switch and turn the lights on, bringing his memories flooding back. It didn't matter that some of those memories included the trauma of our split. I just wanted to make it better for Shar. I always wanted to make things better for him, even when I kept telling myself I didn't. It's going to be okay, I promise. I looked out at the moon-soaked scenery. The mountain peaks around us seemed to glow as if they wore gleaming crowns of light. Memory is fragile, even for those who have it. Days shift, people change, conversations morph. As a detective, I've been trained to never rely on someone's memory alone.
So, even if I could remember, it'd be useless?
I wouldn't say all that. Charlie laughed, moving closer into me. I made sure not to press against his shoulder too much, knowing that it would hurt him.
I get what you mean, he said. And it does make me feel a little better. Not a whole lot, but better.
Charlie found the perfect nook on my shoulder to rest his head. It was comfortable, and it threw me right back to the old days. As 19-year-olds, when we'd come up here for a weekend and do the exact same thing. Charlie had always loved resting his head on my shoulders, always said they were the perfect headrests for him.
You have really good shoulders,
he said, and I couldn't help but smile so wide my cheeks hurt.
They're perfect for this,
I've been told. The next action came without thought. I craned my head a bit and kissed the top of Charlie's. By you, actually. We fell into a few moments of loaded quiet, the romance of the night slowly being leached by the talk of murder and suspects. I mulled over the question Charlie had posed, wondering who had the biggest motive to push him to his death.
Could it be Hank?
Charlie suggested, breaking the silence.
Maybe something went wrong with whatever we were doing, with our Operation Rome?
Austin. He sat up, the weight of his head no longer a comfort.
What if it's me and Hank that were doing something bad? What if Hank wanted to get rid of me because I turned into a liability for some reason?
That's impossible, I said, immediately shooting down his idea. I'm over 100% sure that you weren't involved in running a sex trafficking ring. I would never even entertain that theory for a second.
Right, I agree on that, but what if Hank and I were doing something else, something criminal adjacent?
I shook my head. Even though my instinct as an investigator was to consider all the possibilities, no matter how out there they seemed, I just couldn't bring myself to think Charlie had his hands involved in some criminal activities that were big enough to get a hit out on him. It didn't make sense, and I wasn't going to give it my energy. What's more likely, considering the surveillance information and the cherry picker, was that you were trying to bust someone else. I just need to find out who. I already scouted out the location you were found at. Nothing. Just an abandoned road. Charlie exhaled. He moved so that he could drape a leg over mine. It felt like coming back home, even though we were miles away. I realized then that a large wall I had built between us seemed to have crumbled the moment we started kissing tonight. I didn't realize it in the moment, but a domino had fallen, and my heart no longer felt gripped by thorny vines. We lapsed into more silence. This time it was an easy kind of silence, broken only by the sounds of us getting more comfortable on the couch, the fire beginning to die down but still washing us in warmth. The combination of Charlie snuggled against me and the sounds of the fire eating away at the logs made my eyelids grow heavier and heavier. "Thank you," Charlie said in a soft voice. Sleep must have been knocking on his door too. "For what?" "For coming back." I didn't answer with words. Nothing would really be sufficient. There was so much loaded into that short exchange. So much honesty and truth and pain and relief. Yes, I had come back. But it was at the cost of losing Dean, my other half, and although I could never be happy about how my Dean was taken from this world, I found that I could be happy in the days after, in the waves of change that his death brought crashing onto my shores. There was a time when I was sure I'd never be happy again. The bleak and empty nights were filled with tears, crying until I couldn't cry anymore. I'd be holding onto an old shirt of his and wishing, praying, shouting that he'd come back, that I wouldn't only have a piece of unwashed fabric to remember him by, only to be completely spent the next day so that I could start the cycle anew once night fell. I refused to sleep in my own bed for months, sleeping on the couch instead. It would keep me from turning over and expecting to see him. All of that excruciating pain led me to think that the world had nothing else to offer, that I had nothing and would never have anything ever again. But I came back to Blue Creek, and Charlie was back in my arms, and I wasn't in constant pain anymore. I should be thanking Charlie. Instead of saying anything, though, I answered him with another kiss on his head and a tighter hold on his body. I wasn't sure how long it was after that exchange, but before the fire dwindled down to embers, my eyes shut. And for once, in what felt like years, I didn't have any nightmares, only dreams. We went to sleep under a blanket of stars that night, just like old times.
16. Charlie Marsh. Waking up in Austin's arms deserved a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It didn't matter that tourists and locals alike would stop and ask why the hell there was a star about waking up in someone's arms. They could go off and assume it was an obscure movie they'd missed out on, or some new street art trend they weren't aware of. Besides, there were plenty of other things to question on a short stroll down Hollywood Boulevard. I just knew that this morning gave me a feeling that needed to be commemorated, remembered, honored. Fine, I might have been leaning into the dramatic, but fuck, I'd never woken up happier, at least not from what I could remember. The picturesque morning went on to a picturesque afternoon. The cabin had windows all throughout, so it didn't matter if we were eating, or hooking up, in the kitchen, or if we were lounging, and definitely hooking up, in the living room. We could always look out and see the emerald green mountain ranges that seemed to encompass us like a massive cocoon. Which honestly didn't sound so bad. Getting safely cocooned together with the man of my dreams sounded much better than going back home and trying to figure out who the hell wanted to murder me. And that just so happened to be the current topic of conversation on our hike. "Gene Halpert," I said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "He's always been weird around me." "Isn't he the high school history teacher?" I nodded. "Yeah, and he's also an expert at archery. Wasn't it you who told me that it's usually the ones you least expect? Case in point, Gene the high school assassin." Austin laughed and jumped over a fallen log. The trail we had decided on wasn't the most used, meaning some of the path was either blocked by trees or not very well marked. A wall of red maples and mountain pines surrounded us on either side as the trail rose in elevation up the mountain. Somewhere to our left, we could hear the babble of a pebble-filled river. "I'll add him to the list," Austin said, and I could tell he meant the very bottom of the list. Whatever.
I shook my hands in the air, trying to clear some of that nasty energy. Let's put the case on pause for now. I want to enjoy this hike.
Yeah, leave the case to me, Sean. I've already spoken to a contact at Domino. He said he thinks he knows where he can find Hank. He's going to call me back in a little bit.
There he goes again, calling me Shah. I smiled. Not because Austin seemed to have everything handled, but because of that damn nickname. It did something to me every time he called me that. It felt like such a shift from when we first bumped into each other at the pet store. I could feel the tension and anger in him then, even though I couldn't understand where it was all coming from. There wasn't any of that today. Sunshine beamed through the canopy and made Austin's smiles even brighter, shining on him like a personal spotlight. He wore a teeny tiny pair of gray shorts that reminded me of that damn dollhouse chair he had in his office. Except these shorts looked so fucking good on him. I found myself trailing behind just to get a peek at that behind, along with those tree trunk legs of his. He had socks up past his ankles and a clean pair of black hiking shoes, matching the black t-shirt and cap. Overall, a snack. Fuck that. Austin Romero wasn't a snack. He was an entree plus dessert. He was a $1,000 prefix menu. Austin was an entire buffet stacked with the most mouth-watering foods made by the most decorated Michelin star chefs. He deserved a slap on the ass for being so fucking perfect, and that's exactly what I gave him. Delicious, I said when he turned around, grinning at me and winking.
Is that why you went in for thirds this morning?
I just couldn't get enough, I said, feeling a spark of electricity at the reminder of my sausage and eggs breakfast. Austin laughed and said,
You were always a morning person.
I never changed. I puffed my chest out proudly.
Oh, you've changed. For the better, but you've definitely changed.
I wasn't going to argue with that. Was I really that big of a dick?
Massive,
Austin said, sounding like a half-joke mixed with half-truth.
Good thing you've got a massive dick to balance it all out.
Is that how it works? Two big dicks cancel each other out? Austin nodded, chuckling as he effortlessly climbed up a small incline, requiring a handhold on a couple of unsteady rocks. Seriously, though, I said as we reached level ground. I don't remember being a dickish kid, but maybe that all changed during the years I'm missing? Austin dropped the joking tone.
Don't get too hung up on it. You weren't actually a dick. You had some shitty tendencies during the time we were together, I can't lie about that, and that's what led to us breaking up. But to everyone else, you were pretty much a star. Everyone loved you. Professors loved you, friends loved you, your parents worshipped you. None of that erased the shitty feeling I got thinking about how I could have hurt Austin. Fuck, Austin, I'm sorry. I wish I knew what I was apologizing for. Having pain from a past mistake, but not fully understanding what it even was, felt like its own special kind of hell. You don't have to apologize anymore, Sean. We've talked about it. We've moved on. We're working on figuring things out in the now. We don't have to worry about the then.
They were nice words. Exactly what I needed to hear, actually, but they didn't ease the rising frustration I felt at not being able to remember. Did we ever fight? Was it bad?
We rarely ever fought. Everything was smooth between us, Shar. If we had been a traditional couple, then we'd probably be married with our white picket fence and golden retriever right now. Not sure on the kids, but definitely at least a dog. Maybe even two. We'd have it all. Instead, the world decided to push back on our happiness, and we cracked. Your parents weren't okay with us being together, or you being gay, and the weight of it was too much. Austin's smile, even with the sunlight bouncing off him, wasn't a happy one any longer. There was a sadness in his hazel eyes that stirred something deep in my chest. Regret. A deeply rooted, poisonous, gnarled and rotten rose bush of regret, planted deep inside me, growing unchecked over the years, digging its thorns into me like anchors. I'm sorry, I said again. But this time I was able to hone in. For not pushing back on my parents, on the world.
for pushing you away instead. I should have fought harder, and the Charlie I am today would have fought harder. I need you to know that, Austin.
I do.
He looked to me, his eyes holding the truth in those two simple words. He really did believe me. How fucked up is that, though? I asked, my regret making a hard left into anger. Being gay meant we needed some amnesia and personal trauma and tragedy to bring us back together again? And even then, shit isn't guaranteed to be easy for us. Austin nodded, his smirk capturing some of that light again.
Yeah, but at least our lives are way more entertaining than any straight guy's life could possibly be. There's a silver lining to everything.
True, true. We both laughed. The trail narrowed ahead of us and curved around a moss-covered boulder. A few names had been etched into the exposed portions of the rock.
Speaking of your parents, though, how are they now? Everything good?
Austin asked. He sounded uncertain in his question, and I didn't blame him. From what I'd been told, my relationship with my parents had basically been a grab bag of prizes and razor blades. They're good, and I'm good with them, too. I had actually come out to them before the fall, so then I pretty much had to come out again. I had a long heart-to-heart with my mom a few months after I was out of the hospital, and she told me how bad my dad and I fought when I first came out. She said I had done it over dinner one day, when I just burst out into tears over the mashed potatoes.
And what did he do?
Almost flipped the table. He threw some plates, food got everywhere, everyone was crying and shouting. My mom said that I left and stayed with a friend for a week and that she had never seen my dad so devastated. Austin slowed his pace, brows stitching together in concern.
Devastated because you were gay?
Actually, no. My mom said he was devastated at how he reacted and how he pushed me away. The trail opened onto a rocky outcropping that sat like a giant's throne on the side of the mountain. There was a row of smooth rocks that had been worn down from years of hikers, making it to this very spot and taking a seat, which was exactly what Austin and I did. I looked out on a dreamy view as I continued my story. I still don't really know why my dad hated the idea of me being gay. I don't think I'll ever know, but I'm okay with that. With where our relationship is at now, I think. Austin's hand was on the back of my neck, applying a comforting amount of pressure before he moved down to the spot between my shoulder blades and rubbed. Things are good now, I said, kicking a rock hard enough that it went tumbling over the edge of the cliff. In a lot of different ways. I looked away from one breathtaking view and into another, losing myself in Austin's hazel gaze. I told him you were back in town. He said he wants to have dinner with us. Austin's eyebrows rose in surprise.
Oh? That sounds good.
Good, I said. I kissed him, enjoying the scratch of stubble against my skin. An orchestra of birds sang around us, and the sun beamed down through a thin layer of brushstroke clouds. The kiss deepened, and my heart swelled. I'd only dated 3 guys after my fall, all of them from out of town, and none of them ever making me feel this blissed out, this complete. Part of me was shouting to pump the brakes. Austin and I had been through shit that I couldn't even remember, and I had to make fucking sure that history didn't repeat itself. But how could I do that when our history was a mystery to me? The other part of me, the one currently in control, was throwing all caution to the wind, which also happened to be where that part of me wanted to toss our clothes. So what if I couldn't remember the years we shared together? I could still feel them, an invisible foundation that would only get stronger over time. I started to kiss him a little deeper, probing my tongue a little further, moving my hands a little lower. The trail had been empty for the entire way, so I didn't really worry about anyone walking up on us. And judging by the way Austin's growing cock came out from the leg of his shorts, he didn't seem to care either. I licked my grinning lips and stroked him, enjoying the difference between the firm shaft and the soft skin. Looks like it's time for lunch, I teased, bending down and kissing his tip. Austin smirked and pulled his shorts a little higher, revealing more of himself.
Hope you like sausage.
Fuck yeah, I do. I got off the rock and onto my knees so I could have a better angle. Austin's phone fell from his pocket and onto the ground next to me. I was too focused on kissing Austin's thighs and rubbing his calves to pick it up.
He leaned over and grabbed it, making a noise that caught my attention. I looked up from his legs and watched as his face went from pretty neutral to, holy shit, what the fuck am I reading? His eyes got wide and his jaw started to drop. I cocked my head and stopped stroking him for a second. What happened? Austin reread whatever message he managed to receive through the bad reception. What? I asked again, standing up. Fuck. Austin, what the hell happened? He started to call someone, hand over his mouth, the phone ringing for a second before the call dropped. I wanted to grab his shoulders and shake him.
Darian from my office messaged me,
Austin said, trying the call again, getting up and moving around the outcropping in search of a better signal.
He's saying they found a body.
A body?
In Blue Creek?
I immediately went through a mental list of all of my friends and loved ones, dreading the possibility of hearing one of their names to my next question.
Who is it?
Austin ran a hand through his short dark hair, the call continuing to drop, his anxiety spreading to me.
Hank. They think they found Hank's body.
Oh. Shit. 17. Austin Romero. The drive back to Blue Creek took an hour and a half, faster than the 2 it had taken to get to the cabin. Charlie drove while I made call after call, trying to piece together as much as I could. The news came as a shock to everyone, and it was all still fresh, so not everyone had the information I needed. To top it all off, the cops seemed to have been strong-arming their way into it. I called 2 people, both employees of Honey and Wood, who told me they were explicitly warned by the police not to talk to me about Hank. They weren't given any reason, just the warning. Only one person spoke to him and gave me any solid information. Domino, the person who found Hank's body. The call had been very brief, getting cut off when Domino got called into an interview with a cop. He was able to tell me where he found Hank, by the lake in his backyard, and that drugs seemed to be involved. He sounded like he had some questions and even mentioned how weird it all seemed, but I couldn't get him to elaborate before we had to hang up. It's the reason why I told Charlie to take us straight to the police station. I wanted to catch Domino before he left, and I also wanted to see if the police department was really going to Stonewall, or if they were going to play nice. The station was a decent-sized brick fortress with few windows and even fewer doors. There was a sun-cracked statue dedicated to one of the first sheriffs in Blue Creek, who had the unfortunate time of being named Richard Jackoff. It explained why people loved taking photos with a half-closed fist and a goofy smile in front of it. Charlie pulled into a parking spot directly in front of the statue, a cardinal preening its bright red feathers on the stone man's outstretched hand. "Sorry about our weekend getting cut short," I said. I had a hand on the door handle, but I also wouldn't have turned away a goodbye kiss. Fucking hell. If I ever thought I'd be wanting a goodbye kiss from Charlie again. It's fine. Now we've got an excuse to go back sometime to make up for it. Charlie didn't give me my kiss. He surprised me instead by setting the car in park and pulling out the keys. He was already out of the car and halfway to the station before I could even ask what he was thinking. "Oh, sure," I said to myself, tamping down my smile as I got out of the car and followed him into the police station. Immediately, as if walking through a portal, the entire world seemed to change. The chirps and trills of robins and sparrows transformed into the shouting and cursing from belligerent drunks and handcuffed criminals. Blue Creek was a small town, but that didn't mean we didn't have our fair share of troublemakers. Charlie and I walked past the general chaos and straight to the officer, sitting behind a window of thick and scratched glass. She adjusted the glasses a little higher up her nose and held a finger in our direction as she finished whatever she was doing on the computer. "Yes?" she asked, barely looking at us. I glanced at her badge. "Hi, Officer Shepard. I'm Austin Romero with the Stonewall Investigations Agency. We just moved into town. I'm working on a case right now and need to ask some questions. Is there someone I can sit with? It's regarding Hank Traynor." I had her full attention by the end. Surprisingly enough, she almost seemed sympathetic.
Sorry, Austin, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Our department has a closed-door policy when it comes to outside investigations.
Really? Even if we're both working toward the same goal here?
It's supposed to make things cleaner, she said. Listen, I'm not the one making the rules, and this one's a pretty new one, so I'm not about to fuck with it.
How new? I asked.
About a week and a half ago.
Around the exact same time I showed up. Interesting. All right, so who made that rule? Charlie asked, surprising me by beating me to the exact question I was going to ask next. I shot a glance at him from the corner of my eye, hiding the smile of a proud dad that wanted to spread across my cheeks. Officer Shepard looked to Charlie as if noticing him for the first time.
Charlie Marsh? Since when are you casually dropping into the police station?
Since today, he said. Whose rule is it? Again, I felt impressed. Charlie might have had a future in detective work. In college, he studied wildlife management, but I could easily see him standing his ground and getting answers if it meant helping someone. Officer Shepard sighed. She deftly redid her bun with one hand and waved us casually away with another.
Sheriff Pope is where the buck stops around here.
I narrowed my eyes, finding all of this as useful as an interview with whichever cops had recovered Hank's body. Is the sheriff in? I asked, leaning on the counter, my breath just barely fogging up the scratched glass. I think he and I should have a chat. Officer Shepard cocked her head and smiled.
He's not very chatty, and honestly, neither am I.
She stood, making it clear this conversation was nearing the end. Fuck. I'm hitting a brick wall, and I feel like I've barely even started. I was about to push even harder. I couldn't shake the feeling that there were answers here. All I needed to do was ask the right questions to the right people. A loud buzz and a slight commotion caught my attention. People were moving away from a door across the room, which undoubtedly led to the rest of the jail. Domino came through the door, the heavy bolt slamming shut the second the door closed behind him. He wore a pair of white shorts and a black t-shirt with a rock band written across the front, the sides of the shirt cut open down almost to the hem. Perfect timing. Domino, you got a minute? I waved him over, moving us to a relatively peaceful corner away from two belligerent drunks arguing over who had caught the most lobster. Domino looked exhausted. He had a pink hairband holding up a mop of messy brown hair, and his light blue eyes looked like they were working overtime to keep his eyelids up. Do you always hang out in police station lobbies? Waiting rooms? I don't know what the fuck this is. Receptacle? I'll make this quick, I said, reading Domino's body language, which was saying, I want to get the fuck out of here. Where and when did you find Hank? This morning, when I went to his house. He wasn't answering any calls or texts. He's done that before, gone off on month-long retreats and shit, but this was different. I figured I should go and check on him. That's when I found him, next to his pool. Was there any signs of breaking in? Doors unlocked? Domino shook his head.
No, I have a key.
That made Charlie and me both perk up. A key? Hank gave you a key to his house? The exhaustion must have been making Domino's lips a little looser than normal. He pulled out a lone brass key and held it up in the air, his teal-painted nails popping against the metal. Hank and I had a thing going, all right? It was all hush-hush, nothing too serious. Not because he was in the closet, but because he didn't want to be seen with one of his dancers. Domino huffed a sad laugh. Always a fucking worried prick. A really great guy, don't get me wrong. Just wish he wasn't so scared of how other people saw him. Guess none of it matters now. He dropped his head and put his arms behind his back. That was all news to me, and judging by the expression on Charlie's face, news to him too. I filed it away and lined up my next question. How did you find him? Sprawled out, naked and dead. He had a needle stuck in his arm and a bag of drugs next to him. Domino winced and rubbed his eyes shut. Fuck. I've never seen a dead body before, not like in real life. It's... Fuck. The cops said it was heroin, but... I don't know. What? What are you thinking? I asked, recognizing a thread and not wanting to let it fall. I could tell Domino had wanted to say something but held it back, and those were usually the biggest nuggets of information. Hank's used drugs, but never heroin. He's explicitly stayed away from the stuff after he lost his little brother to an OD.
I just didn't think he'd ever use it. No, I know he would never use it.
That was definitely a huge chunk of valuable info. It wouldn't be unheard of for someone to lie about their drug usage, or even OD on their first time of trying it, but something was telling me that this wasn't the case here. Maybe Hank's resolve broke and he decided to follow his brother's steps, or maybe there was something else going on here.
And there was something else too. The needle was in Hank's left arm, but Hank's left-handed. The detail really stuck with me.
And it was a detail that would stick with me, too. Really good observation, Domino. I'm sorry you had to be the one to find him, but I am glad you're able to tell me this. Was there anything else that struck you as weird? He shook his head and said that he hadn't seen anything else. I could tell there was still shock coloring his memories, and maybe over time things might pop up for him. For now, though, I didn't want to push too hard. Domino's yawn nearly cracked his jaw in half. I realized I should put an end to this impromptu interview before the guy passed out. All right, Domino, I think you've helped out more than enough for today. Go get some rest. It's going to take some time to process all this, so use that time. He nodded, rubbing the back of his neck.
You don't think this was anything more than an OD, right?
Honestly, I don't know. I do know one thing, though. I need to see that damn police report. I want to know if they dusted for fingerprints, interviewed neighbors, checked cameras. Domino gave another huff.
Good luck with that. Everyone inside this building is a walking asshole, and not even a cute one. A prolapsed one with boils and shit. No one in there seems to care about Hank or what happened.
He rolled his eyes and started to walk away, tossing a hand over his shoulder as a goodbye. Something glinted on the dirty floor by my feet, which I quickly bent down and grabbed.
You know where to find me if you need me,
he said, shouting over the still arguing lobster fishermen, both of them sporting cuts and scrapes from whatever drunk driving accident they had been in. Charlie turned to me, eyes unblinking.
Hank was murdered, wasn't he?
There was no use lying to him. My gut was telling me all I really needed to know. Yes, I think Hank was murdered.
18. Charlie Marsh.
Yes, I think Hank was murdered, Austin said. His words were loud and clear, even over the general chaos of the surprisingly crowded police station. Except all I could hear was, "You're next, you're next, you're next." I filled my lungs with air. I couldn't even really call it a breath. A breath implies relaxation and calm and life. This was a panic breath. Like all the oxygen molecules had been replaced by tiny buzzing particles of pure and unfiltered dread. Austin must have read it on my face. He reached for my hands and grabbed them in his. A long buried piece of me bristled at the public display, but I pushed that part away, focusing instead on the comfort that Austin's touch brought me. He looked into my eyes, and the scummy police station instantly disappeared, creating a world with only the two of us in it. Don't freak out, Sean. You've got me, and I'm not letting anything happen to you. I'm not freaked out, I lied, making it obvious with the weak laugh I offered up. The heavy door across the room buzzed and flew open, much faster than the last few times. Keys jangled together with heavy boot steps that sounded like gunshots. Austin Romero? It was Sheriff Giles Pope, pulling us right out of the peaceful little world we had spontaneously created for ourselves in the corner of this chaotic environment. He had his arms crossed against his barrel chest and had his beady black eyes pinned on Austin, his face bloated and leathery from too much beer and sun. A silver Rolex glinted on his wrist, catching my attention as he dropped his hand to casually relax it on his holster. I never had any good memories of the guy, and I was positive of that even though I had a 7-year gap. He walked around Blue Creek as if he owned the place, and loved flaunting his wealth, which had caused years of endless speculation and gossip. No one really knew how he made so much money, although the dominant rumor was that he had been smart at playing the stock market. Sheriff Pope, Austin said. I watched as the two lions squared up, standing with stiff backs and strong shoulders, chests aimed directly at the other. Austin, in a sign of peace, offered a hand to shake. The sheriff let it hang in the air for an uncomfortable length of time, but right before Austin pulled back, the sheriff reached for his hand and shook. "Welcome back to Blue Creek, Austin." He spoke with a tone that held zero welcome in it. "What do you want?" "I want to work together so we can close cases, specifically Hank's recent death, but I already got word you were against that." "Why?" "Because I don't need any help here. Outsiders only make things more complicated, eh? And you, my friend, are an outsider. It doesn't matter that I helped your mom when she was in that car accident, or that your stepdad and I would golf on some weekends. You left, and you should have stayed gone." My eyes narrowed at that. "We're just trying to help." "No one here is helping," Sheriff Pope hissed, eyes still on Austin. I noticed he would look to me, but he was definitely talking to me now. "Hank's case is closed, and this conversation is over. So if you two had any common sense left, you'd both get the fuck out of my station." Okay, it wasn't a surprise the sheriff was a walking douche canoe, but the anger underneath his words was surprising. His knuckles were pale from how tight he was gripping onto his gun belt. Something was really getting to him. Was it having a competing investigator in town that made the sheriff's ears whistle with steam? Was he just jealous of how attractive and smart and funny and talented Austin was? Maybe he thought Austin was coming for his gig. Whatever the situation was, it definitely wasn't getting resolved now, and Austin seemed to think the same thing. He matched the intensity that radiated off Sheriff Pope, not breaking eye contact for even a second. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this, Sheriff. With or without your help. You'll get to the bottom of something, all right?" That made my eyebrows snap up. "Is that a threat?" I asked, the shock making me speak when it was probably smarter for me to do the opposite. He didn't answer me, just chewed on his cheek and stared at Austin, who stared back before finally breaking his gaze and turning it toward me. "Let's go, Sean." We walked out of that police station with our heads high, but our questions multiplied. I could feel the sheriff stare on my back as if he were walking us out himself, with a pair of knives held against our spines. The sunshine and fresh air were more than welcome. It was the equivalent of breaking through the surface of a pool for a deep breath after testing how long you could hold your breath for. "That got intense," I said as we made it to the car. I tried not sinking into defeat, but I couldn't stop my shoulders from slumping. And also pointless. It wasn't pointless. We could have used the sheriff's help on this, but we definitely don't need it. I've been a detective for 6 years now, and in all that time I've worked with the cops about twice. Hell, Stonewall Investigations was pretty much created because of assholes like Pope. Zane, Stonewall's founder, saw how the cops were stepping all over people they saw as less than. He saw how queer people, people of color, disabled folk, were all being treated in situations where all they needed was help. So he opened up Stonewall and dedicated our mission to helping the people who were being most neglected by the system. Sounds like Zane's one hell of a good guy. He is. He is. I leaned against the trunk of the car, seeing Austin in an entirely different light. Not only because of the intense, although brief, time we had spent together in the cabin, but because of seeing Austin in his element. He looked like a bloodhound chasing down a fresh trail, and I could tell nothing would stop him from reaching the truth. "So, then, what's next?" I asked, trying to soak up some of Austin's optimism. "We think Hank was murdered, but we've got no way of figuring that out." He smiled, and I cocked my head. "What are you smiling about?" "Because you're really not giving me much credit." He dug something out of his pocket and held it out in his open palm. "A key?" His annoyingly cocky, and also incredibly handsome, smile grew larger. "Not just a key. This is Hank's key, and I plan on using it. Domino dropped it. Of course I'll return it to him. Tomorrow." Damn, you're good. That optimism I tried to soak up hit me like a firecracker. I didn't think I'd be breaking and entering today, but if it means getting some answers, then let's fucking do it. I opened the car door and sat down in the driver's seat. "Is it considered breaking and entering if you've got the key?" Austin nodded as he got in. "Yes, technically it is. But you don't have to worry about that since all you're doing is dropping me off on the corner of his block, and I'll handle the rest. I gave him a "yeah fucking right" look as I pulled out of the parking spot. Austin, I think it's been decided that I'm the Robin to your Batman, the Bonnie to your Clyde, the Billy to your Eilish.
Huh?
The Taylor to your Swift, the Bay to your Onse, the Wonder to your Woman. I lost you. We're the perfect fucking team. I'm pretty sure that was obvious to you back when we were kids, even though I can't remember. And it's obvious to me now. We work really damn well together, so you and I are going to break into this house and figure out who the hell wants to kill me. I pressed my foot down a little too hard on the gas, pushing us back into our seats as I left the precinct. Okay? Austin kept his gaze straight ahead, but I could have sworn I saw that bastard crack a smile. Okay. And then he asked, "Who the hell is Billie Eilish?" That got a laugh out of me. Billie Eilish. Mira's always listening to her music. I think you'd like her. We're into all those moody kinds of songs. I am, actually. How did you know? I don't think we've talked about that since I've been back. Well, I guess I remembered that about. Huh. Nothing else rose from the murky blackness of those years that Austin and I had been secretly together, even though I tried digging up anything I could. At a certain point, and after an almost missed stop sign, I had to focus on the road instead of our past. Hank Traynor lived close to his club, actually only a few streets away from it, on the cusp of the town line. The houses and neighborhoods leading to his house weren't the nicest, but driving up to his place made it clear what money could buy you. He lived alone on the top of a hill, on a property that was surrounded by a tall black gate and a bank of evergreen pines that hid a lot of the property and gave him a natural wall of privacy. The gate didn't open for our car, but Austin spotted a small box that was swinging open near the main lockbox. Cops must not have shut it, Austin said when we parked the car and reached the open door. Dumbasses. He stopped right before crossing into Hank's property and turned to me. You sure you want to come along? You can easily wait in the car, listen to a podcast, or choreograph one of those viral dances. I crossed my arms and quirked my lips. I haven't found a podcast to hook me, and I'm a terrible dancer, so neither of those things are happening. Well, I've got some recs. Here, listen to this one. It's about a doctor who... Austin, let's go. I brushed past him, walking through the gate and becoming more impressed by just how nice Hank's house was. Although house may not have been the proper term, this was a damn mansion with an entirely separate guest house that looked about as big as the house I shared with 3 other people. The sun, on its nightly descent down the horizon, painted the stone columns and cobblestone driveway in deep shades of orange and red. Austin went up the steps and stood in front of the 2 arching gray doors. "Check it out," he said, pointing up. "A camera." I immediately dropped my head. Shouldn't we be avoiding the cameras? Don't stress it. Looks like someone handled it for us already. I looked up again and noticed what he meant. The camera had been unscrewed so that it hung off the wall, one of the wires having been snipped as well, floating freely. "Think that was the killer?" I asked, the question sending an instant chill crawling down my back, like 100 little spiders had fallen down my shirt. I shivered. "Possibly," Austin said. He raised the key and looked me in the eyes, his jaw set, a muscle twitching underneath the 5 o'clock shadow of his. "You ready?" That was a very good question, and I wasn't entirely sure what the answer was. This all felt like it was happening at a breakneck speed, even though I'd been living with the looming shadow of this accident for years now. It felt like every door we opened, metaphorical or not, led to another set of questions, all of which had to do with who wanted me dead. I leaned in, kissing Austin, flushing my body against his, smashing my lips against his, taking his breath against mine. And that was all I needed. Austin was all I needed. "I'm ready," I said, drying my lips with a thumb, nerves giving way to excitement. Austin pushed the key into the lock and turned. 19. Austin Romero. I opened the door and wasn't hit with any alarms or barking dogs. Good first sign. Charlie looked more excited about this than he should have been. I wasn't incredibly happy about bringing him along, but I already knew that once Charlie made up his mind about something, he usually stuck with it no matter what. There was another reason I wanted him along, though. Safety. I didn't want to freak him out more than necessary, but Hank's suspicious death heightened my fears by a magnitude of 1,000. If someone were really tying up their loose ends, then Charlie could very well be the next end that was getting tied. For now, that meant keeping Char safe, which meant keeping him by my side. I stepped into the house first. The cops didn't even put up any crime scene tape, I noted, looking around at the seemingly untouched entrance. Hank may have had tons of money, but he had zero design aesthetic. The furniture went from 4 different eras in less than 6 feet of space, and everything seemed to clash with the gaudy gold wallpaper he had placed on random sections of the room. "Do you remember ever being in here?" I asked, flipping a switch and turning on the crystal chandelier. Charlie shook his head. "Never. And I don't think I'd forget this place, with or without amnesia." "Okay, well, stick close to me. That shouldn't be too hot," Charlie said, giving me a shoulder bump and a wink. "I wanted to slap your ass, but I felt like it could be disrespecting the dead." That got a laugh out of me. We aren't at Hank's graveside, you know, but yes, the ass slapping can wait until later. I smiled back at Charlie. This certainly wasn't the time to get distracted by that glowing aura of his, competing with the gold on the walls, but damn it, I could barely help it. I never thought I'd be by Charlie's side again, much less during an active investigation, but fucking hell. I wasn't mad at this surprise either. Initially, I might have been. When I first bumped into him at the pet store, I certainly was upset, but not anymore. I put all those old emotions to rest and started to allow the new ones in. Having Charlie here felt right in more ways than one. "What are we looking for?" Charlie asked as he started disappearing down a hallway. "Anything out of place?" The wide hallway curved and opened into a living room and dining room that were as eclectically furnished as the foyer. At first glance, nothing jumped out at me. Aside from Hank's decorative taste, everything else appeared normal. There was some mess with socks left near the couch and an empty bowl sitting on a stack of comic books on the coffee table. A bookshelf held mostly non-fiction books, autobiographies, self-help books, a few business books. One of the books stuck out to me. It had a light blue spine without any title or author. I pulled it out, the cover made of a soft fabric. On the front, a single domino was stitched, and underneath were the words, "For you." Inside, on every other page, was a cleverly titled poem, along with a scratchy illustration matching each one. All of the poems, no matter the length or subject or drawing, seemed to end with the same word. Hank. "What's that?" Charlie asked, looking over my shoulder. "I think Domino has more talents than just dancing." I gave him the poem book so he could flip through it. Looks like he and Hank were really serious. More than what Domino let on at the police station. "Yeah, this shit is intense. Really good, but intense." He looked up from the blue book. "You don't think..." I knew what Charlie wanted to ask. Was Domino somehow behind this? Could he have killed Hank, possibly over something that didn't even have to do with Charlie's fall? "I'm not sure of much right now," I said, deciding to be honest with him. "Let's keep looking around." We moved on from the living room, opening the sliding glass door that led out to his sprawling yard. It had gotten dark out, but I could still see the stunning mountain ranges that surrounded Blue Creek, cutting into the night sky like toothy shadows. A floodlight turned on automatically as we stepped outside, shining onto the resort-style pool and adjacent tennis court. There was still a chalk outline from where Hank's body was found next to the pool, splayed out like Domino had described him. Around the entire yard was an unscalable fence topped with what appeared to be electric wire, without any obvious doors leading outside. If someone did kill him, then Hank had to have let them in. Nothing was broken, and there's no way anyone's getting over that fence. Charlie nodded, the floodlight casting strong shadows across his face. Oh, they had a key. Or that, I said. The key in my pocket might as well have turned into a burning hot ember. We scoured the entire yard for a little longer, finding nothing but a few empty beer cans and a box of unused condoms, which I was sure were going to be as effective as a wet paper towel after being left out in the sun. There weren't any cameras back here, which I wasn't too happy about, but I held out hope that Anya, Stonewall's hacker on call, could get me something from the camera at the front door. Back inside the house, we moved our search upstairs. The first room we searched was empty. Literally, there wasn't any furniture or art or boxes, it was just an empty room. Next one we searched, same thing. Empty. By the third empty room, the two of us paused and looked at each other. He didn't just move into this place, right? I asked Charlie. No, he's been living here for years now. Did someone rob him? Maybe whoever killed him wanted his furniture too? Someone wanting Hank's furniture would probably be the biggest twist in this case. Charlie laughed at that, the sound a mixture of bubbly and nasally, and it was fucking perfect. It's a possibility, though. Not a very likely one, but still. The next room we searched was furnished. It was his bedroom, and it had the same wild and eccentric flair as the rest of the house. His four-post bed had a canopy around it, with leopard print sheets that happened to match the leopard print rug that sat above a zebra-striped runner. The ancient wooden nightstands and dressers looked straight-up haunted, as if he specifically went to a Ghostbusters garage sale and asked for the most spiritually charged pieces available. It was as I got closer to the closet when I heard the noise. Charlie heard it too, causing us to freeze where we stood. A shuffling. Low at first, as if someone were moving papers on the ground. It came from behind the double doors of the closet. I put a hand out, making sure Charlie didn't get any wild ideas. I waited a moment longer, and the shuffling stopped. Charlie stayed exactly where he was, mid-step with a hand on the bed for support. To his credit, he didn't look nearly as frightened as I expected him to be in a situation like this. The shuffling started again, this time louder. The closet doors rattled. "Hello," I said, keeping my voice from wavering. "Who's there?" I moved to stand between Charlie and the closet. My heart started to race and my thoughts careened together, but I didn't let any of that show. This house was supposed to be empty, and clearly it wasn't. It made me realize, a little too late, how stupid I was in allowing Charlie to come along. I had been blinded by that damn charm and sunshine smile of his. The sounds stopped. I could hear Charlie breathing behind me. There was a heavy-looking metallic lamp on his nightstand. I grabbed it and raised it in the air as I reached for the door handle with the other. "Whoever's in there, I'm about to open the closet," so if I couldn't finish my sentence. The door crashed open and Charlie yelled and I swiped at thin air with the lamp, expecting to hit a skull, and instead falling over with my own momentum. Between our legs ran a massive raccoon who seemed to be as scared of the situation as Charlie and I were, screeching and chattering the entire way out of the open window, an entrance and exit into the bedroom having been chewed right through the screen. Charlie looked to me, fear quickly morphing into relief, which created a dimple-forming smile. I matched it before we both started laughing. It was only once we regained control and stopped laughing that we noticed the pile of photos that the raccoon had been nesting in inside the closet. "Whoa," Charlie said, crouching next to me as I picked up the large prints. They were all taken from far away, and they all showed the back of Honey and Wood, but it wasn't the location that interested me the most. It was the subjects of these photos. "Why does Hank have photos of Sheriff Pope and Evan?" Charlie asked the question I was thinking out loud. And why were the sheriff and Evan talking so intensely? Look, it's almost like they're about to get in a fight. I flipped through all 15 photos, making the progression of their conversation clear. It seemed to end abruptly when a dancer walked out from the back door. The sheriff and Evan split, and the next photo had neither of them in frame. "That's weird. Can I see them?" Charlie asked, taking the pictures and flipping them over, even holding them to the light to check for any hidden messages. His detective skills impressed me. While Charlie looked at the photos, I searched the rest of the closet. There's nothing else in here. I don't know what any of this means. Charlie handed me the photos. It means Evan and I have to have another chat, this time without fists flying. Hopefully. And I want to talk with the sheriff too, but I've got a feeling I'll have an even harder time with that. I reached out and rubbed Charlie's arm, bringing out his smile, like sunshine breaking through thick rain clouds. I think we got what we needed. I'm going to make some calls, and hopefully I'll have some solid answers here soon. We're getting close, I can feel it. Is that what you're feeling? I thought it was me just being happy to see you. Charlie laughed, smiling wider, eyes glowing brighter. Fuck. I had missed him. I could admit it now. When I first moved away, after the vile shit he had said to me, I hated him. At least, I thought I had. In retrospect, there was never any hate there. Only a deep and profound sadness, so dark and twisted that it morphed itself into anger. The result had been me pushing him to the furthest reaches of my thoughts, never even acknowledging the emptiness Charlie had left in me. Then Dean came along. He didn't fill that emptiness, I could see that now too. But he created an entirely new piece to me, one that could love and live again. That side of me also neglected to confront the pain Charlie's sudden separation in my life had caused. I pulled him in, wrapping my arms around his waist, looking down into a pair of eyes I found to be as deep as star-flooded galaxies. I'm going to figure out who's behind this. I promise you, Sean. I know. I believe you. He smiled, and I couldn't help but kiss him. Also, I said, do you think that raccoon would want the spot at Stonewall? We're looking for detectives. Charlie scoffed, shooting a glance over his shoulder at the open window. Let's get out of here before he comes back with a resume or some shit. That had me laughing. We made our way out of Hank's house, deciding not to overstay our welcome. We were still trespassing, and I didn't want any neighbors calling in suspicious activity. The last thing I needed was to deal with the sheriff showing up, gushing himself over the prospect of handcuffing me. No one showed up as we got into our car, and no one pulled us over as we drove away from Hank's place. My spontaneous and slightly reckless plan worked, and I gained some pretty solid leads because of it. Clearly, Hank was interested in something going on with Evan and the sheriff, which made me equally as interested. I had a long night ahead of me. But as we pulled up Charlie's driveway, I realized that maybe my night should have a different focus. It was already close to midnight, and there wasn't any way I'd be getting in touch with Evan or the sheriff now. I could do some more research online, but that could wait until the morning. Maybe... Hey, Sean, if you're down, you can, spend the night at my place. Charlie, who had a hand on the door handle, froze. I mean, you're good with that? Yeah, of course. All right, yeah, that sounds good. He let go of the door handle and sat back, a smile settling on his face and one on mine. I was right about not getting any more work done that night. But, fuck, was having Charlie in my bed worth it?
20. Charlie Marsh. When Austin offered for me to spend the night, I doubted he had included the next 3 weeks' worth of nights too, but, well, shit happens. Turns out that having your life in constant danger really does a number on your nerves. I tried going back to my own house, but even with 3 other people sleeping under the same roof, I still couldn't shake the image of someone crawling in through my window and holding a pillow over my face while I slept. Before Austin even realized it, I had begun moving in. First with my toothbrush and underwear, then with even more clothes, and ending with my collection of reminder sticky notes making their way onto Austin's bathroom mirror. It didn't help that my case kept hitting roadblock after roadblock. After our little field trip to Hank's house, I thought that we were for sure headed in the right direction, as terrifying as that direction might have been. Something was going on between Evan and the sheriff, something big. Either they were working together, or Evan was up to no good on his own and the sheriff had come by to warn him. Austin and I also tossed around the theory of Evan trying to have a hostile takeover of Honey and Wood, although that didn't seem too likely since Evan was already bringing in another partner to replace Hank. All we had were theories and zero answers. Austin had tried talking with Evan again, but couldn't get him to agree to a meeting, and the sheriff was even harder to reach. He promised me he was still working a dozen other different avenues, and that I didn't have any reason to be scared. I believed him on the former, but had trouble with the latter. Thankfully, Austin didn't bat a lash when I asked if I could extend his extremely kind offer by a few days. Those days multiplied while my anxiety lessened. Going to bed with Austin gave me the deepest sleep of my life, although some of that maybe had to do with his cloud-like mattress. Waking up with him also left me feeling like I was on cloud 9. We'd cuddle, toss around and play in bed until we finally climbed out and got ready together. I'd make us 2 coffees to go, and we'd walk the short distance through the town, chatting and waving at friendly faces. It was a pleasant routine, and it kept my mind off the whole I could be murdered any second thing, so it felt like a win-win. Tonight, to help with my nerves, we played some Mario Kart, wearing only gym shorts and socks, with candles lit and a storm raging outside, an empty bottle of wine sitting next to 2 half-empty wine glasses. "You win again," I said as Austin's character took a victory lap. I tisked and decided that I'd have to do better the next round or find another game to play. "I told you I was a master at this game." "Yeah, but I thought you were exaggerating. I didn't think you were actually a Mario Kart savant." "Nope. I always used to be able to kick your ass." I chuckled and grabbed my glass, sipping the crisp Chardonnay. A streak of lightning flashed across the rows of windows that looked out to Austin's tree-filled yard. The thunder rolled through seconds later, powerful enough to give the walls a little shake. "Whatever. I'm getting better," I said, sounding like someone clearly in denial. "Want to go again?" I answered him by clicking start on the screen, our characters racing off to upbeat music. Austin's leg rested against mine as our characters raced along a sunny beach on the screen. The 3 lit candles threw a scent of fresh laundry and lavender into the air, while the cracked open window let in the recent rain scent. It always threw me back to childhood for some reason. The storm seemed to be clearing, both outside and in. Focusing on the game and on Austin helped me relax in a way that had been difficult for me recently. I sank back into the couch and let my legs slide further under Austin's until we were sitting cross-legged on the couch. I wasn't the only one who seemed more relaxed. Austin no longer tensed up around me, and he didn't hold himself back anymore, not with anything. He wasn't shy about what he wanted, nor was he shy about showing how much he wanted it. He was a toucher, always keeping some kind of physical contact between us, even if we were sitting on separate ends of the couch, which admittedly was rare. It was new for me, and something I wasn't expecting for some reason, even though I had asked him one night if he was always like this, and he had answered yes. Even when we were together in secret, Austin would always want to be touching me. I loved it. Loved feeling him next to me. Or on me, or under me, or in me. Yeah, none of those options sounded bad to me. "No, no, no, ah!" Austin exclaimed as the blue shell I threw caught up to him. I sped past, claiming first place and crossing the finish line. I wiggled my hips and raised my hands. "Finally, I was starting to think you were unbeatable." "I am, which makes me think you cheated." My icy glare was unrestrained. Austin started to laugh, rubbing a hand on the back of his neck. "Fine, fine. You won fair and square." "What do I win?" I asked. I set the controller down on the coffee table and flashed my winner's grin at Austin. His foot rubbed over mine, and he moved so that more of his leg crossed me. His shorts drew up his thighs and turned into a pair of dark blue briefs. "Anything you want, but we need a rematch." "Anything?" Austin nodded, his hazel eyes penetrating right through me. "Fine, we have a rematch, but you've got to get naked. That's my prize." He gave a relieved sigh and a theatrical wipe of the brow. Austin stood up and started undressing, pulling off his t-shirt first. "Thank God," he said as he worked off his shorts. "I thought you were going to ask for money." Next came the boxer briefs, which Austin pulled down and kicked off, throwing them
expertly, if I do say so myself, onto the back of the love seat. He stood in front of me, wide stance, heavy balls and thick cock hanging free in the air. I'd seen Austin naked more times than I could count over these last few weeks, but fucking hell. It took my breath away each and every time. He gave himself a playful shake, barely fitting his entire package in his hand. I wasn't sure how I was going to get through this rematch, but Austin let go of his dick and grabbed the controller instead, intent on beating me again whether he wore clothes or not. Damn, this wasn't a good idea. Or it was my best idea ever. I had a boner for all 3 laps, and I drove off the track about 100 different times. Turns out racing while a naked and hung hunk plays in your periphery doesn't really amount to a good strategy. I kept sneaking peeks to my left and thinking about playing with his joystick instead of the one currently in my hand. To no one's surprise, I lost terribly. I might as well have set the controller down and let the draft from the air conditioning play for me. Austin didn't seem to mind as he got up from the couch and did a celebratory dance. A naked celebratory dance. One that involved a few spins and 1 squat and about 5 jumps. That wasn't fair, I said, crossing my arms and trying to not drool all over myself. Austin stood with his hands on his hips, making it all the more difficult for me to keep my eyes up on his. It was completely fair. Now I have to get something for winning. I raced at a disadvantage. Everyone knows gay men can't function properly when there's a perfect dick in sucking distance. Austin huffed out a laugh. So, why did you tell me to get naked? Because everyone also knows that the best prize to give to a gay man is a perfect dick. So, what you're saying is I have a nice dick? He grabbed himself in one hand and held his palm open, cock resting on top. Literally fucking perfect, I said. And I leaned forward for a lick, but the sexy bastard pulled back. Hold up. Do I get something for winning? Yeah, your prize was coming. Austin chuckled, his gaze flickering with the candlelight. Clever, he said. Another lightning strike painted the room in stark white, like a camera flash going off. But I want something else. What's that? I asked, biting my bottom lip, which didn't stop my grin from spreading. Austin's eyes dropped to the visible bulge in my shorts. Take those off and bend over. He no longer had the playful tone to his words. There was a gravel to it now, an audible need that made my core tighten and my cock throb. The game was all but forgotten as I pulled my shorts off, my hard length flopping out with a smack onto my belly. My gray briefs were soaked through with pre-cum from having been hard this entire time, and my cockhead glistened with even more of it. But Austin was interested in something else tonight. Still smiling, I got up on the couch and bent over the back of it, reaching behind and rubbing my hands over my ass cheeks. Austin growled and moved my hands away, that urgent need in his voice now reflected in the way he massaged and squeezed my ass. His fingers went up and down my crack and sent a barrage of electric shocks coursing through every cell in my body. I moaned, pushing back on him. With the few guys I had been with, I always gravitated toward being a bottom, although I did enjoy topping sometimes. But mostly I was a strict bottom, and I liked it. There was a certain unexplainable ecstasy that came with the surrender and trust required to be a good bottom. But it was only with Austin that I realized just how fucking much I loved being a bottom. And that was because of how good Austin was at topping. He took his time, and he appreciated every single part of me, with every single part of him. When I was in his hands, I knew that I could close my eyes and trust that whatever came next on this ride would be absolutely mind-blowing. God, I love your ass so fucking much, Shark. As if he needed to prove it, he came in and kissed a cheek before turning the kiss into a bite. He did the same to the other side, no doubt leaving marks on me that no one would ever see. The love bites had me quivering, my cock throbbing and leaking onto his couch. Another lightning strike filled the room at the same moment Austin spit onto my hole, sending an entirely new wave of sensations rocking through me. It was game over when he leaned down and circled me with his tongue. His kisses and licks grew more intense, and his scruff rubbed against my hole as he greedily ate me out, flooding my vision with stars. Stars, lightning strikes, second chances, candlelight.
soulmates. It was all so perfect. So perfect, so fucking perfect. All I wanted to say were 3 simple words. 3 words. Oh, fuck, his tongue was making me lose my mind. How was he moving it like that? Everything in my head scrambled together, thoughts weaving into knots as my eyes rolled back in my skull, pleasure consuming me. The words came tumbling out of me before I could stop them. I fucking love you. This. Keep going, Austin, keep going. Thankfully, my face was aimed away from Austin because he would have seen it get as red as I was sure the marks on my ass were. I say, oh, fuck, that feels so fucking good. Austin's tongue made me forget all about my own tongue slip. I closed my eyes and rode Austin's face, trusting that this ride was taking us all the way to the fucking top of the stratosphere. 21. Austin Romero. Charlie had the best ass on this planet, hands down. 2 perfect globes of muscle with the tightest, sexiest fucking hole serving as the perfect bullseye for my tongue. I lapped him up, making sure he could feel how much I loved this. The hungry sounds vibrated through me and seemed to encourage Charlie as he pushed his ass onto my face. I didn't care how messy I made him or how much spit dripped off his taint and balls and onto my couch. Jesus, Austin, holy fuck. Oh fuck. I replaced my tongue with a finger, rubbing him up and down. He twitched under my touch, his whole puckering as I pressed down. How's that feel? I asked as I pushed in, my voice a low growl. Like heaven. Charlie dropped his head and dipped his lower back, opening himself up even more to me. Keep going. And I did. I passed the first ring of tight muscle, earning a breathy gasp from Charlie as my finger became enveloped by his silky heat. This position, with Charlie on his knees and ass to me, made it easy for me to find his swollen prostate. All I had to do was curl my finger downward, where I knew X marked the spot. Charlie picked his head back up with a strangled "oh" as I continued to rub and press, his body telling me I had found the spot I was looking for. His toes curled and his moans grew louder as I pulled in and out, making sure to keep the pressure on that spongy spot of pleasure inside of him. You're so fucking sexy, Char. I worked another finger into him, his hole stretching around me, his moans turning into guttural grunts. My cock was rock hard and poking out from the front of my underwear. I stroked myself, but I quickly found myself wishing that the heat from my palm was replaced with the heat from Charlie's ass. That feel good? I asked, sinking 2 of my fingers down to my knuckles. His words sounded like a fuck yes, but he cut himself off with a moan. I jerked myself off and fingered Charlie, feeling like the ground underneath us had been replaced with clouds. The muscles in Charlie's back shifted and flexed, his hole tightening around my fingers, pulling me deeper, his body crying out for more. My body ready to supply it. I need to fuck you, Charlie. He let out a deep breath as I pulled my fingers from him, replacing them with the slick head of my cock. I need you to fuck me. He pushed back, his hole opening for me. He took in another deep breath, and I could see his body relaxing, his hole still soaking wet. I collected saliva in my mouth and spit down onto his hole, spreading it around and on me. Another deep breath, another push, another inch sunk into him. More spit, so fucking tight. Deep breath. Deeper, the heat wrapping around me in a delicious vice. I grabbed his hips and held him there, my cock about 3 inches inside him, his shoulders and back tensing as I pushed in a little further. That's it, baby, I purred, rubbing his back. I've got you. Fuck. Yes, that's it. He pushed back slowly, his body accommodating my size. Want the lube? I asked. We had already discussed the both of us being on PrEP and having been tested recently, so condoms weren't part of the equation tonight. This was the first time we were going this far, though. Well, besides that one time right before everything blew up between us. Charlie shook his head. I think I'm okay for now. Your fingers did the trick.
Outside, a loud clap of thunder drowned out the primal moan that rose from my chest as Charlie sank back even further, my cock disappearing inside him, the heat overwhelming me. My balls tightened, my vision tunneled, and all I could see was Charlie. Nothing else in this world mattered except for the man underneath me and the pleasure I wanted to give him. I took a few seconds to enjoy the pure stillness and intense unity of being buried balls deep inside Charlie. I craned down, wrapping my arms around his chest and holding him, feeling every inch of him against mine. His breaths were deep, slow, and his whimpers grew louder as I started to fuck him, pulling back and then driving in, still holding him, still wrapped in his heat. Fuck, that's it, he said, his hands coming up to grab the back of the couch, fingers digging into the gray pillows. Every thrust brought me closer to the peak. Every grunt, every moan, every slap of skin. Charlie's hole wrapped tight around my cock as I sunk into him. It felt like my entire body was on fire. Sweat beaded and dripped down my flushed chest. I dropped my head back and rode the wave, letting Charlie do some of the work as he ground his ass back onto my hips, sinking me down to the hilt. That's when I got the urge for a different position. Sit on me, baby. I slowly pulled him off of me, my cock still slick with spit. I want to watch you bounce on my lap. Charlie, as flushed and sweaty as I was, got off the couch and let me take a seat. His devilish grin was almost enough to make me come right there and then. Almost. I managed to hold it together as Charlie climbed onto my lap, his cock stiff and twitching in the air. He had less height on me, but damn was he thick in every single aspect. His biceps were thick, chest was thick, thighs were thick, and that cock, fuck. I couldn't keep my hands off it. I stroked him. No, fuck that, I worshipped him with two hands as he lowered himself onto me, his heat wrapping back around me, consuming me again. So fucking sexy, I said through a husky breath, watching as Charlie sat on me, his tight balls resting on my groin before he rose back up. His hips rocked back and forth and his cock leaked a string of pre-cum. I used it as lube, stroking him while I fucked him, neither of us able to speak any coherent sentences. It was when he slowed down that I had been pushed too far. The measured rise and fall of his ass on my cock was all I needed. I shut my eyes and felt myself about to explode. I warned Charlie and tried to pull out, but he pushed himself down onto me. I let it all go, my body relenting to the extreme pressure that had built up inside my core. My thighs locked and my jaw flexed and animalistic sounds were made. Through the raw ecstasy, I could hear Charlie saying he was coming too. Then I felt him, his hole tightening around my cock, milking me for every last drop while he came all over my chest. Once the dust had settled and our orgasms ceased, Charlie collapsed onto me, neither of us caring much about the sticky wet mess that spread between us. Wow, Charlie said, catching his breath. Holy fuck. I don't think I've ever come that hard before. Same, I admitted. We kissed, soft and slow, just like our thrusts, but translated instead to our lips. I traced gentle circles on Charlie's back and tried to disappear in the sensation of his weight on top of me. The storm didn't let up, rain beginning to clatter even harder against the windows, a strong wind adding to Mother Nature's chorus. Have we had sex before? Charlie asked. His gaze was turned to my lips, and he was so close that I could feel his breath as he asked. We have. We were each other's first time. It wasn't as smooth as tonight, that's for sure, but it was just as great. And then the next day was when everything blew up between us. From one blow-up to another. Fuck, Charlie said. We didn't fuck until 3 years in? No, you were really against it at first. I respected it and waited. But let's not live in the past. I think it's safe to say we just fucked ourselves a blank slate. Charlie laughed, his breath tickling the tip of my nose. I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay. He leaned in and kissed me again. Fuck, I love how his lips feel. Fuck. 5 years ago? A year ago, hell, 7 months ago, I never would have imagined I'd be smiling into Charlie's eyes again, feeling that same giddy and uncontrollable spread of warmth and connection I had felt when we shared our first secret kiss at 18. But our first few chapters weren't without their challenges. Charlie couldn't handle us being together. He couldn't say that he was gay outright, so instead he told me that he'd never love me. He didn't just say that out loud, he shouted it. That day was dark, and Charlie only knew a fraction of it. How could I tell him that he had called me a faggot and said that I deserved whatever punishment was coming for me? All this after I had asked him to go public or to put our hooking up on pause until he was ready to come out. I just couldn't do the secret thing anymore. I couldn't. But Charlie snapped, and I could see now that it had all come from inside, that none of those words had any true substance behind them. He spoke out of the pain and trauma that came from all his own self-inflicted mental wounds. Of course, that's all said with hindsight. In the moment, those words had the same substance as a 12-inch butcher knife stabbing and slicing with abandon. He broke my heart, and I cast him off, finding love again in Dean, thinking we'd be together until we were old and gray and saggy all over. Life clearly had other plans, and I had no choice but to bob along the river. I kissed Charlie. I decided I'd tell him the full story one day, just not tonight. Tonight was for basking in new beginnings, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. Come, let's go take a bubble bath before we have to call the jaws of life to pry us apart. Charlie laughed again. Thankfully, we hadn't cemented ourselves into one big gay block of sweaty man-meat. Now, I wasn't one to typically gloat, especially about superficial bullshit, but I had to admit one thing. My bathroom was fucking bomb. It was one of the main reasons why I'd decided to buy this place instead of renting somewhere else. It had been recently redone and turned into a full spa experience pulled right from Paris. The clawfoot bathtub sat on designer blue and white tiles that complemented the brushed gold fixtures and mirrors. The huge shower had 2 waterfall shower heads and jets in the dark stone walls which worked wonders on sore muscles. A window above the tub looked out to my private yard, which made it a really great spot to look at the fog-coated mountaintops in the morning. Wow. This is stunning, Charlie said, his eyes wide. It makes me want to go into interior design. It's that inspiring. You should. You always had good style. I think you'd be good at it. I bent over and turned on the water, already knowing the perfect ratio of hot and cold. Maybe. It could be my plan B. And plan A. Is it still wildlife management? Charlie cocked his head and leaned back on the counter. I had to work hard to avoid getting distracted by his naked body. Maybe. I don't know. That's what my bachelor's is in, and I'm thinking I can go for a PhD. But I've also been thinking about finding work at a non-profit and working my way up there. Maybe at an animal sanctuary or something. That'd be good. I think you're made for that. Working with animals, helping them, I think you'd be happy doing that. I think so too. His smile slanted, turning slightly bashful. Speaking of the future and happiness and all that jazz, I've been thinking about us. That made a brow arch. Oh? Obviously, things between us are a little complicated, but I've really felt like these last few weeks, being with you and feeling so good, it's made me want more. I want things to be official between us, Austin. Let's be boyfriends. And both brows were in play now. That was surprising. Not unwanted whatsoever, but surprising. Char, I could see his face quickly twisting into disappointment and realized I had to stop stumbling over my words before I fucked it up this time. Yes, let's make this official. His disappointment morphed into glee. He gave me a toothy grin and a rub of his sexy chest. He almost seemed as surprised as I was by the question.
All right, awesome. Fuck yeah.
I laughed at the bro-y phrase. The water in the tub was nearing the rim, so I turned off the faucets and went over to Charlie, my boyfriend. I kissed him, flushing my body against his, our semi-hard cocks pressing together. It felt like the night just couldn't get any better. Bet you didn't picture this happening on your flight back to Blue Creek, huh? I have to laugh, nibbling on Charlie's bottom lip. Not in the fucking slightest. We separated, staying inches apart, Charlie's blue eyes locked with mine. The same eyes I had fallen for so long ago, and the ones I'd find myself dreaming about, feeling guilty on the days I'd wake up next to Dean, wondering what was wrong with me. Why couldn't I move on from the boy with the sea glass stare and songbird laugh? Because I was always destined to move back, that's why. Let's get in the tub before the water gets cold, I said, excited to make this a night to remember. And then, the power cut off.
22, Charlie Marsh. The lights went out, and I might as well have died. My heart pretty much stopped. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust and use the moonlight streaming in from the windows as light, and that moment stretched into infinity. Austin's voice broke through my fear freeze. "It's probably just the storm," he said, sounding confident in his guess, even though it was just that, a guess. "Where's your breakers?" I asked. "Out in the backyard, you hang here." He went to a drawer in the vanity and rummaged through. "Like fuck, I'm hanging out here alone. Have you never seen a scary movie before?" I grabbed my phone off the counter and used it as a light as Austin moved to another drawer, digging all the way in the back and pulling out an industrial flashlight. He clicked it on and set it on the counter facing up at the ceiling and throwing the bright white light all around the room. We pulled on our briefs, because I was sure as hell not going to die naked, and tried the light switches one more time, not getting anything to turn on. "Stick close to me then," Austin said, grabbing the flashlight and taking the lead. I put a hand on his lower back and followed, my heart stuck in the middle of my throat. There hadn't been any thunder or lightning when the power died, so Austin's theory wasn't exactly comforting. The wind and rain had seemed to die down too, as we walked down the dark hall with windows that looked to Austin's empty yard. Shadows stretched and danced toward the end of the hall as Austin waved the flashlight. I grabbed a heavy ceramic pot from a decorative table as we entered the living room. Wide open spaces in the dark weren't very comforting. I didn't know where to look, feeling like every corner held the glaring eyes of whatever assassin was sent here to kill me. What the hell did I get myself into? Austin put a hand in the air and I froze. Thankfully, it was a false alarm, and he kept us moving, cutting straight through the kitchen and out into the yard. The bright white beam of light shone toward the line of skinny trees surrounding Austin's property. Nothing moved inside them, but I didn't like looking too hard. The rain had definitely stopped, but the ground was still soaked, and I had to be sure I didn't slip. Austin redirected the beam onto the wall where a steel box had been placed, the door swinging open. It had been flipped. Austin ducked down and picked something up. The lock's been cut. If my heart had been racing before, it was raging now. My heart beat so fast that I felt lightheaded and had to lean against the wall to avoid falling down. I wasn't normally a fainting kind of guy, but fuck did this news send a shocking amount of adrenaline and fear coursing through my veins. Austin flicked the switches back on. The lights buzzed slowly back to light, starting with the kitchen lights, living room, bedroom, all of them turning on and shining through the row of windows. The last lights to turn on had been the outdoor lights. They flicked on and bathed the yard in light, two of the lights shining up toward the wall of the house. That's when I screamed. It just came out of me, like it had been ripped with force from my lungs. Austin held it together better than I did, but not by much. His normally tan complexion flashed into paper pale in seconds, his eyes bulging out of his head as he tried to process what we were looking at. Underneath a covered area, where the rain hadn't gotten to it, written on the wall with what could only be blood were the words, "You're not welcome in Blue Creek. Leave," in an almost uplifting cursive font. The thick, dark red blood dripped down the gray brick and pooled onto the concrete below it. "Get inside,"
Austin said his words carrying as much urgency as a gunshot. We both went back into the house and locked the doors. I moved away from the windows like Austin told me while he searched the rest of the house. From the basement to the attic, not a corner was left unturned. When everything was clear, he came back to me, huddled on the couch in the living room, unable to look toward any doors or windows, half expecting them to burst open at any second. The nausea didn't leave me, no matter how much I tried to control my breathing and calm my thoughts. Drinking the water Austin brought me didn't help either. If anything, it made it worse. "This feels like my fault," I said as Austin sat down next to me, the mood on this couch suddenly taking a massive shift from earlier in the night. "It's not in the fucking slightest. Don't think that. If I could just remember what me and Hank were doing, then all of this could just end. Instead, there's a message written in blood on your house because you're helping me. Fuck." I dropped my head into my hands. Austin rubbed my back and kissed the side of my head. "You're not the first client who's gotten me on some psycho's shit list, and you probably won't be the last." "So, this has happened before?" "No, not at all. Never, no," Austin bluntly answered. The two of us laughed, a brief flash of light in this dark and twisted night. "But that doesn't mean I'm not ready to handle it." "Should we call the police? A cleaning crew? What the hell do we do?" "I already contacted someone in the department. I want this to be kept quiet, since the sheriff's already made it clear he doesn't even want to lift a pubic hair to help us out." Another laugh. I rested my head on Austin's shoulder. It was like stepping off a stormy boat and onto solid land. "You're not going to listen, right? You're not going to leave Blue Creek?" "No, I'm not." "Okay, good. I don't think I'd be able to handle that again. Not that I could even remember the first time." Austin rubbed my shoulder, holding me tight. "I don't think I could either." His phone rang, clattering along the glass coffee table and scaring the crap out of me. He reached for it and answered the FaceTime call. "Hey, Anya, you got news for me?" A smiling woman filled the screen, her face reflecting the blue glow of what must have been a dozen computer screens. She had box braids that hung over one shoulder with golden rings perfectly placed throughout, matching the golden chain around her neck and golden eyes looking at us underneath a hip pair of glasses. Austin had talked about Stonewall Investigations' hacker, but this was the first time I was meeting her face to face. I do. Her eyes seemed to flick my way before they went back to the camera. Am I interrupting something? I can call back. That's when I realized we were both still in only our underwear, sitting shirtless on the couch. I covered my chest with an arm as if that would really do much. "Ah, fuck. Sorry, Anya, it's been a long night." Austin ducked and grabbed the clothes we had discarded to the floor before this night had turned to complete shit. He tossed me mine, and we got into them before getting back on camera. And we're back. "Damn," she said. "I never said you had to take a girl's eye candy away." She gave a biting motion and a wink before leaning back in her chair. "Okay, so, you asked me to see if I could get you camera footage from Hank's house, and I did. I was able to download 2 weeks' worth of footage, which sounds like it's more than enough. I focused in on the night of his death, and, well, I think you can see it for yourself." She turned her camera to the computer screen and pressed play. Hank's security footage started to play, showing the front of his house, aiming down to his front door. Nothing of note happened until a minute into the video. That was when a masked figure walked into frame, head down and body stiff, with something that looked like a needle in her hand. The figure pulled out a key and opened the front door, walking straight into Hank's house. 5 minutes later, the figure hurried out, hands appearing empty and mask still on. They wore a dark black long-sleeve shirt and pants, leaving zero ways to distinguish them except that they were on the taller and slimmer side. But still, it was proof. A vital piece of this puzzle, and Austin seemed to be just as excited by it as me. "Holy shit, okay, this could be huge. Jesus, Anya, you're a fucking star. A rock star, thank you." "Not a problem," she said, coming back onto the screen. "Now, take your shirts off again." More laughter, this time coming easier than the last. I still felt like an elephant was sitting on my chest, but at least it didn't have all its weight on me. "That's all I was able to find for now.
I'm working on phone records and texts, along with emails and internet searches. Hopefully I can dig something else up for you, Austin.
You've done more than enough. Thanks again.
I'm getting back to work. I'll email you everything I found so far and call if anything else comes up.
She gave another wink and cut the call, the screen fading to black. I turned to Austin on the couch, jaw practically on my lap. "This is big, right?" "Huge," Austin replied, and I could tell by the light in his hazel eyes that he wasn't lying. "I can force the department to open Hank's case back up with this, and it also narrows my suspects down. We know that whoever killed Hank had a key. The only person we know had a key to Hank's was Domino." My brows jerked up. "You think he did it? But then why would he be after me?" "Maybe the murder isn't related to whatever you two were working on. Or maybe Hank gave his key to someone else. He and Domino weren't dating for very long, so he must not have been very protective over those keys." Austin smiled and gave me a small sense of reassurance. "We're getting close." "I hope so, Austin. Because this is starting to get to me. Bad. I'm really feeling a kind of fear I didn't think I'd ever feel. It makes it hard to breathe sometimes, and tonight, with the blood... Fuck." The elephant shifted so that it sat its entire ass on my chest. I took in a deep breath, but it barely made it to the bottom of my lungs before I felt it forced back out. My hands were anxious, tight fists on my thighs. Austin surprised me then by cupping my head in his hands and pulling me in, kissing me on the forehead and whispering against me, "It's all going to be okay. Just like that one time you bombed your biology midterm." He kissed me again, keeping his lips against my skin. Smooth sculpting. And just like that, a memory came slamming to the forefront. Nothing felt worse than failing an exam you were sure you aced. Like so sure that I came out of the classroom fist-pumping and gloating, only to get slapped in the face by a big ol' red F. F for fuck my fucking life. Fuck! By the time I made it to my dorm, I had really beaten myself up about it. I knew my parents would be fuming and would likely threaten to cut off money if I didn't get my grades together. And that scared me, sure, but I could go find a job somewhere and be fine. It wasn't so much the money that worried me. It was letting my parents down, making them think less of me. I never wanted that to happen, and failing out of my scholarship would have done exactly that. I got into the dorm and slumped onto the firm couch, dropping my book bag at my feet and bumping my head against the wall behind me. "Rough day?" Austin asked. My roommate, my best friend, my confidant, my teammate, my secret and forbidden lover. He sat down next to me, casually resting an arm on the back of the couch, his hand coming really close to my right shoulder. I didn't move. I bombed my exam. If my GPA drops by one more point, I'm done. I'll be dropped by my scholarship, and I doubt I could get into any grad program. I'd be done. Fuck. You won't be done, Sean. No one's ever done because of bad grades. No one even gives a fuck about your report card once you're out in the real world. The only people stressing about grades are counselors and the budget department at the school. I sucked a breath through my teeth. I just wanted this school shit to be smooth sculpting, that's all. Austin's face scrunched together. You wanted to be a sculptor? I thought you were into wildlife. No, it's a saying. You've never heard it? Austin's face scrunched even more before realization clicked in. Duh, of course he'd heard the say smooth sculpting. Do you mean smooth sailing? No, I mean... Oh no, I've been saying it wrong this entire time, haven't I? Oh, fuck. Austin started to crack up, and I stood, wanting to explain myself. Wait, but... What if I'm right, man? Who the fuck likes rough sculptures? I thought it made so much sense. Smooth sculptures, like marble and shit. Fuck. Austin was still laughing, but standing now, holding his stomach. Damn, how did he always look so good? The guy was in a white tank top and paint-stained gym shorts, and he still looked like the models you see on those underwear packages at the mall. Not that I ever looked at them for too long or anything. And his eyes. Something in Austin's eyes always did me in, no matter what I was feeling or how frustrated I was with class or rugby.
One look into those hazel eyes and my engine would immediately rev, sending sparks straight to my dick. I like smooth sculpting better, even though it sounds like something you'd buy on Groupon to handle the extra Thanksgiving pounds. I started laughing then, and soon I had forgotten all about my failed exam and my scholarship and disappointing my parents. All I cared about was spending the day with Austin, naked and hooking up in every corner of the dorm. Holy shit. I remembered, I said, looking into Austin's eyes and seeing the same man I had fallen so hard for back then. The Smooth Sculptures Day, it all came back to me. About my bio test and how you were there and how we did nothing except hang out together that day. It was perfect. Austin's eyes were wide, almost looking as surprised as he'd been by the message still outside. That's incredible. It means you can get even more memories back. I leaned in for a kiss, a renewed well of hope springing up in my chest. It's going to be okay, I said, echoing Austin's words, and actually believing them. It's all going to be smooth sculpting. 23. Austin Romero. I rested my head on my desk and let out an exhausted sigh. Houston, perched on the end of my desk, stepped over and started to preen my hair. These last couple of days had been a roller coaster ride, and I fucking hated roller coasters with a burning passion. The threat on my wall kicked off a flurry of panic and stress and fear, which only made it harder and harder to focus on the shit I actually needed to do. Instead of working on the case, I had to make sure Charlie was okay and safe. I spent the day after the threat turning my home into a fortress. I installed cameras along every corner of the exterior, as well as adding barbed wire to my fence, which completely tanked the aesthetic of my property, but was much better than blood dripping down my walls. I swapped out all the locks for even stronger ones, and reinforced the doors and windows so that someone would need a tank to break through them. It was far from ideal, but it gave me a sense of comfort, however false it might be. I knew there was no way to protect Charlie around the clock. He still had to go to work and go grocery shopping, or to the gym, or to his parents. It didn't matter where he needed to go. All I could think of was vulnerabilities, ways I could lose him. Same way I had lost Dean. No, don't go down that path. But it was too late. Images flashed into my brain with the same force as a lightning strike. Dean's body, broken and bloody, unmoving. Gone. His eyes staring up at the sky, lifeless and empty. It was an accident. A tragic one. Dean died because of a heartless asshole running him over. 1 second he had been sitting in the living room and playing a video game, getting ready to walk to the bodega. The next, he was dead. I couldn't go through that again. I couldn't lose someone else. No one else. It would break me. I was sure of that. There'd be no recovering from another loss like that, not after I opened myself up again and allowed Charlie back in. Devastation wouldn't even be the proper term for how I'd feel. I picked my head back up, Houston giving a cluck and a swish of his wings. And I gave him a few chin scratches and then turned my attention back to the computer screen. The only way I'd be able to secure Charlie's safety was by locking up the psycho behind the threats and murders. Someone in Blue Creek wanted Charlie dead and me gone, and I wasn't going to allow either of those things to happen. On my computer screen was a rain-streaked black and white video of my street. It was footage from my next-door neighbor's doorbell camera, which didn't have the best angle or quality. That didn't matter, though, since I could still see the car that sped away from my house and down the street. I replayed the 5 seconds of footage that showed the car, over and over again. I couldn't make out anything about the driver, nor did I see a license plate or any other big identifying marks. But at least I could figure out the make and model of the car. It was an older Honda Civic with what appeared to be a dent in the bumper and a scratch on the driver's door, although I couldn't make out if it was just dirty or not.
Still, it felt like a big lead. I was quite literally looking at the person behind all this. Now I just needed to figure out who the hell it was. A knock on my door pulled my attention. Darian opened, popping his head in. Houston gave him a welcome squawk from the top of my bookshelf.
Hey boss, I've got Evan here for you.
Perfect, let him in. From one lead to another. It had taken a little bit of begging on my part, but I was able to get Evan scheduled for an interview with me. Our first chat didn't exactly go very smoothly, but I had high hopes for this one. Being in my office made it a more neutral space than his club, and now I understood the kind of guy Evan was. It would be much easier to navigate around the anger I knew bubbled underneath. At least, I hoped it would be easier. Darian stepped aside, and Evan entered, wearing a tight-fitting yellow polo shirt with ripped jeans and a glittering gold wristwatch, with a diamond-encrusted face almost as big as his wrist. He had a fresh haircut and a clean-shaven face, sporting a casual grin and holding out a hand for me to shake. "Thanks for coming in," I said. His grip was firm, but not finger-breaking firm.
No problem.
He grabbed the seat in front of my desk, and I took mine, which had been replaced with an office chair suitable for human-size use. Houston, probably sensing the tension, flew out of the room before Darian closed the door. First off, I fisted my hands together and leaned forward on the desk. I want to apologize for what went down the last time we talked. Things shouldn't have escalated. Evan nodded with a tight-lipped smile.
I agree.
All right, now that pleasantries were out of the way, it was time to get to the heart of the issue. I sat back in my chair, making sure not to break eye contact with him. Something's going on in Blue Creek, Evan, and I need your help to figure it out. I'm not sure exactly who, but someone out there is trying to hide something, and they're stopping at nothing to make sure it's hidden. It started with Charlie's fall, and now Hank's dead, and I have reason to believe it all ties together.
I know. That's why I decided to show up. Hank, he shouldn't have gone like that. He was a good guy. One of the best. He took a risk bringing me on as a partner, and I'll never be able to repay him for that.
A genuine shadow of grief passed over Evan's face. His lips curved downward, and his head dropped.
How can I help?
I opened a manila folder and pulled out the series of photos we had found in Hank's place. Let's start here.
Wait a second. How'd you get these?
Going off Evan's shocked expression, I could tell that whatever Hank was up to, he hadn't let Evan in on it. Hank took these. What were you doing with the sheriff? Evan looked through the photos, the disbelief quickly fading off his face.
He set up a meeting with me. Was being real shady about it. I almost didn't even show up, but he was pretty persistent.
A meeting about what?
He wanted to set up a business venture together, but like I said, he was being shady as fuck. Wouldn't give me any real details. I told Hank about the meeting beforehand, and he had already warned me to say no to whatever Pope wanted.
He set the photos down and stared me down.
Tell me the truth, no bullshit. Was Hank murdered?
I nodded. Evan rolled his neck, bones popping, his forehead and cheeks growing red.
Fuck, I knew it. And the police say it was an overdose. Fucking trash. I should have knocked that guy's lights out when I had the chance.
And you would have still been sitting in a jail cell if you did that. Evan shook his head, sitting back.
So Hank was tailing the sheriff?
Possibly. Or he was telling you. There's a lot of ways this can all shake out. He nodded and looked out the window, thoughts visibly pinballing behind his worried gaze. We were able to find some security footage, too. I decided against showing Evan the footage, describing some of it instead. The main takeaway is that whoever injected Hank with the heroin had a key to his house. Do you know if Hank was pretty liberal about giving his key out?
Hank was a trusting guy, and in a town like ours, it's easy for that trust to spread.
I pulled on the thread a little harder. Any names? Did he give the key to anyone in the club? I already knew the answer to that, but sometimes I found asking questions with predetermined answers led to even more of them.
Evan thought on it a bit before nodding.
Yeah, he did.
I could tell he was considering how much to tell me. Not sure why he wanted to hide any information if it meant finding his friend's killer.
Who?
I pulled the thread harder and
Domino.
there it was, the answer I had been expecting.
They had a thing together. They were good together, too.
But they kept things a secret. Do you know why? Was it because Domino is a man? Evan shrugged.
Everyone knew Hank was pansexual, so I don't see sexuality being why he wanted it quiet. I think Hank's just a private person. He didn't want to be seen fucking his dancers.
That tracked with Domino's explanation.
Hank also dated Carrie for a while. Carrie Pope. I remember him making a key for her, too.
Interesting. I hadn't looked as hard into Carrie since their relationship ended years ago on a seemingly amicable note, but maybe it was time I turned the magnifying glass in her direction. But before I did that, I had a few more questions to ask Evan. Unfortunately, it was my next question that would be my last. Did you have a key to Hank's house? Evan's head snapped up, his eyes narrowed, and I could sense a shift in the air.
I did. He gave it to me so that when he's out of town, I can swing by and check on shit.
Fuck, he's getting pissed. I had to tread lightly. I could almost hear the eggshells underneath my feet. Did you ever lend that key to anyone, or did you ever lose it? Evan considered my questions for a long moment.
No, I haven't done either of those things.
His head slowly angled forward, eyes searching mine. I recognized the embers of anger I had accidentally kicked alive during our last meeting.
Why are you asking?
It's my job to ask questions, Evan, that's all.
Is it your job to insinuate shit?
That's not what I'm doing here. Evan puffed his chest out.
You know, now that I think about it, all this shit got worse when you showed up. Blue Creek was calm and quiet before you set up this office.
He motioned around my still unpacked office, eyes staying on mine.
Maybe you're the one causing all the problems here. Maybe it's time for you to leave Blue Creek. You're not welcome here, never will be.
Aside from that being extremely close to the bloody threat left on my wall, I was shocked at how angry Evan became. As simple as flipping a switch, his face grew beet red and his knuckles were pale with how tight his fists were. This could easily escalate out of control if I didn't handle it correctly. We're on the same page here, Evan. Just trying to help your friend, that's all. I'm not looking to cause any problems.
Well, you fucking have.
His fist came slamming down on my table with a loud bang. My pen holder fell over and spilled pens all across my desk. I didn't flinch, keeping my eyes on Evan. This had gone past the point of no return. Defusing this bomb would be impossible. I had to get it out of the building instead. You've been a big help, Evan. I think our interview is over. I stood, hands on my desk, posture stiff and showing Evan that I wouldn't back down from him. He seemed smaller to me now than in Honey and Wood for some reason, probably because he was playing in my home court. Evan must have gotten that same feeling. He stood, pushed the chair hard against my desk and turned to leave. With one hand on the doorknob and without turning back to me, he said, "You better find whoever did this to Hank, or I'll be the one you need to worry about." And he left, slamming the door shut. I went into the main room and made sure he didn't bother Darian or Houston on the way out. "Everything all right?" Darian asked, he and Houston both looking at me with heads cocked. "Yeah, everything's fine. Just another day, another prickly and sensitive asshole." Darian laughed, and Houston, in a clear and shockingly loud voice, shouted out above him, "Asshole! Asshole!" "Ah, crap," Darian said once we both stopped laughing. "Shelley's never going to let him back up here now." 24. Charlie Marsh. Turns out that living with a big-ass target on your back really wasn't conducive to a calm and peaceful lifestyle. Who would have thought? I'd spent the last week constantly looking over my shoulder and jumping at the stupidest shit. Paranoia was the name of the game, and I was getting damn good at playing it.
Even at work, I side-eyed pretty much every customer who walked through the door, even though I had known most of them for my entire adult life. I didn't know who I could trust anymore, and that feeling really started to eat away at me. It was why I decided to spend my afternoon with two people I knew I could trust unconditionally. My parents. We sat outside on their deck, surrounded by blooming potted plants and hanging vines. There was a trough next to the railing that held a vegetable garden, currently growing fist-sized tomatoes and equally massive cucumbers. The umbrella blocked out most of the harsh afternoon sun and kept the fresh breeze flowing, complementing my mom's spiked raspberry lemonade.
Any new updates on the case?
My mom asked as she sat down, resting a hand on my dad's bouncing leg. Nothing, I said with an exasperated sigh and another gulp of the lemonade. But at least there hasn't been any more blood-written threats, so silver lining, I guess. My mom put a hand over her chest, her bright red nails popping against her sunshine yellow blouse.
I can't believe any of this is happening. In our town, and to you, of all people, I hate it.
So do I said, shrugging and falling back into the cushion-covered wicker bench. My dad lifted a finger and surprised me with what he said. Well, speaking of silver lining, at least you and Austin are reunited over all this. There's a positive right there. It didn't surprise me that he knew Austin and I were together, but hearing him acknowledge it and call it a good thing, I never would have imagined that happening as a kid. He had been a completely changed man after my accident. I tried not to give too goofy of a smile, so I decided to take another gulp of the lemonade. It is a positive, I said around the straw. A big one.
When is he coming over for dinner?
My mom asked.
I don't think I've seen him since he was a college kid and you two were running off everywhere.
I think we can do it this weekend. My mom smiled, along with my dad. It was a mindfuck, seeing them this happy about hanging out with my boyfriend. A very happy mindfuck, but a mindfuck nonetheless.
And where are his parents? Maria and Ignacio? Oh, they had the funniest stories. I died every time those two would start talking.
My mom said, a warm glint inside her hazel eyes. They're in Spain, Grenada. Austin's talking about taking a trip to see them this summer. If everything calms the hell down before then. Another sip of the lemonade might have been what pushed me to say this next thing. You know, this is actually pretty wild to me. Talking to you guys about Austin, I can't remember the time Austin and I were together, but most of the story was filled in. And I still remember moments as a kid when, well, this would just seem impossible. My mom cocked her head, two hands on her heart now. My dad stayed silent, staring straight ahead, eyes focused somewhere on the trees in the distance.
My baby, I hate that you feel that way. It makes me feel so guilty. You should have been able to talk to us about anything. And know that you can. You always can.
I know that now. I do. My parents might have messed up their allyship when I was a kid, but they really tried their hardest to make up for it. They flew a rainbow flag in their front yard and added rainbow decals to their cars. Things that sounded tiny but were magnified by thousands in a small town. Soon more rainbows started to pop up around town and in yards and on cars, and the effect was felt. But my parents had gone beyond that. They started with donating every month to queer organizations and ended up organizing an entire pride parade down Blue Creek's main street. It had started 4 years ago as a tiny thing with a few trucks and rainbow-covered dancers and ended up with a total attendance of 30,000 last year. An insane number, and one many Blue Creek residents could never have imagined happening, but it did, and everyone loved it. Businesses boomed, people celebrated, love won, and pride marched. It was insanely successful, and made me insanely proud of Candace and Aaron Marsh. Most of all, though, beyond all the parades and donations and drag queen bingos attended, they loved their gay son, unconditionally, with everything they had. I didn't doubt that for a second. It had taken a minute for them to come around, even though I knew they loved me through that time, but they did, and I couldn't be happier.
I'm so glad you and Austin were able to fix things. I always had a feeling about you two, always laughing and joking with each other. When his mom told me why Austin left, I could barely believe it. And then they were gone too, moved away, and that was it.
I scrunched my brows. What did his mom tell you? My dad, still silent, put his drink down and shared a look with my mom.
You don't know?
No, what?
Oh, I thought maybe you and Austin would have talked about it.
My mom's face flushed red and she nervously played with her dangling necklace. We did, but maybe I didn't get the full story. What happened? She stood up and looked like she was about to parkour over the railings and run off into the trees to avoid answering my question.
Talk to Austin, Char. I don't want to say too much. I don't feel like it's my place. His mom didn't tell me much anyway. She just said Austin was devastated by whatever you had told him.
That made me jerk forward, shocked. What? That I told him? He never said... What was it that I said to him? Candace loved a good heart-to-heart, but she always hated spilling secrets. I tried getting her to elaborate, but she was already halfway through the door and back into the house before I could get anything else. I believed that she didn't know what I said, but... Fuck. What the hell did I say? I looked to my dad, who hadn't said a word this entire time. I'm guessing you don't know either? He shook his head, giving me a pursed-lipped smile. Something was off. My dad normally wasn't this quiet. He always had a quip or joke to toss into a conversation, even if it wasn't exactly the best timing. No, I don't. He turned his gaze down. The creases around his eyes deepened, multiplying with the wrinkles on his forehead. His trimmed beard was going from black to gray, matching the gray that peppered his hair. He looked older to me in this moment, with shoulders slumped and head dropped. His slightly oversized beige shirt and khaki pants weren't exactly doing him any favors either. Parents always seemed to have an air of invincibility to them, like not even aging could touch them. What's wrong, Dad? His thin smile flipped into a frown, reflecting the sadness that now permeated through his dark eyes, framed by thick-rimmed glasses. I'm just thinking about what your mom said, how she feels guilty. But, Char, if she feels guilty, then I don't even know what I feel. She never said anything to you. She never treated you differently, even when we first thought you might be gay. It was me. I was the one who fucked it all up. He dropped his head into his hands. I didn't think this would be where my mom's spiked raspberry lemonade would lead us, but I felt ready to tackle and fully unload the baggage between my dad and me. Dad, you weren't perfect. I can admit that, but no one on this floating rock can say they're perfect. I understand. It was a different time, and no, I hate that excuse. It wasn't a different time. There are black and white photos of people in the 70s marching for their gay kids. It didn't matter what time it was. All that mattered was that I wasn't there for you. I forced you to hide who you really were, and I robbed you of happy years that you can never get back. I hate myself for that. Words hit me right in my chest. I could hear the cords of pain that tightened my father's throat. He looked back up, looking to me. People always said I looked like my mom, but I could see myself more in my dad, now more than ever. I love you, Shah. And when you told us you were gay, I completely lost it. I'm so sorry for making you ever feel like you didn't belong, or that you were broken. None of that was ever true. I know, Dad. I know all of that. I did have one question, though. It kept me up some nights, and I honestly wasn't sure if I'd ever even ask it. Until now. I didn't let myself think twice about it. Why, though? Our family isn't hugely religious, and Blue Creek might be a small town, but I feel like it's always been a progressive one, even when the bigger cities around us weren't.
What made you hate the thought of me being gay so much? There, it was out. I could breathe now. It felt like a bundle of thorns had just been pulled out of my lungs. My dad leaned forward, eyes back to looking straight ahead, and even deeper sorrow radiating off him as he lifted his fisted hand to his mouth and closed his eyes, as if he were about to start praying. His name was Eric Handler. He was my best friend since we were 3. A kind-hearted soul, and the kind of guy who would pick up the phone at any time of the night if you ever needed him. I'd never heard of Eric before, and that should have been my first clue as to how this story would unravel. He died, my dad continued, on his 19th birthday. It didn't feel fair. Still doesn't. It didn't make any sense. He never told me he was sick. He never told me he was suffering until it was too late, and it all happened so quick. What happened? I asked. He had AIDS. It was in '82 when it really started to blow up. He was my best friend, and never even came out to me. That's how scared he was. I found out he was gay when I had to look through his things after he died, since his family had already abandoned him. Of course, I had already figured things out before I found the letters between him and his partner. I figured it out as I watched him take his last breath, his body a ravaged husk of what he had been. The disease took him before he could ever live his truth out loud. And it wasn't just him. It was an entire generation of gay men. And no one in power seemed to be doing any fucking thing about it. The president and his team are laughing about the gay plague, doing nothing to help. It seemed like everyone was turning a blind eye to thousands upon thousands of people losing their lives. Eric's death terrified me, made me angry, made me resentful. It broke me. All of those emotions were aimed in the wrong direction, Cha. I became homophobic, and I carried that with me for so long, too long. I blamed him being gay for why he died. An absolutely toxic thought that poisoned me in everything I did. And I projected that all on you. My only son. The heart of my life, the reason I work so hard, and the reason why I wake up every day. You constantly make me proud, and I never, never want to do anything that would hurt you. My dad choked on tears, but he couldn't stop them from coming. I had only ever seen my dad cry twice before, and both times had been after he smashed his toe against a dresser. One of those times he had actually broken it. I did the first thing that came to me. I reached over and hugged him. That only made the tears flow harder, and then it all started to hit me right in the chest, and I couldn't hold it back either. I felt my dad's visceral pain at losing his best friend and the terror he felt in not wanting to lose me in the same way. The pain all those men must have felt, and all those who had to bury countless friends, fighting a fight that felt completely in the dark. And then I thought about all those times my dad forbade sleepovers with guy friends, and the times he'd tell me not to talk like that, or don't hold your hand like that, or don't sit with your legs crossed like that. Then there was the time I had secretly expressed interest to another boy in 8th grade, given him a Valentine's card, which had somehow found its way straight back to my dad. That had been an incredibly rough few weeks, and looking back now, it all felt so fucking unnecessary. That's what hurt the most. We could have had an entirely different bank of memories and experiences, and trust me, I took extra value in the memories I did have. It took a moment, but we were able to pull ourselves back together. I spoke first, a well of compassion flowing over inside me. Dad, I love you, all right? Don't hold on to past mistakes. Just hold on to Eric's memory and honor him, which is what you've been doing. You've come full circle, and I don't doubt you support me at all. My dad's smile was back, but the sadness in his eyes was still heavy. You make me so proud, Cha. Eric would have spoiled you like crazy as your godfather.
He loved giving gifts. Everyone at school was always so happy when they'd find a muffin or a cookie from him on their birthdays. He shouldn't have gone the way he did.
I rubbed my dad's back. I didn't wake up expecting to have this conversation today, but holy shit, was I glad we did. I saw my father in an entirely new light, as if some kind of invisible layer had been peeled back. I hated the answer to my question, but I was glad my dad was able to share himself like that. What else did Eric like to do? His eyes crinkled as the smile grew. Dance. He loved every kind of dance under the sun. Hip-hop, tap, ballroom, ballet, he did it all. And he'd bust out into spontaneous dances, too. Sometimes just so that he could get you smiling. Did you ever learn any moves from him? He chuckled and shook his head. You've seen my rhythm, Shah. I dance as well as that broken branch waving in the breeze over there. Stiff and erratic? Exactly. More laughter. More tightening of the bonds between my dad and me. Bonds that I hadn't envisioned ever tightening over a conversation like that, not as a kid. We never had that kind of relationship growing up, but I was beyond grateful to have it now. We talked some more about Eric. I wanted a full picture painted down to his horoscope and any food allergies he might have had. My dad's face lit up when he talked about all their memories together. Learning how to ride bikes and then getting lost on them for hours in the neighborhood. Or the time they movie hopped to 6 different movies in a day and ended up getting banned for life from the theater chain. Eric had waltzed his way out of the lobby, which was appropriate since the last movie they had watched ended with a ballroom scene. At some point, my mom came back outside and joined us. She had met Eric a year before he died and had some stories of her own, all of them shared with as wide a smile as my dad had worn. Some more tears were shed, but they were the happy kind. The ones that honored a special person's memory. By the time we had finished reminiscing, I had a clear image of Eric and the type of guy he was, along with an audibly growling stomach. We moved the conversation out to the front yard. Austin had texted me that he was making dinner for us, and I decided that I'd keep this honesty ball rolling and ask him about the full story between us. Thank you, Dad, I said as he stood by my car, my mom already having gone back inside. For talking to me, for loving me. Not a lot of people can say the same thing to their fathers. And thank you, son, for listening and understanding. I don't think we could have raised a better kid. At all. Love you, Shah. He hugged me then, kissed me on the cheek, and then went back inside with my mom. The door closing behind him, but everything else feeling so much more open. I felt closer to my dad than ever before, and I expected my conversation with Austin tonight to go just as well. I got into my car with a smile and a warmth in my chest, not taking all this love for granted. I pulled out of my parents' driveway and took off down the dark street, deciding to play some upbeat music and lower the windows, enjoying the fresh air and just living. I was so busy enjoying life and singing out of tune, in fact, that I didn't even register the scratched-up car that seemed to be making every turn I made on my way to Austin's. 25. Austin Romero. The Stonewall investigations offices were finally complete. All the furniture had arrived and been assembled by a sweating Darian and me, with some assistance from a non-sweating Houston, and the art had been hung on the walls and flowers placed throughout. There was a fresh coat of paint, and 3 empty offices waiting for detectives to come join the team. A rainbow flag hung from the main window that overlooked the main street, just next to Darian's desk, which I currently leaned against as we talked about Darian's new boyfriend. He's visiting this weekend, Darian said, taking back his phone and smiling at the picture he had shown me of them on their first date in front of Carnegie Hall. Think he'll like it here? I freaking hope so. He's used to the big city life like I was, but Blue Creek has its own kind of magic. It might take more than a weekend for him to see it, who knows? Or maybe it doesn't. Darian shrugged and leaned back in his chair. He looked over at Houston, perched on a tree stand that Darian had bought for his new best friend.
Houston leaned in as Darian gave him a few belly scratches, making satisfied clicking sound with his beak. I'm sure he's going to love it. You're right, there's definitely something in the air here. I didn't think I'd like coming back, but now I don't think I can imagine leaving.
Well, you're also bussy-whipped, so there's that.
I laughed at that, Houston joining with cause of his own.
Bussy-whipped. That's a new one. And one you can't deny?
Darian asked, cocking his head and chuckling.
We should go on a double date this weekend. You guys can meet Remy. We can go on a hike or something.
That sounds like fun, I said. Isn't the new detective coming this weekend too? Maybe we can invite him.
Yeah, he is. I'll shoot him an email about it.
Ryan Diaz, one of the top private detectives on the West Coast, was poached after a dinner with Zane, and agreed to move to Blue Creek as the second detective to join Stonewall. He had visited once already and seemed like a down-to-earth guy with a sharp wit and even sharper skills. I was excited about him joining the team. Something else I was excited about: dinner with Charlie tonight. It had been a long week, and we were both still on a hyper-sharp knife's edge after finding that threat. I decided that I would try and make tonight as stress-free as possible with a homemade dinner featuring all of Charlie's favorites: garlic mac and cheese, thin crispy fries, a ranch-covered Southwest salad, and a seafood paella, which was a famous Spanish dish that Charlie would devour whenever my mom would make it back in our college days. I said bye to Darian and Houston, giving him the Friday off since I planned on spending the entire day out hunting for more clues. On the way home, I stopped at Juniper June's Groceries and Blooms, a popular grocery store that even attracted out-of-towners, with an always impressive collection of flowers for sale, along with a tiny greenhouse attached, where even more plants could be bought. It was actually where I had my first job, as a bagger, promoted to the cashier after a few months, and then quit once I earned a scholarship that covered all my tuition. Charlie and I also used to hook up in the stockroom after hours, so there was that. I grabbed a bouquet of fragrant yellow and pink roses along with a couple of last-minute things on my grocery list. The sun was still high in the sky as I pulled up my driveway, even though the clock on my dash read 5:30. It was one of the nicer parts of living in the New England sphere. The sun seemed to be a near-permanent fixture in the sky, rising at 5 in the morning and setting close to 9. I missed some things about New York City, no denying that, but I was pleasantly surprised by how easy it was to fall in love with Blue Creek. Of course, Charlie helped a lot with that. I hurried inside to finish the cooking and set up for tonight's date night. The Chardonnay was chilled and the flowers rehomed in a blue crystal vase that my grandma had sent me from Spain. I knew he was spending time with his parents today, but I wasn't entirely sure how much time that meant I had to get ready, so I started to run around my place in a pair of boxers, plating and then cleaning and then getting dressed. Thankfully, I was just zipping up my jeans and spritzing some cologne when I heard the door open downstairs. I leaned out of my bedroom and shouted, "I'll be right down," and then darted back into the room, heading right for the sock drawer. I opened it and dug underneath the bundle of socks, grabbing a dark box, long with a velvety soft touch to it, the final piece for tonight's special night. Barefoot, I walked out into the hall and down the stairs with a hop in my step, taking them two at a time. "Char, I hope you came hungry. I've got your Charlie?" He wasn't in the living room like I expected him to be. I looked around, not seeing the shoes he'd normally leave kicked off by the door. I scrunched my brows and set the box down on the coffee table. The light was on in the kitchen. I had left it off. He must be really hungry then. Usually Charlie didn't make a beeline for the kitchen, but maybe the mouth-watering smell of everything I'd cooked just pulled him there like a magnet. "Charlie?" I turned the corner, stepping into the kitchen, seeing him standing there with his back to me, hands on the counter and gaze looking somewhere out the window above my sink. "Char, you're scaring me." He turned, and I could tell he'd been crying. His eyes were red and puffy, his lashes shining. "What did I do to us, Austin?" I reeled back almost as if I'd been slapped. That's how unexpected this all was. "What?" What happened?
I started to remember. On the drive here, I started to remember what happened between us.
He shook his head, lifted a knuckle to his parted lips, bit down.
It's coming in bits and pieces, but I can see how angry you were. I remember you punching straight to a wall. Your fists were bleeding. You were crying, and I wasn't... I remember... Fuck, Austin. I remember telling you to leave, that I never wanted to talk to you again, or see you, or hear about you. Fuck!
Both his hands came down to grip the counter behind him, knuckles pale, his teeth marks clear on one of them.
What else did I say?
I stumbled on my words. Rarely, if ever, did I lose my ability to speak, but this moment leached me of my sentences.
What was it, Austin? What did I say that made you punch the wall?
Fuck. This wasn't how I wanted to talk about this. Of course, I hoped beyond hope that Charlie would recover all his memories one day, and I knew that meant we'd have to confront the one fight that tore us apart and appeared forever irreparable. Life had different plans, and forgiveness was easier to find for me than resentment was to hold. So, I let it all go. I found myself genuinely moving on, and accepting that Charlie and I were completely different men now than the boys we had been back then. But Charlie didn't have the same luxury of time as I had to cope with everything. 7 entire years of his life had been stolen from him, and 3 of those years happened to be the 3 that included me. I rubbed my face, took a breath. This was gonna be tricky. Char, what happened in the past between us was unfortunate, but it happened. And I need you to know that I'm okay with it now. I understand it's going to feel brand new to you, but I don't hold on to any negative feelings from that night. What happened that night? It played clear as day for me. I remembered every detail about that night, from what we ate to what underwear we had worn to what exactly was said that triggered the nuclear blow-up. It was the night before our graduation. We were spending it together. Your parents were flying in the morning of, so we had the entire house to ourselves. After about the 3rd time of us going at it, I felt like I was on a different level with you. I opened up, and I let everything out. I told you how I hated being a secret, and that I wanted to come out of the closet, and I wanted you alongside me. You immediately clammed up, and you said how you couldn't see yourself disappointing your family. I hated hearing that, and I decided I'd just be fully honest with you. I told you that I loved you. Charlie's eyebrows rocketed upward. His memories must not have brought that fact back. I wanted to reach out and grab his hand, only because I knew this story got much darker, but something told me he needed some space to process this.
How did I respond?
Not well. He winced, and it pained me just as much to say my next words. You called me a faggot. Charlie covered his entire mouth with a hand and braced himself on the counter with his other. He shook his head. I felt sick. This was so fucking far from how I envisioned this night playing out.
I'm a monster,
Charlie said, so low I almost missed it.
I'm a fucking monster.
No, you're not. I moved closer to him, throwing out my idea of personal space. Charlie needed me. He brushed my hands away and turned around, leaning over the sink as if he were about to be sick. I tried rubbing his back, but he pushed me off.
I don't deserve this,
he said with his breaths coming in faster, deeper.
I hurt you so fucking bad. How do I deserve a second chance? Holy shit. Holy shit.
This was exactly what I had been scared about. Char, we were different people back then.
Time isn't an excuse. It isn't an excuse. Parents in the 70s, they had posters, they had love, they weren't monsters. Holy shit.
I didn't ask what parents in the 70s had to do with this. I didn't say anything.
afraid I would say the wrong thing and send Charlie on a deeper spiral. I reached out and put a hand on his back again, and he didn't shake me off, but he didn't relax. His breathing became sharper, and his shoulders were as stiff as the countertop. Charlie pushed away from the counter and moved past me, hands on the back of his neck.
I called you one of the nastiest slurs under the sun. Fuck me. How can you ever look at me again after that? I feel like I fucked up bad. Like I fucked up twice. You didn't. You punched a wall because of me. I hate that I called you that. I'm so sorry, Austin.
It wasn't even that you called me a slur that made me hit the wall, I said, flushing with heat at how everything was unraveling. All because of a past that I had already come to terms with and was now reliving through fresh eyes. A twisted stab of fate's dagger straight to the heart, right when I had let down all the guards around it. What a fucking joke. You told me that you'd never love me, Charlie. After I admitted I was in love with you, you told me I was pathetic for thinking I was anything more than a dirty secret. That was what made me explode. His jaw dropped, eyes popped.
No. Oh no. No. I did say that. I remember it all now.
All I could do was watch as the memories slammed back into Charlie's mind. 26. Charlie Marsh.
I suddenly remembered it all, like it happened yesterday. My parents' house was empty, college was over, my job was set. Everything about tonight was supposed to be smooth sculpting. Austin and I had already hooked up 3 times in the past 2 hours, and I could probably go for one more before we moved outside to the pool. I thought Austin felt the same way, so I was extra surprised when he sat on the edge of the bed and wouldn't react when I started kissing his neck and rubbing his arms. What's wrong? And that's when the floodgates opened. Austin stood, the bed dipping and almost dumping me onto the carpet. He rubbed his face, walking around the bedroom in his black Calvins and nothing else. Char, I can't keep doing this. We've been together for 3 years now, and I know we agreed on not being exclusive. Neither of us has been with anyone else, not in those entire 3 years. And I don't want to be with someone else. He looked at me, big hazel eyes catching the light from the floor lamp. I don't want us to be a secret anymore. It was a simple sentence that triggered a chain reaction of repressed bullshit and anger inside me. Truth was, I felt the same. Over the 3 years of secretly running off to fall asleep in Austin's arms, I'd come to realize that maybe I was also getting tired of keeping things secret. But if we weren't secret, then that would mean admitting to everyone, myself, to my dad, that I was gay. The anger and bullshit wound itself into a cannonball inside me, and I launched it through my words. That can't happen, Austin. We talked about this already. You know I'm not gay. There, a lie. Easier said than the truth. Said enough times and it becomes the truth. Austin's face cracked, jaw slipping open, but my mask didn't slip. Guilt shredded through me like a rain of bullets. I wanted to run. Run away, far away, putting miles between Austin and me, countries, oceans. I didn't deserve him, not after what I said, the way I hurt him. But I also wanted to run straight into Austin's arms. He was the only person in the world who could take this pain away from me. The one person I hurt was the only person who could heal me. It was such a conflicting torrent of emotions, I couldn't even look at him. At those same hazel eyes I could now remember filling with tears, overflowing, face growing red and head shaking. I did that. I hurt him. I fucked up. I fucked up. This is fucked up, Austin said. He looked like he was about to cry, but I couldn't break. I couldn't admit anything because there wasn't anything to admit. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. The The same three little words I'd repeat to myself in the mirror whenever I'd find my thoughts drifting. Like a fucking yoga mantra. I looked away from Austin and held on to those words like I was holding on to flotsam in the middle of the ocean for survival. "Look at me, Charlie. Look at me!" Austin hit his chest, voice booming. I still couldn't look at him. "I'm not gay," I said it again out loud. "Fine, you're not gay. Then you're bi, maybe pan. But you have to agree that you're somewhere on the fucking rainbow. I've felt it, the way you hold me, and the way you kiss. I'm not a fucking fairy, okay?" I stood matching Austin, even though he was taller than me. A 1,000-pound weight dropped on my head. It was filled with societal pressure, family pressure, self-pressure. These words didn't even feel like mine. They'd been placed there through the shit I'd hear my dad say, or my uncle, or the kids in school, or the guys in the locker rooms. Everywhere I'd been steeped in homophobia, like a fucked up teabag sitting in toxic water for years upon years. I absorbed it all, and now I spat it back out, wielding the same weapons I tried protecting myself against for my entire life. I'm straight. I want a wife and kids and a fucking white picket fence with a dog. I don't want to live as a gay man. Well, let me tell you something, Charlie. You don't get to fucking choose. The pain was written all over his face. The same pain that scarred my heart, and the same pain I chose to ignore on a daily basis. I didn't get to choose how I feel about you, how I feel about going to sleep next to you and waking up next to you. I don't get to choose the dreams I have about you, or the fantasies. None of it was my choice, but it all happened. We happened, and I fell in love. A bomb dropping into the room and shattering windows. Austin even seemed surprised by the confession, but he didn't take it back. He couldn't. I couldn't. I wasn't gay. I fucked up because I was so deep in denial. The repression took work to construct, making me self-police every little thing I did. I remember moments of forcing my voice deeper or quickly uncrossing my legs after realizing how it might have looked. Quick flashes of times I would force myself to act straight, also I could uphold the expectation my dad had placed on me. Be straight, find a wife, give him grandkids, keep the cycle going. He never had to say those things aloud. I just understood through the way he raised me. I turned, prying my gaze up from the floor and meeting Austin's. He looked so different from the boy he'd been when I broke his heart. And yet I could still see him in the places that hadn't changed. His warm eyes, his soft smile, his softer lips. I'm so sorry, Austin. Everything I said to you back then, it was coming from such an angry place. A cry choked me off. I swallowed down the rest, balling a hand into a fist, feeling my nails dig into my palm. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry, I said, seeing Austin's expression flip from shock to something closer to grief. I'm not a faggot, Austin. I hated myself in that moment. Fucking despised my twisting guts, and still, I didn't take it back. I said it. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to curl up into a ball and just go the fuck to sleep. But still, I said it. I did it to hurt Austin because I was hurting. So bad. Unexplainably so. And I used that pain to stab outward. This needed to end before Austin said anything else. Before I said anything else. 3 years. And in those 3 years, Austin became my best friend, my confidant. We had unbelievable sex and we made endless memories. But I wasn't gay. We had gotten close, but I couldn't be in a relationship with him, not out and in the open. I couldn't. I love you, Char. Please, listen to— I don't. I never loved you, and I never will. Worse than the slur. This might as well have been 1,000 physical stabs into Austin's chest. With the way he reeled back, I knew that it was done. It had been a direct hit straight to the heart. Things only got worse from there. It's okay, Char. Austin's pebble-smooth voice was like a pump of aloe vera gel straight onto a burn. I chewed on my lip, then switched to the inside of my cheek, not understanding how I could have ever hurt him the way I had. Why couldn't I just tell you the fucking truth?
You have told me. It just took a little while.
I shook my head, bit my cheek harder. Blood tinged my tongue. I stopped the biting. I hate myself. I know this happened years ago, but it feels like it happened yesterday for me, and that makes me really hate myself.
I understand why you reacted the way you did. We were kids, and life was a complicated mess.
It wasn't that long ago, Austin.
It doesn't matter. What matters is now, today. Everything we've been through, and how even with all the time and bullshit between us, we still found our way back.
Fuck, we had 2 first times. Not a lot of people can say that. I looked up into Austin's eyes, like looking into a collection of stars and galaxies. I could stare into those eyes for hours on end, always finding new flecks of honey golds or bright greens. I swallowed. My heart pounding, my blood rushing, my guilt still present. Why would you ever want to be with someone who did that to you?
Because of everything else we did first.
There was truth in Austin's eyes, along with the gem-light refractions of greens and golds. The same truth I had tried to suppress for all of my childhood. I wasn't denying it anymore, and I'd never deny it again. I wish I could go back in time, I said. Undo everything I said to you that night.
There's no need for that, Shar.
He reached for my hands, and I let him take them.
Trust me, that's the biggest lesson I've learned in life. The clock never moves backward. As sure as death and taxes, so me wishing it to tick back is useless. It only hurts me in the end. I've learned to live with the past, but not inside of it.
He came closer to me, and I didn't move away. I didn't want to, never again. I melted into him. His arms came around me, and I wrapped mine around him. I breathed him in, finding a rush of relief. Finally, I remembered, and I found home again. As much as it hurt to relive the trauma of that night, of my repressed and hateful self, I knew, deep down in my bones, that it was needed. I had felt the raw burn of guilt, the rough stab of anger, the bitter taste of regret. Finally, stronger than all and brighter than the sun, came love. Appreciation, happiness, comfort. Austin's arms around me, his lips on mine, body against mine. It was a blanket of love, and I had no trouble admitting it now. Drinking it in like I'd found the fountain of youth, every sip a new explosion of magic. My head against his chest, my walls down, my love off its restraints, I spoke without a filter. I need you to love me again, the way you used to love me. The words barreled through me with the force of a dozen hurricanes. Every wall I had built up, every lie I had told myself, every wall in the house of cards I had built, everything all came tumbling down. The truth was laid bare, and so I spoke it. And then Austin spoke his truth.
I never stopped loving you, Charlie.
Austin pushed in, pushed me back, the counter bracing me, his hands finding my hips and his lips crushing against mine. Our declarations were sealed with a kiss of indefinite passion, unraveling me like a ball of wool thrown down the side of a sheer cliff. I gave the kiss everything I had, letting everything go so that the wild current of this moment carried me away. I love you, I said again and again, with my breath being stolen from me between every word, with every kiss, with every new I love you. Austin echoed me, the words tattooing themselves over the scars. It tasted so sweet, living in this truth. It made me feel a swift slice of sadness over younger me being so terrified of this. Bliss. I'd been scared of this bliss. I should have known that I was powerless to fight against my true feelings. Love was strength. Love was power. Love came raw and bold and bright, and it always tasted sweeter than the lies I'd fed myself for so long. Too long. No more. I love you, Austin, I said again as I came up for breath. Austin answered me with kisses on my neck, hands rubbing up my back, pulling me harder onto him. I moaned, loud, my body uncontrollable in the joy and pleasure and relief I was feeling. I pushed onto Austin, wanting to be on him, on top of him, one with him. "Take this off, please." I wasn't one to beg, but this moment seemed to call for it as I tugged on the hem of Austin's shirt, my fingers grazing over skin. The kitchen grew 1,000 degrees hotter as Austin grabbed his shirt and ripped it open, buttons flying like shrapnel across the room. Fuck, that was hot. Austin grinned and licked his wet lips. "Those next," I said, pointing at his pants while I took off my shirt, the old-fashioned way. Austin looked like a fucking god, standing there with his trimmed chest, his tan skin making the gold in his necklace and bracelet pop like he had plucked them straight from the sun. His chest rose and fell with his breath, nipples already perked, matching the stiffness that pressed against his white briefs. His hard cock was outlined perfectly against the soft material, tucked against his thick thigh. A patch of dark hair poked from the waistband and made my mouth water and my body fill with need. I went back to kissing him, wanting my body all over his, never wanting this night to end. It started off rocky, but was quickly turning into a night of love until the sun came up. I would have happily dunked us in amber and preserved this moment for the rest of eternity, keeping us together in this bliss and starry warmth until the end of time. If I had known what was in store for us, I would have worked way harder for that M. 27. Austin Romero. Tonight was a rebirth. When Charlie started to ask questions, I feared it would be the opposite. Another death in my life. I thought Charlie would break under the weight of his memories. But instead, we opened up even more to each other, saying words I was scared would never leave my lips. I was in love with Charlie Marsh, and he was in love with me, and just like that, the world was set right again. The sun sang, and the sea danced, the stars swooning and mountains moving. Just like that, we were together again. The invisible bonds that tied us since we were teens strengthening into titanium links. Even with the declarations and the cloud-infused kisses, there was still more to unpack. I couldn't imagine having to suddenly deal with huge chunks of my life switching from completely blanked out to being in full color and sound. People were made by the past. They carried their experiences with them forever, most times being shaped and directed by them. Thankfully, Charlie didn't have his entire past stolen from him, but the huge section of time that included me had to have formed him, and now, 8 years later, he had to reckon with it. Better late than never, I guessed. There was time to reckon with it now. Charlie and I could talk about our past on an equal footing, and this wouldn't be the last time we talked about it either. Although, at least for the night, it did seem like the topic of our past had been set aside. I didn't mind. I felt good seeing Charlie smiling as his eyes raked over my half-naked body. His expression played as such a stark contrast to the twisted sadness and anger he had been gripped with when he'd first came into the house. There was something else gripping him now. Same thing that had a hold on me. Same thing that made me want to get a hold of him. "Come here," I said, grabbing his hand and pulling him away from the counter. I led us straight to my bedroom, my body infused with a tingling arousal, quickly growing in intensity with every step I took, my stiff cock bouncing in my briefs. Charlie gave me a playful slap on the ass as we entered my bedroom. I turned to him, unable to resist another kiss, unable to stop myself from rubbing up against him, making sure he knew how hard he made me. He reciprocated, hands on my hips and pushing his bulge against mine while his tongue probed between my lips. It took me seconds from there to get us both fully naked, clothes discarded in a heap, heat consuming me as I grabbed us both in hand and stroked, still kissing him, swallowing the lusty moans he gave me. My curtains were drawn, but sheer enough to allow some of the warm light from the setting sun into the room. We glowed. Charlie's body looked like it had been dipped in gold. I kissed my way down, falling to my knees, wanting to worship this man in all his glory. He opened his stance, opening the doors to his temple, his cock pulsing in the air, tip slick with pre-cum.
I held his balls in one hand and the base of his shaft in another, holding him and just admiring the hefty weight of him. He rubbed my head, looking down at me with a gaze that almost made me come on the spot. God, I fucking love you, Austin. So fucking much. I licked my lips and smiled around the head of his cock, taking him in slow, savoring every drop, every flavor. He tasted like heaven, and honey, and sex, and man. I took more of him in my mouth, becoming greedy, getting him wet, stroking him while I stroked myself. His grunts became louder, and his hips moved further. His cock pushed to the back of my throat, and I took it, wanting more. Gagging around him and fucking loving it. He kept fucking my throat, his hands coming to the sides of my head and holding me there as he thrust. I jerked myself off harder, my eyes beginning to water as Charlie continued to stuff my mouth. He slowed, pulled out, cock dripping wet with my saliva. My entire body felt electric, a live wire snapping and crackling in the rain. I stroked him some more, spreading the saliva all up and down his length, admiring the way his eyes rolled back as my hands traveled over him. Then, as I jerked him, I brought one of my wet hands down between my legs, under my balls, and past my taint. I rubbed my hole, a moan rising from my chest as I leaned forward. I buried my nose in Charlie's pubes, breathing him in while feeling myself quiver, his thick cock hard against my face, his hands on the back of my head. I pushed my finger in, my hole opening for me, taking me in. A deep breath filled with Charlie's musk went straight to my brain, driving me crazy, like taking 6 shots of pure alcohol straight to the veins. My head was light, and my body too, my cock leaking like a spring as I jerked off and pushed in deeper. "You don't know how fucking sexy you look right now," Charlie said, his words vibrating through his body. "Go, bounce on your finger, that's it. Fuck, Austin, look at how hard you are. Fuck me." I looked up at him, a lust-drunk grin on my lips. "Actually, I was thinking you could fuck me." He looked surprised for a second before the heat of the moment regained control. "I've been wanting to fuck you so bad. Then get over here." I pulled my finger out, my body practically crying out to replace the absence. Charlie grabbed the lube from the nightstand and I lay down on the bed, grabbing a pillow and placing it under my lower back. Charlie got onto the bed, touching my legs and looking down on me with a haze to his normally crystal clear blue eyes. His hair was messy and chest flushed pink and his balls hung heavy. His cock throbbed as he squirted lube onto it, spreading it over himself before bringing 2 slick fingers between my ass. I'd bottomed a few times before, but never for Charlie, and tonight I was determined to break that streak. I had to get him inside me, so when his fingers slid in and curled directly onto my swollen prostate, I shut my eyes and groaned, loud and uncontrolled. Pre-cum pooled on my belly as Charlie pushed and rubbed, applying the perfect amount of pressure and filling my vision with stars. And still, it wasn't enough. I needed him, all of him. "Fuck me, Charlie. Give it to me, please, Charlie," I let out in a breathy moan. Just looking at his thickness turned me into a groveling, pleading man. My hole quivered as he pulled out, the ache in my core only growing stronger by a magnitude of 1,000. Heat licked at my ribs, turning my muscles to mush, my organs to ash. Charlie positioned himself between my legs, grabbing hold of my calves and lifting me up. He pressed his head against my entrance, the warmth of it spreading through me like gasoline poured directly into a campfire. He pushed in, his cock opening me further than his fingers, the stretch equal parts ecstasy and sting. I breathed through it. Charlie's hands softly trailed up my belly, rubbing over my nipples as he sunk in a little further. My cock pulsed, my body tightening around him. "That feel okay?" Charlie asked, looking down at me as he sank in another inch. I nodded, biting my lip, pushing past the sting and relishing in the stretch, in the sensation of being filled by this man, the love of my life, and giving him equal, if not greater, amounts of pleasure. I let go, giving up the control I usually held as a top, and I put all my trust in Charlie. It opened me further, and the sting soon became wholly replaced by pure ecstasy. Charlie thrust into me, picking up his pace. I urged him for more, asking him to fuck me harder. I fisted the sheets as he stroked my cock with one hand, his eyes glued to the sight of my body, swallowing him whole. I felt him push at my walls against my guts, pressing that same swollen button over and over and over again. My eyes rolled back, sweat beaded on my forehead. Charlie's words twisted into animal noises, rivaling the sound of skin slapping on skin, his balls slapping against my ass. If I still lived in my NYC apartment, neighbors would have smacked the wall by now. Keep going. Like that, Charlie. God, your dick feels so fucking good. Each word punctuated by the sound of skin on skin. Charlie responded by thrusting harder. I shouted, my balls tightening and my toes curled. His chest, pink with heat, shifted into an even darker red, and his grunts grew louder, thrusts more erratic. We were both close. We'd run directly up to the edge and were about to dive off it together. Only one more, fuck, just one more. My head fell back and my eyes followed, rolling, my body tensing as I shouted, I'm coming! Charlie's hands gripped my thighs tighter and his thrusts slowed as my cock exploded, shooting rope after rope of cum. My hole twitched and spasmed with each shot. Charlie met me there. His head dropped and his body twitching as he unloaded inside me, filling me, both of us sharing a moment of ultimate release, becoming one. His entire body shook as his orgasm subsided, just a short moment after mine. We both shared equally drunken smiles, giggling like we'd just been caught with hands in the cookie jar. His cock still plugged me as he came down for a smiling kiss. I held him there, kissing him, not able to get enough of this man. Fuck, I missed him. And I loved him. So fucking much. More kisses, more whispers of I love you against our lips. So, Charlie said between kisses and declarations of love, are you a converted bottom now? Honestly? Yes, your dick might be magic. I smiled and kissed him again, loving how he felt still inside me. Maybe a verse, I don't know. Weren't we all running from labels in the first place? True. Charlie shifted his hips, his semi-hard cock coming out of me with a pop and leaving me with that empty feeling again. I propped myself up on my elbow. That's one of the great things about being gay. Us guys can experience the magic of bottoming and topping whenever we want. Why put ourselves in boxes like that, you know? If I want to get fucked in the ass for a few nights and then you want to get fucked, then who cares? We've got the front and the back. Might as well enjoy all the toys God gave us. Damn, Charlie said, chuckling. My dick might actually be magic. I think I just fucked some philosophy into you. Shut the fuck up, I said. But also I think you're right. I do feel ready to give a TED talk. Oh, that's what you're ready for. That was a TED fuck. All right, now you're just too much. You weren't saying that a few minutes ago. Actually, I think you were crying out for more if your memory sucks. And so do you. Really well, actually, Charlie said with a wink. I responded with a slap to his still flushed chest. Dumbass. And then I kissed him again, staying close to him this time, the two of us smiling with our noses barely touching. I love you, Charlie. I'm not lying when I say I never stopped. Neither did I. Even back then, I was deep in love with you. I was just scared to admit it. Not anymore, though. Never again. Never again, I said, kissing him again. Come on, let's get cleaned up. We moved over to the shower, where our kisses and toying continued. We fell asleep in each other's arms that night. My entire body, from head to sole, felt like it had been emptied out and replaced by clouds. Nothing in the world mattered. All our problems seemed to fade away, and sleep took us over, filling my head with dreams that only carried me on the river of happy bliss that Charlie's body had taken me on. I woke up the next morning to the smell of frying eggs and bacon, with what I could tell was slightly overdone toast. I rolled over and stretched under the covers, wishing Charlie were lying naked next to me. Those were always the best mornings. I hoped he decided to cook breakfast naked because I woke up with a raging case of morning wood, and the only cure would be getting him on top of me. I climbed out of bed and had another stretch before turning off the rain sounds that played on speakers around my bed. I pulled on a pair of briefs, stuffing my still stiff dick into the thin fabric. I decided I'd give my love a little breakfast sausage of his own. I brushed my teeth real quick and messed up my hair just right, and then I followed the scent of breakfast, and now burning toast, toward the kitchen. I wasn't surprised the toast started to smell a little burnt. Charlie was never great in the kitchen, but it was always the thought that counted for me. Plus, I had the ability to eat just about anything under the sun, so even if my man's toast was a little crisp around the edges, I'd still scarf it down. "Charlie, I think the toast is ready," I said before I turned the corner. No answer. He had probably run to the bathroom. Good thing I woke up when I did, or we'd be eating ashes with our butter and eggs. And although my palate wasn't picky, it wasn't that relaxed either. I padded into the kitchen in my briefs, rubbing at the sleep still lingering in my eyes. Charlie and I had gone to sleep pretty late last night, and the clock on the wall said it was 7, so we weren't running on too much beauty rest. "Charlie?" I asked into an empty kitchen. Yes, the toast was burning, but even odder than that, the eggs and bacon were left out on the stove, the grease crackling and the bacon turning crispy. I turned off the burners and popped the toaster, the slices of bread shooting up like crisp meteors. That's when I really looked around, and my blood ran cold. Frozen. Iced over. The door to my backyard was left wide open, the glass broken. On the floor, buried under the glass, was Charlie's phone. Blood smeared the screen, along with some of the shards of glass. Outside, a chair had been tipped over, and the grass had trailing marks across it, as if someone were dragged toward the still open gate. Charlie had been taken. Holy shit, Charlie was gone. Charlie? Gone? No. No! I couldn't lose him, not someone else, not again. Oh no. Please, not again. 28. Charlie Marsh. My brain had been scooped out and replaced with spiky iron balls. It was the only explanation for the intense, throbbing waves of pain that consumed me by just trying to open my eyes. And that happened to be another pain in the ass, since even with my eyes open, my world was still plunged in pitch dark. Blindfolded, and gagged. Panic pushed away the pain. I tried to stand, but found that I was tied to whatever uncomfortable chair I sat on. The wood prodded at my back as I struggled, like bony fingers reminding me to stay put. My wrists were tied too, pulling my arms back at an angle that threatened to pop my shoulder out of its socket. I could practically feel the phantom stitches from my accident snapping, as if the scar on my shoulder was splitting apart and reopening a years-old wound. I struggled some more, hoping to feel a slackening in a wrist tie or an ankle. Instead of thrashing, I used my brain, as much as that hurt, and made my movements smaller, really trying to analyze which knots were the weakest. It didn't matter. None of the knots were slack. In fact, I was beginning to lose feeling in my hands from how tight the rough rope had been bound around my wrists. That's when I started to cry. Panic and adrenaline all gave way to gut-wrenching fear. This was it. My journey had come to an end. My train had reached its stop. Whatever I'd been running from these past few years had finally caught up with me, and I had nowhere to go. This stage was being put to an end. Right when I had thought it was only just beginning. Right when Austin and I had begun to feel invincible, like the two of us could take on the world together and win whatever challenges it catapulted at us. So much for that. I sagged into the chair, my body stilling, the pain coming in less frequent waves if I didn't move a muscle. I tried taking deep breaths, but the musty fabric that had been stuffed into my mouth made that near impossible. The electric pounding of my heart echoed in my ears, and I tried focusing on that. tried counting the beats and shifting my psyche so that I wasn't controlled by fear. I couldn't give up. I had to get out. I had to get back into Austin's arms. I had to put an end to all of this. Swoosh. Crash. Swoosh. Crash. It took me a second to realize I wasn't hearing my own body. Nor was my ear up to a conch shell. From somewhere nearby, I could hear the rhythmic sounds of waves breaking on the shore. It wasn't very clear, like a window or two may have separated me from the ocean, but it was there, no doubt. Okay, maybe I can use that information somehow. Maybe I can. Another sound made me freeze, as if I'd suddenly been dunked into frigid Arctic waters. Footsteps. Heavy, booted, walking across a creaky wood floor. Pace calm, relaxed. Getting closer, louder, the wood creaking loud just behind me before going completely silent. I could sense the presence. If I had a pen and paper, I was sure I could draw their outline. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up, same as the hairs on my arms. I slowly turned my head. Even though I couldn't see anything, I now had my ear aimed in the direction of the presence. Charlie, you're awake. We can't have that just yet. That voice, I recognized him, but there was no way. Sorry about another possible head trouble. A quick lightning strike of searing agony shot through the back of my skull before, even with the blindfold on, the world grew dark again. 29. Austin Romero. No, this can't be happening. It couldn't. I ran over the glass, the pain barely registering against the titanic wall of panic. Outside, no one. No, please, no. There's a moment in everyone's life that they never forget. Possibly multiple moments. These are the moments driven by a crippling dread, imprinted into your brain with a stamp of pulsating fear. This was one of those moments. Back inside, I called Charlie's name over and over, knowing I wouldn't hear anything back. He'd been taken. I let it happen, right under my nose. Fuck, no, please. I couldn't break the sequence. My brain jammed in a loop as I ran into the bedroom and threw on whatever clothes I could grab first. I froze, spotting bloody footprints, thinking they could be Charlie's, only to snap back to reality. I ran into the bathroom, threw the medicine cabinet open. No, fuck, please, Charlie, please be okay, fuck. Pill bottles clattered to the floor, rolled across the bloody streaks on the white and black tile. It took me seconds to wrap my foot, seconds more to take a gulp of water from the sink, swallowing what felt like a mouthful of sand and razor blades. In the mirror, a terrified man stared back at me, hopelessness creeping in from the fringes of the frame. Another gulp of cold tap water, this one smoother than the last. I'm going to find him. The thought struck me like Thor's hammer. It shattered the chorus of no's and fucks echoing in my skull. I pushed all that shit out and took a breath. Charlie needed me, now more than ever. His blood hadn't even dried yet, meaning his abduction had only just happened. There was time to find him, and I was going to fucking do it. I ran out of the bathroom and past my bedroom, going into my guest room. I'd been using it as a home office lately and had a good chunk of material on Charlie's case with me. There had to be something in the pile of notes and pages I'd compiled, something I might have missed. I dumped it out on the floor and started filing through every single piece of paper. I worked fast. Police reports, useless. A profile on Evan and his connections, useless. Pictures of Hank's overdose I got from Anya, useless. Wait a second. I stood up and moved to the window, aiming the photo under a beam of direct sunlight. Hank's body was there, needle in his arm and life out of his eyes, but that wasn't what caught my attention. I looked to the corner of the photo, barely visible, like a stray afterthought. 7 or 8 straws of hay. Undeniably hay. And what would hay be doing in Hank's otherwise clean yard? Unless it had been brought there by whoever had come to kill him. And what was the one place you could most commonly find hay? A farm. I went back to the stack of folders and papers. It took me a second, but I found the one I'd been looking for. Hillsman Farm, the page that had been uncovered from Charlie and Hank's stash. I'd already checked the location out a week ago and didn't find anything notable, but maybe... I left all the papers scattered on the floor and ran out. I went into my closet and to the locker in the corner. The door clicked open as I keyed in the password. I grabbed my gun and holster and got the fuck out, jumping into my car and peeling out of my driveway. Dust and gravel kicked up into a tiny tornado behind me. This might not have even been the right lead to latch onto, but fuck, I didn't have time to waste on doubts. If it wasn't, then I'd figure it out when I got there. For now, the important part was getting there. I slammed down on the gas and sped down the curving and quiet roads of peak suburban Blue Creek. I noticed a speed bump 3 seconds too late, slowing down just enough so that I didn't flip my car. I did smack my head against the ceiling as my car caught air, slamming back down on the pavement. I stepped harder on the gas pedal. Images of Charlie smiling, laughing, lounging in my arms all flashed across my mind. I couldn't imagine what situation he was in now, but fucking hell, I wanted to be the one to set it right. I wouldn't be able to handle the weight of losing him. My soul already wore cracks from my past losses. This would break me, completely, irreparably, completely and totally. I slowed down as the road narrowed and curved up a slope. Skinny oak trees encroached on either side of me. My knuckles were pale as I gripped the steering wheel hard enough to snap it in half. I racked my brain for anything else I possibly could have missed. Who in the hell could be behind this shit? I'd suspected Evan until he gave me solid proof he was out of the state on the night Hank died, although he couldn't provide whereabouts for the day Charlie was pushed off the cherry picker. I looked into Domino as well, although it seemed unlikely to me that Hank had simultaneously been dating Domino and also secretly watching him with Charlie. Carrie Pope? She had a key to Hank's home, and she didn't seem very happy about my return to Blue Creek. No one in her family did. Her father near pushed me out of the police department himself, but what the hell could she have been involved with? Maybe it was Carrie and Michelle. Sisters, one of them having dated Hank and the other having dated Charlie. Michelle was the last girl Charlie dated before he came out of the closet. Maybe she had some festering anger over it. But Charlie was a solidly built man. Michelle and Carrie probably weighed a total of 200-something pounds when they stood together. I couldn't imagine either of them successfully abducting Charlie. Then again, adrenaline was one hell of a drug, and I'd seen plenty of wild things over my years-long career. The road evened out. The trees opened and the abandoned farm appeared in front of me like a ghost on the edge of an oceanside cliff, reenacting its final leap onto the jagged rocks below. It wasn't the house that made me pump the brakes, skidding to a jaw-clenching stop in another torrent of dust. It was the car, parked off to the side between 2 trees and a rotted-down shed, a broken and old Honda. The same one that had been caught on my neighbor's security cameras the night of that bloody threat on the wall. I was at the right place. Charlie was here. The farmhouse was still a ways down the road. I slowly pulled off, driving into the same bank of trees the Honda had used to try and hide. Hopefully the element of surprise would still be on my side, but I couldn't count on that. Whoever had Charlie might have been keeping an eye on the road. I unholstered my gun, clicked off the safety, and got out of the car, slow, every gravel-crunching step deliberate. I listened, trying to catch any little sound beside the soft rustle of branches and the clashing symphony of robins and seagulls. Anything that could give me a one-up over whoever was inside those run-down walls. Nothing. I moved in closer, sticking close to the trees, keeping my eyes on the farmhouse, primarily the 2 doors and 3 windows that I could see. There used to be a second floor, but that had long been blown away by a particularly rough storm, along with the fence that used to surround the property, now only clinging to life in 4-foot-long stretches. I reached the car. I aimed my gun at the driver's seat, clearing it before moving on to the back, clearing that as well. I pressed my back against the vehicle and focused on how I'd get into the farmhouse without getting caught. The last time I came, I remembered there being an entrance around the back that had half a door. I could easily reach over and push open the door without having to break anything or make any noise. My breath dropped into my lungs as if weighed by anchors.
Never had the stakes felt so high. Charlie's life depended on me getting in there without ringing any alarms. I stayed in a low crouch as I made my way across the dirt road, ignoring the locked front doors and going around the building. I held my breath, trying to listen through the cracked wooden walls, but again, not able to make out anything substantial. I reached the back door. So far, so good. Back against the wall, I leaned around the corner and peeked into the dark and dust-filled room. The only light came in from the broken door, illuminating a strip of the room and nothing else. In my previous visit, I determined this had been the kitchen, which meant there weren't too many places to hide. I pushed open the door and stepped in, gun held outward, eyes raking over every corner of the room. It took a moment for me to adjust, blob-shaped shadows quickly taking more solid forms. An old table, cracked in half, an abandoned and cobweb-covered refrigerator, dirt-stained and permanently yellowed granite counters. But no Charlie. I resisted the urge to call out for him, to let him know that I was here and that he'd be safe. I couldn't make false promises. Charlie wasn't safe until I got him out of here. Next room happened to be a storage room. I stepped on something that cracked under my shoe, sounding like a bomb in the relative silence of the abandoned building. I froze, listened, hoped to all fucking hope that I wasn't heard. No one came running after me. No gunshots rang out or screams. Everything still stayed quiet. I hadn't fucked it all up. A deep breath helped steady me as I moved through the shadow-infested storage room. A cockroach scurried up the doorframe as I slowly walked into the next room, expecting to see the same as I'd seen in the last two rooms. Nothing. Instead, I saw everything. Charlie. My Charlie. He sat in the center of the empty living room, head lolled forward and a blindfold tied around him, hands and feet bound. But he was breathing. He was alive. I hadn't lost him. Something came over me. I threw all caution and logic to the wind. The path between Charlie and me could have been littered with bear traps, and I still would have run directly to his side. Not even a pool of piranha and hammerheads would have stopped me from getting to him. Charlie? Sure, hey, it's me, I'm here. I've got you, baby, I've got you. I crouched down and whispered to him, untying the blindfold and dropping it to the ground, gently touching his face, watching with relief as his eyes slowly fluttered open. I kissed him. God, I was so happy to see him alive. All I had to do was get us out of here in one piece, and that started with getting the ropes untied. I holstered my gun and worked on his feet as he started to wake up, moving to his hands next before coming back to a crouch in front of him. He looked like he was coming back from whatever had knocked him out. He rubbed the back of his head, red eyes welled over with tears. Those same eyes snapped to something behind me, terror pushing those tears out and turning them to rivers on his cheeks. Behind you, he said, his voice constricted and face ghostly pale. In one fluid movement, I twisted and stood, gun directly aimed straight ahead, barrel pointed at the chest of none other than Sheriff Pope? The sheriff, a shotgun raised and almost comically larger than my pistol, motioned for me to drop to the ground. You should have left Blue Creek when I told you to, he said, a wicked grin twisting his face. 30. Charlie Marsh. The blindfold came off, and I blinked against the fading darkness, expecting to lock eyes with my captor again. Instead, it was my savior. Austin, he'd come. He had rescued me. I felt a rush, like we could fly straight into the sky right now. We were going to be okay. My heart plummeted all over again. Behind you, I was able to say past my clamping throat. Austin stood and faced Sheriff Giles Pope, a standoff that was clearly one-sided. All Pope had to do was press the trigger and we'd both be done for. Austin put his gun down on the floor and raised his hands. I wanted to throw up. This had to have been some kind of fucked up nightmare. Maybe it was from the new pre-workout drink I had started. I knew I should have read the warning label a little better. The sheriff's face twisted into a maniacal sneer. He wore a plain black shirt and black pants with black leather gloves on his hands and a black cap on his head. Looked like the fucking Grim Reaper and seemed to want to act like it too. He spat into a moldy pile of sawdust and said,
I was hoping I could handle one loose end at a time, but since you decided to show up, I guess I can take care of the both of you at once. The same way you tried handling Charlie when you pushed him off the cherry picker? Austin asked. It hit me. A flash of light through the blank spaces of my memory. The sun was bright, but it was still cold with the early fall chill. It felt colder up on this stupid-ass cherry picker. Why did I ever agree to Hank's idea? And why hadn't Hank come and installed these cameras himself? Yes, I had the landscaping gig that gave me some cover, but still, he could have borrowed my shirt. Whatever, it didn't matter. There was so much that was at stake. I didn't necessarily mind doing this. I had to catch the sheriff meeting with Killian Mast, and I had to prove that Pope and Mast were working together on one of the biggest sex trafficking rings on this side of the globe. Operation Rome, we had called it, after Roman White, one of the sheriff's first victims. The Pope, being a bishop of Rome, also didn't go unnoticed. As I fiddled with the camera, trying to get as much of the sheriff's massive estate in frame as I could, focusing mainly on the private garden surrounded by wall-like hedges, I didn't even realize another car had pulled up next to mine until it was too late. Need help up there? I froze before I started to panic. I looked down over the edge of this metal bucket and stared straight into the eyes of the sheriff. Those trees always give the landscapers trouble. I didn't know what else to say except a cheery, yeah. I lowered the machine. I let him in. I didn't realize just how grand of a mistake I had made until the very moment the sheriff's hands pressed against my back, pushing me over the edge and down. You and Killian, I said, the memories unfolding like torn-up pieces of origami, the pieces slightly out of sync but still creating a whole. You two were working together. Carrie let it slip to Hank, and Hank went around asking people. His own dancers, you were siphoning them off. You tried getting Evan to help, but he denied you. So, I guess your memories can come back, huh? I should have made sure that fall ended you. The same way you ended Hank, huh? Austin said. He moved slightly, and I realized he was positioning himself between the shotgun and me. I was about to stand and face the end with Austin together, but that's when I realized something. My hands and feet still appeared bound, even though the knots had all been loosened enough for me to pull free. Maybe. Listen, I know how messy everything gets when a death certificate is involved. That's why I was happy to let Charlie live so long as he seemed incapable of putting the facts together. I moved his passed-out body and the cherry picker to an abandoned street and left him there, figuring he'd either die or turn into a blob. I didn't realize Hank had been involved, although I should have once one of my main sources of supply was cut off from me. Honey and wood turned into a goddamn fortress after Charlie's fall. And the bloody threat on my wall? Austin asked, stepping further in front of me. Soon I wouldn't be able to even see the sheriff. Again, I wanted to make things less complicated. The second you showed up, I knew there was going to be trouble. I thought I could get you to get the fuck out of here, but I should have known I wasn't playing around with a scared little fawn. The sheriff's heavy boot stepped forward. Stop moving, he commanded. Austin listened. So, all these years, I said, finding a voice even though fear threatened to steal it. You were serving and protecting while you abducted and sold the very people you had to protect? Why? Because it kept the trash out of Blue Creek while I made enough money to support my daughters and wife. I didn't start my career intending this, but when an opportunity that good falls in your lap, you take it. Being the sheriff gave me an advantage. It was easy. And being in this small town has kept the feds out of my hair. No one would ever look to Blue Creek as the epicenter for a worldwide sex trafficking ring. You're fucking sick, Austin spat. Worse than the scum inside a fucking sewage pipe. The shotgun shifted in Pope's hand. I held my breath. My eyes darted to the gun on the floor, just next to my feet. I noticed the safety was off. Since when did I notice shit like that? I looked back up, around Austin to a cherry-faced Pope. Scattered beams of sunlight projecting through holes in the ceiling dimmed as a cloud crossed over them. Funny, since it'll be the two of you hanging out in a sewage pipe. Is that how you plan on getting rid of us? Austin asked. I wondered if he was biding his time, but for what? Did he have a plan?
Was the plan forming in my head worth risking it all for? Austin was the detective. I was the one who got us into this mess in the first place. But if I could just... I originally was going to drive my boat out to the middle of the ocean and dump your bodies, but yes, I'm thinking the sewage pipe might be better for you two. Why did you kill Hank? I asked, keeping my eyes from dropping to the gun on the floor. Hope looked at me, the smile curving on his face. He flipped the shotgun and aimed it at a boarded-up window. Trigger pressed. Boom! Pieces of wood went flying through the room as I shut my eyes against the intrusion of sunlight and sound. Fuck, that was loud. My ears rang, blocking out the sound of my own heart working like a jackhammer inside of me. There. Now I can see you two better. And I can see you better too, asshole. Yes, I killed Hank. At first I thought it was only you that was involved, Charlie, so when you fell and cracked your skull, I thought the issue was over. Austin coming back into town must have given Hank a second investigative wing. I caught the idiot rummaging through my trash and decided to take him out along with it. You have daughters, Austin said. How was his voice so steady? How was he standing without his knees clattering together like mine? Everything I do in my life is for them. They aren't involved. They have zero idea what exactly it is I do for them, but I do it. And do you think they ask questions when I'm flying them in a private jet to the Bahamas? No, they don't. Hope let his guard down for a moment and dropped the shotgun to the side, likely resting his arm. My eyes momentarily fell to the gun at my feet. I could easily grab it. Easily. It was what needed to happen after I grabbed the gun that had me scared. Austin shifted again. Hope kept the shotgun aimed down at the floor, looking like a Bengal tiger cornering two little church mice. He knew he had all the power, and that meant he felt like he could let his guard down. I wiggled a few fingers, pulling my hand out of a loop of rough rope, but still holding it behind me, waiting for the perfect moment. Is anyone else in Blue Creek involved? Austin asked. I saw his hand twitch, moving over the back of his pants. Did he have a concealed weapon in there? If I went ahead with my plan, then would that ruin Austin's? Fuck. What do I do? What do I fucking do? No one, Sheriff Pope said, shaking his head. This town is full of useless, spineless, pathetic people. It's no surprise the two of you fit in so well. He was lifting his gun again. I had milliseconds to decide on what to do, probably even less than that. So, I decided to act. Now or literally never. Exploding into action, and before the sheriff could even realize what was going on, I jumped from my chair and grabbed the gun from the floor, standing and aiming in one fluid motion. Milliseconds was all it took for me to pull the trigger. The sheriff's shocked expression set directly in my sights. Trigger pressed. Bang. The sheriff dropped like a bag of lead, slumping onto the ground, shouting like a bleeding sheep, blood pooling from his shoulder, and the shotgun dropped to the floor. I held the gun in the air, pointed at nothing but the far wall, shock freezing me completely in place. I couldn't even blink. Austin was saying something, but it came jumbled through the ringing. He put a gentle hand on mine and lowered the gun, taking it from my hands, pulling me into his arms, telling me, "It's all right. We're okay. You're okay." I hadn't realized I was crying. Holy shit, I said, pulling away from Austin. He went over and took the shotgun while administering some quick first aid to the sheriff, stopping the blood. Hope was as steeped in shock as I was and only stared at me with eyes about to pop out of his skull. "You did good, baby. You saved us," Austin said, returning to my side. He kissed my forehead, a declaration of relief. It brought me back down from the heights I'd climbed after just shooting a man. "Holy shit," I repeated. "Where'd you learn to shoot like that?" Austin asked, turning me away from the squirming sheriff on the floor and walking us out of the farmhouse. Fucking shit. A body-racking shiver passed through me. I took a deep breath of the ocean air, tasting the salt mixing with my sweat, grateful that I had the chance to fill my lungs. Hank. I remembered taking shooting classes with him. He had suggested it, and I ended up being a natural. Thankfully, my amnesia doesn't fuck with learned skills. Thankfully. I saw something akin to admiration in Austin's eyes.
mixing with the deep exhaustion that came into us both as the adrenaline and fear pulled back as if with the tide. "It's over," I said. My hand found Austin's, my heart finding home. I rested my head on his shoulder. "You don't have to be scared anymore. No more looking over your shoulder. Not to mention you took down the head of a fucking sex trafficking ring, and we've got the name for the other head of the snake. You saved our lives." "Damn. That is pretty badass. Very badass," Austin said, chuckling, a sound at incredible odds with the blast of a gunshot that still echoed in my ears. "It's all smooth sculpting from here on out." I laughed, adding to the odd chorus but easing some of the tension still wound through my spine. "I love you, Austin. So fucking much." I kissed him again, his salt mixing with mine, with the ocean, his lips working as a balm for my frayed as fuck nerves. "I love you too, Char." We held each other, not letting go even when the cops arrived on the scene. We didn't let go of each other on the ride home or in the quiet shower. I didn't ever want to let go of Austin again. I'd come too close to losing him twice already. There wasn't going to be a third time. Never again. Smooth sculpting, or sailing depending on who you asked, from here on out. Epilogue. Charlie Marsh. Our suite looked out to the picturesque blue waters of the Gulf of Maine. The waves crashing onto the dark stones of the cliff our bed and breakfast was delicately perched on. I rolled over and squeezed myself further into Austin's arms as he sleepily stretched, feet slipping between mine, legs turning into stiff boards behind me, matching another couple of stiff boards in the bed. It was our first time back at the ocean since everything went down, 9 months ago now. The first night was difficult for me, and I had more than a few nightmares that kept me up and staring at the dark ceiling, but I'd always fallen back asleep with the comfort of knowing Austin was right there next to me. It was our last day into our week-long vacation, and I found myself waking up feeling like an entirely new man. Everything in my life was going exactly how I dreamed it would. A perfect man, a dream job at an animal sanctuary, a new place, and the person who wanted me dead was now locked up behind bars for an extremely long time. I couldn't ask for more. It had been a wild ride, but I finally found some semblance of peace in my life, and a lot of that had to do with Austin coming back, exactly when I needed him the most. Even though I had forgotten about our connection, the world sure didn't, and it pushed us right back together. We might not have made it. Not many couples pull off a successful second chance, especially not ones with the kind of baggage we had to unload between us. But we did it. We beat the odds, even though the odds tried very fucking hard to beat us. Speaking of hard and beating things, I rolled over so that I could kiss Austin, soft, his eyes blinking away some sleep. He smiled against my lips. Even though he may have just woken from the waist up, it sure felt like he was already up from his belly button down. A quick shift of my hips and our morning woods pressed together, kindling for a bonfire. I kissed him again, smiling. I used to hate mornings, Wednesdays especially, and now I looked forward to them. Even the mornings that started off my work week. I couldn't get enough of waking up naked next to my man, who was also equally as naked and hard as I was. "Morning, babe," I said, reaching under the covers and grabbing us both in a loose grip. Austin answered, pressing his head into the pillow, eyes shut and legs stretching. He liked mornings the same way I did, but his words took a little longer to form than mine, which was fine. I didn't need words for what I planned on doing. I pushed the covers off and let our skin meet the morning ocean breeze that drifted in from the cracked open window. Austin looked like a full breakfast buffet, lying there with his stiff cock pulsing in the air, a dark crown of hair leading up to his belly button, covering his chest where a silver bar glinted on his left nipple. The nipple ring had been my suggestion, but I had a feeling by his moans that he liked it even better than I did. I kissed my way down to the nipple ring, using my tongue to play with it. "Like that?" He answered, body starting to squirm underneath me. My balls were already growing tight. All Austin needed to do was blink at me, and I was already pre-cumming a puddle in my boxers, so Having him naked underneath me really walked me right up to the edge. I wanted more, though, and judging by the way Austin writhed, positioning my cock between his legs against his hole, I knew he wanted it too. I leaned on the bed and reached for the nightstand, pulling the drawer open and taking out the slick bottle of lube. It wasn't the first, and highly likely not the last time I wondered why the bottles didn't have some kind of silicone grip or something. Motherfuckers were as slippery as a wriggling bass. No matter how didn't matter. Austin Romero, hot, sexy, needy, and spreading himself open for me, was all that mattered. Fuck, baby, hold yourself open just like that. I crouched, balancing on my knees and setting the lube aside for a second. I gathered up spit and let it loose on his hole. He dripped as I went in, burying my face between his ass. He grabbed his legs and lifted himself higher, his moans turning slightly higher pitched the more I tongued him, the deeper I probed. I ate him out with abandon, devouring him, appreciating every fucking piece of him. His grunts were answered by my moans, which I knew vibrated straight through to his very core. Austin's bucking grew intense, his hole soaked and ready for me as I lined my cock up, squirting some lube even though eating him out seemed to have done the trick. I knew it wasn't going to last very long this morning, so I wanted to savor every second of this. Every inch that I watched get swallowed by Austin's greedy body. I dropped my head back and got lost in the sensation that was us becoming one. Austin had his calves on my shoulders and his cock in one hand, eyes closing just like mine, primal moans growing louder just like mine. Harder, Charlie. Fuck me harder. There were his words, and he found the perfect time to use them. I gave him what he wanted, driving in deep. I kept my thrusts long and hard, pushing the limit, seeing the stars. Oh, God, yes, Charlie. Oh, fuck me, that feels so fucking good. Austin practically shouted it, hands fisting the sheets, the head of his cock engorged and looking like it was 2 more strokes away from busting. Oh, fuck, so am I. His ass had a vice grip around my cock. An inferno of lust filled me, driving my hips deeper and harder, every thrust pushing a grunt from Austin's throat. I reached for his neck, holding his head up. His pearl earring glittered in the morning sun, already shining bright as a cloudless afternoon day. A moan built up in me, coming out more as an animal sound as I watched him devour me whole. His ass bounced against me, those sexy globes of muscle fitting like a glove around me. I had to switch positions or I'd come before I could get the word out. Sit down on me, I said, pulling out of him. His pink hole puckered and leaving me desperate to be back inside him. Desperate to never be apart from him again. Austin Romero. Charlie had turned me into a verified power bottom. His dick had cast some kind of spell on me, making me a convert after one single fuck. It was like he had unlocked an entirely new spectrum of colors for me to see with. He unlocked a whole new range of sensations, all of them mind-blowingly pleasurable. He had the key that unlocked the absolute best sex of my entire life, leaving me a withered husk at the end of every time, immediately wanting more. And this morning didn't seem like it was taking a different trajectory. My mornings had been pretty stable these past few months, and they were made extra special because I had Charlie next to me for all of them. Even when we were secretly together in college, it was rare for us to wake up together, although it had been some of my favorite memories of that time. Not anymore. We didn't have to worry about tipping off roommates or parents or friends. We didn't care who saw us walking out of our room, hair still messed up from sex, shuffling down to the breakfast bar hand in hand. Everyone in Blue Creek knew we were together, and we had no one else we needed to hide from. It was liberating, and it made me fall even harder in love with Charlie Marsh. And did I mention his magic cock? Because that was certainly not to be missed. He pulled out of me and left me missing that very exact thing. Not for long, though, as Charlie got up and went to sit on the lounge chaise next to the arching floor-to-ceiling window. The morning sunlight, bright and blazing, painted his perfectly smooth and toned body like, well, a smooth sculpture. He rubbed his flushed chest and held his glistening cock up with a thumb pressed down at the base. My body pulsed with need, a core-tightening urge to be filled by him, to take him inside me. I got onto the chaise, and legs on either side of him pushed back, reaching around so that I could hold his cock against me as I pushed. A moan slipped from my lips as he parted me open, giving me exactly what I wanted. My body coursed with a fiery pleasure that must have felt similar to a rush from some illicit drug. Addictive, mind-bending, body-melting, hole-stretching. Fuck, I groaned, sinking down so that I took all of him inside me. I could feel him pushing at my walls, my cock leaking without even being touched, like he was milking me from the inside. Fuck, we both repeated as I rose. I didn't keep things slow. My ass was already open and ready, and I could take all of him. I bounced on Charlie, up and down, grinding, swirling my hips. My eyes practically popped at the crashing tidal waves of pleasure that broke over me every time he'd hit my prostate. More, I begged, pleading. I grabbed my cock in my hand and held myself in a squat as Charlie fucked me, bucking up and sinking himself so far inside that I swore I could feel him against my ribs. Another moan, skin slapping against skin, the taste of sweat on my lips, the feeling of Charlie slamming into me. Everything added up to equal an explosive conclusion. I came, the orgasm rending me in half, the cum shooting out of me in thick strands. Charlie kept fucking me, shouting out his own orgasm as a rope of my cum smacked him in the chin. He spasmed underneath me, digging his fingers into my hips, holding me in place as he filled me with his seed. We were both shivering with residual waves of pleasure as I climbed off him, smiling wide as I went to go grab some towels, some evidence of our fun dripping down my thigh. I returned to find Charlie, splayed out on the chaise like a glaze-covered starfish, a similar blissed-out smile playing on his face. I leaned down and kissed him before I gently wiped up the mess I'd made all over him. He lay there, smiling, big blue eyes looking as vast as the ocean that twinkled outside the window. "It's wild how much I love you," he said, his words feeling as special as the climax we'd just shared. "I can't believe this almost didn't even happen. I think we were always meant to happen. Think so?" I nodded, setting aside the damp towel and budging Charlie over so I could sit with him on the green velvet chaise. "I think our journey happened exactly how it needed to. We needed that time apart. It allowed our lives to open and our hearts to fill, and now we can love each other without any bounds. I don't think that was possible for us back in college." "Very true. I guess things do happen exactly when they should." "Exactly." I kissed him again, my still swollen cock dripping some cum. With the tips of my fingers I traced circles up and down Charlie's chest, the moment wrapping us up like a treasured blanket. My phone buzzed, temporarily tossing that peaceful invisible blanket off us. I would have ignored it, but it kept buzzing, and I could see the call was from Zane Holden, the founder of Stonewall Investigations. It was odd for him to call. "Hold on, let me get this." I walked over to my phone, padding across the thick beige carpet. "Hey, Zane, what's up?" "Sorry if I'm waking you, Austin, but something's come up that I need you to be aware of." "No, you're not waking me. What happened?" Zane took a breath on the other line. That made me nervous. "There's been a murder in Blue Creek." "Who?" I said, bracing myself for any name that I would know. "Wendy Farstone." Wendy Farstone. I had known her. She was a mail carrier for the local post office. Everyone knew her. She always had a smile underneath her head of big blonde waves, and would always check in personally on anyone who was sick on her route. "Fuck," I said, looking out the window. "How?" "That's mainly why I'm calling so early. Austin, she was found in her home with a knife to the head. The hilt was shaped like a horn. A unicorn's horn." My blood ran ice cold. The unicorn killer? Everyone who worked at Stonewall, and anyone who lived in New York during the bloody reign of the unicorn killer, understood how bad this news was. Zane himself had lost someone to the serial killer, who had targeted gay men and left their skulls impaled with a unicorn horn. We have a copycat, is what I'm thinking. And they've clearly targeted us where they think we're the weakest. I still only have 2 detectives in Blue Creek, you and Ryan.
I need the both of you on this. I'll see what I can do about getting you support, but Austin, we need to stop this before they do it again. I rubbed my forehead. What a swing of emotions these last few minutes had been. You got it, Zane. I'm on it. I hung up the call, feeling slightly shell-shocked. These last 9 months had been so damn peaceful after the sheriff had gotten locked up. It only took 3 days for the fucker to sing like a caged canary, bringing down the entire sex trafficking ring in a matter of a couple of weeks. Blue Creek started to feel like a haven, a bubble, protected from the rest of the outside world, where Charlie and I never had to look over our shoulders to feel safe. And now, there was a potential serial killer on the loose. Fuck. What was that about? Charlie asked, coming to stand next to me, an arm looping around my waist. I decided I'd explain later. We had a long drive home, and I didn't want to tarnish this morning for him. I'll explain in the car. He gave me a skeptical look, but accepted it, resting his head on my shoulder. And I wrapped my arm around him, and there we stood, holding on to each other, our heartbeats sinking and our love soaring past any form of bad news or looming threats. Our love had wings, and I knew we'd always fly above it all, getting as close to the sun as possible with every new morning we woke up in each other's arms. I love you, Shar. I always have, and I always will. I kissed the top of his head, feeling my feet lift off the ground as our love soared up, up, up. This concludes Love Me Again by Max Walker, narrated by Greg Bedreau. Copyright 2021 by Max Walker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Walker, care of The Night Agency, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.